All right, so we see an Umezawa's GT pick first from James. Classic, stay open, leaning aggro sort of pick.
Yeah. Wow, this is very surprising from Ketsi.
Yeah, I was actually talking to her about this. She wants to go pod. She wants to go red-green aggro pod, and she feels like Phoenix of Ash is the best red 3-drop for pod specifically because you can get it back over and over.
In red, yes, I would probably say so. I definitely think Finks is the most important 3-drop in pod, but
we talked about Finks and sort of decided that since you weren't in the draft, it was relatively unlikely that anyone would take Finks higher than, 3rd to 4th pick.
Yeah, I don't think you need to first pick it. Oh, Daniel M needs edit access according to the Discord.
Thinking and
all right, I'm on it. Hold on a sec. I gave.
Also, in the meantime, if someone just if he has his pick,
and then Rob
then
and
we
other
can just
Daniel.
put it in
Which one is OG
while
Daniel?
you do this behind the scenes.
So Daniel Mullen, you should have access at
try refreshing
a Gmail account.
Try refreshing. Okay, let me try refreshing.
I have your full name at gmail.com, including middle name.
That's not mine. Sorry. Or let me see if I can switch. Yeah, that isn't mine. It's here.
All right.
Just type it in the.
Oh, is it the Husky one?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I can add that too.
If you know what card you want, you can
does
say it
anyone
out
else
loud.
need edit access?
Sorry about that.
Let's just wait until everything's all set up. Oh, access confirmed.
Okay.
All right, I'm going on Deafen again.
Okay, same.
Oko from Val, classic, powerful, love it. Grizzlebrand from Evan is
So I talked to Evan about this. He wanted to do something. He said he was thinking doing mono red, but he had done that before, and he was saying he wanted to do something really powerful, like combo-y powerful. And he was talking about like, what should I do? And he was really big on the idea of pack one, pick one, Grizzlebrand. I said, yeah, if you want to do it, do it. From here, I don't know which direction he's going to go. We talked, there's a few different ways he can build it.
Oh, absolutely.
Mainly what color? Basically blue, red, or green.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens from here. Splinter Twin from Daniel. Classic.
Yeah,
Splinter
Once
Twin
Upon a
had kind
Time from Charles. I think, is this the first time Once has gone round one?
I believe so. I think I picked it second pick.
Yeah, it's just been going up and up as time goes on, so I'm not too surprised.
One thing interesting I talked to Evan about is... Okay, here it is. I was going to say, I feel like Jace VP has really been going up lately, and I was like, if Ketsi's playing blue, I wouldn't be surprised if she first picks Jace VP.
Yeah.
But the double pick of Mind Sculptor VP makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it just sets you up so well for a powerful
Man,
blue deck.
Rob just really likes red, just so often.
Yeah.
It's like, I have stopped, if Rob is at the table, I actively avoid red a lot of the time, unless it's like really, really open. Okay, so this makes sense from Evan. Really quick to talk about the other picks. Yeah, Bone Crusher Giant, Lightning Bolt from Rob.
Really, probably the two best generic red cards in the cube. The two best red cards that don't commit you strongly to aggro or control.
Yeah, Hierarch, and then I like a Braid from Daniel.
A Braid is very strong.
Well.
Val manages to wheel Fractured Identity.
So Val has the start that I have talked about wanting to do multiple times.
Yeah, and it's the last opportunity because I am planning on taking Fractured Identity out of the cube after this draft.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's been in for about a year now, and it's been very good. But it's not a standard. It's not like a modern legal card, which means that it's the requirements for it staying in are higher, and it's so clearly one of the best cards in the cube that I think its time has come.
So I like this. This is what I talked to Evan about because he was a little torn about what to pick. Pick two. I said Grave Titan in Reanimator. Or just mono black is one of the best cards. It's so good. It's just a house. And it lets you stay open a little bit, kind of eye the table, see what's going on. Okay.
So James is the only person who's anywhere near white right now.
Other than Val's fractured identity, but yeah.
But Val is
probably a
going to
flash.
go like very spread out over 3 colors. He cannot restrain himself from doing a super multicolor deck.
Yeah.
So I think James is really going to have the pick of the draft. Taking a 3rd pick Sword, though, is pretty surprising. That gives someone the chance to dive in there. Like, Rob could easily just take a Danto Vanguard and another powerful white aggro card and just go red-white aggro and really kind of
also
spite James.
No Batter Skull and no Skull Clamp pick.
Yeah,
That's what's really interesting to me.
I don't love Skull Clamp this early. I'm still not super high on that card, but Ketsy with Robber of the Rich, which I like a lot. Green is... I guess there's only 2 green drafters right now, so...
So blue is feeling
3.
a little bit open. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's really no color that seems oversubscribed.
White, as always, seems a little bit underutilized, but it's only 3 picks in, so it's not too early.
Yeah.
Or it's not too late to move into white. So there's a focus on green.
Val. That's interesting because both Charles and Ketsy are sort of lightly signaling that they want to take a lot of mana fixers in green. I would expect Val to compete on that axis rather than on just the powerful cards axis.
Yeah.
But
I like this from Evan. Just kind of taking the black cards. No one else has taken a single black card yet, I believe. Yeah. So if worst comes to worst, I mean, he can... I feel like Evan likes to play multicolor decks. I feel like he will probably move into another color. And if he does, I think blue is probably the best because you can get like Looteril Core. Blue-black has really nice gold cards.
Yeah.
Something to note, a fetch land has been taken.
Really early Misty Rainforest from Charles.
No one else has bit. Okay, so 2... Wow, Charles just really cutting off Val's
So
colors.
I talked a little to Charles this morning about his plan. He wants to do Niv Mizzet. He wants to take the 5-color Niv Mizzet and make that
I'm
work.
excited for that. Wow, that'll be really cool.
Ideally, he wants to make it work with Pod, because, it's much easier to pod into it than to cast it, which will conflict with Ketsy's plan. It also means that he's much more likely to be taking some of the 2-color, really powerful gold cards that, for example, Evan or Val could really capitalize on.
Yeah, that's one thing I was talking to Evan about. So originally his plan, he wanted to do a green-black sacrifice deck with Pod and Mimic Vat and Reanimator. And I said, it's a little all over the place. It's a little cute. I think you might just want to focus on one of those or 2 of those or whatever. Okay, so still Null Priest, just still grabbing the powerful black cards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you want to be mono-black with a deck like this, but I do think that sort of delaying your choice of second color makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Because, as you say, it can go well with green stuff that puts things into play from your hand, red sort of through the breach effects, or blue discard to go with your... Blue, like, looting to go with your reanimation.
Yeah, exactly. I like that a lot. Ooh, see, Ketsy, she can't stay away from the Skull Clamp, even when I think she should.
I mean, it is... I can understand the draw of playing that with Birthing Pod. I think
guess so.
One of Ketsy or Charles does need to take the actual pod soon. Ketsy doesn't have any real reason to believe that Charles is on pod. Charles can probably suss that out a little bit more accurately for Ketsy. But it'll be interested to see who gets it. Ketsy DMs me saying that losing Zealous Conscripts is brutal, which, that is a really good one to be able to pod into. I know she wanted to have the Kiki Jiki Zealous Conscripts backup plan to pod into,
already gone,
which is pretty good, but both of those cards are gone now.
Okay, so Arc Trail, this is pretty good. Sudden Demise is already gone.
I mean, you can't have too many, like, purely controlling red spells in an aggro deck, but I do think Arc Trail and Sudden Demise are both strong enough.
Really interesting. There's, like Kiki Jiki was picked, and then Rob picked Zealous right after. Because I was looking at the order, and I was like, if it was going the reverse way, that Kiki pick makes a lot of sense, or whatever. But picking Zealous right after, like in that spot, third pick seems. I mean, I think Rob just really values Zealous, which it's a very good card. I understand.
Yeah, and I mean, I think what's probably going through his head is that he wants he wants to have it, and he knows Daniel is likely to take it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
once the
that's true.
Kiki-Jiki's off the table.
That's true.
Val finally taking a 5-color fixer, which I like.
Now, if I was Val, I think you just need to get out of green and move more into white. Because, like, look how much green... You need to move into white and blue a little bit more. Like, even with the Hex Drinker... Like, Hex Drinker only really requires 1 green mana, and you do want it early or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think when you're playing a 3-color deck, a lot of times you're like, well, green is the base because it's easier to splash other colors. But, like, when you're seeing Charles
Hornet
picking up
Queen off
all...
Sorry.
Okay, that's a reanimation target.
Yeah,
That doesn't necessarily signal
That he's green.
that he will move into green.
Yeah, I
Wow,
agree
really
with you
bad.
about Val. I think that the normal thing to do there is to double down on green, but I think the smarter thing to do would have been to just be a blue-white deck because those colors are more open, and just splash green for Oko and Hexy. Hey,
Yeah,
friends.
I think Evan's gonna take a land here, and this is gonna be a really big decider. Ooh, okay. So
I
I also
hate-
talked about this. Sorry, go ahead.
Is Cold Steel Heart gone? Because if Cold Steel Heart's not gone, taking Mindstone there I think is insane.
I said to Evan, I kind of like, because he was on the fence of like, should I take Cold Steel Heart or Mindstone? And I was like, honestly, I kind of like Mindstone more than Cold Stone Heart, especially if you're going to be more mono black, because it just ramps you to a 4, which is really where the reanimation spells come online or whatever.
So does Cold Steel Heart.
I know, but it also draws you a card later when
Yeah. I don't know. I really value the fixing from Heart highly, but we'll see.
So Ketsi taking Finks, getting
Yeah, there
scared.
we go. She really needs to take that pod, or Charles. Like, it's really obvious she's on pod now.
Such a late copter, too.
Yeah, that is... I'm really surprised that Rob took that. I guess Rob is going for a much slower red deck, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised. James is really... James and Ketsi are the only ones in aggro, and Ketsy's sort of in a weird sideways aggro deck.
Yeah, Ketsi, honestly, it's going to be interesting who starts taking, like, right now, a lot of the red cards have been taking, Ketsi taking Verdant.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a green fetch, but I don't know if she's going to move into black more or
I don't
whatever.
think so. I think it's just Wooded Foothills is already in Charles's deck.
Okay, taking Brazen Borrower from Val, I do like. It's just like, it's a high power card, and it's more blue focused.
Yeah.
Which I think is what you need to be doing.
Last draft, I think Teddy took that second or something.
Okay. Nurturing Peatland, so it's a black. I like the Horizon lands a lot, and it is also green if...
Yeah, I probably would have
this
gone
is
more
such a late
blue-black.
Lutri. Oh my god.
That is... that is... I mean,
That's
the latest
crazy,
we've ever
man.
seen Lutri go by a country mile.
That feels so strange to
Yeah,
me.
I would have
So
taken
with-
Lutri in Rob's deck or Ketsy's deck a million
so
years ago.
The weird thing about the red decks right now,
Daniel's.
Daniel isn't really probably aggro. The counter spells or whatever, Cold Steel Heart from Rob. Okay, so Rob seems a little more
Rob is definitely
mid-rangey
doing Boros
controlling,
control.
yeah.
Big Boros.
So I think Ketsi needs to get like Rabble Master, and I mean, I guess if she
Warboss?
wants to do pod, it's less focused on aggro. But I think,
But
like,
she did specifically say she wanted to be aggro pod.
I think you need to grab the quick Rabble Master War Boss, because then Rob, it is fully like, okay, I am not aggressive.
Yeah, I
am
mean, also
the
those cards are
control.
great in Big Boros too. Like, you do want to have the ability to pressure people from lower converted mana costs, even in a deck like Rob's.
I honestly believe that if you are red and you have the possibility to play a Rabble Master, you should be.
Yeah.
Just like, it literally just like, it just wins you games sometimes. Like, you just play it and your opponent can't deal with it and you just win. Like,
Daniel going solidly black here with Watery Grave Creeping Tar Pit. Daniel might be competing for reanimation stuff with Evan.
So I like the move into a less contested color, of which there are two, which is white and black. And blue-white has had Fractured taken already, so you're likely to lose the other blue-white spells that really matter, which are mainly, it's really only Teferi. Like,
so
you
Charles
can play
has taken
color.
Breeding Pool and Temple Garden away from Val here, it's worth noting.
Okay, late Thoughtseize from Evan. I like Thoughtseize, just very powerful.
But yeah, none of the blue, black, gold cards are gone yet. So Daniel's set up really well to take advantage of that, and those are very powerful cards.
I can't remember if I said hello to Ferns.
I said hello to Ferns, but you may not have. I don't know.
I'm trying to keep the chat engagement up. Once again, I have talked about this before, where I get, because you want to have the powerful cards. Like with Val, it's like you want to play Oko, you want to play Fractured Identity, because those are two of the most powerful cards in the cube. But committing to colors super early, and then Charles immediately takes Noble Hierarch and then Misty and Flooded Strand.
Yeah.
It's like, well, now what do I do?
Yeah, it's definitely rough. And like, I think if you're gonna do that, you really need to have flexibility in which directions you go. Because like, being 3 colors can be nice because you get to choose 2 main colors in one splash based on what's open. But you have to actually be able to react to what's open. And green fixing is not open right now.
Yeah, okay, so Rob took Rabblemaster, now Ketsi takes Warboss. So like, this is the thing of, other than that, it's been a lot of lands, but it's like, Rabblemaster and Warboss, I think Rabblemaster is more explosive, but Warboss is not far behind because it leaves behind 2/2s if it does die.
Yeah, I like Warboss a lot.
I like Warboss a lot. I think Rabblemaster, it's almost kind of interesting because if Rob is
taking lands here, surprising.
I think, so they're the white...
you're right.
Horizon lands, which I really, really like from white, because especially when you see the table, like all of the Horizon lands have, how many have gone? 4 out of 5 so far? I think only the blue-green one. 6. I think only the blue-green one.
Yeah, and both Horizon Canopy and Sunbaked Canyon would plausibly be taken by Val and Rob, respectively.
Yeah.
And anything could be taken by Charles.
I like that Chandra from Ketsi. It's the late game one, can't be countered. Really, really good.
It's the one Rob really wants. So Ketsy's sort of quietly getting back at Rob for taking Rabblemaster from her.
Yeah. Interesting to see some Evan. I would like to see IOK Inquisition of Kozilek, or just like early interaction.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, Inquisition is good. That's something Daniel might fight him for.
Or if he wants to be Liliana's Death Majesty, really nice black. I talked about this. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't like that over the other Liliana. If you're gonna take a Planeswalker there, I think yes, it is a reanimation spell, which is nice for Evan's deck, but for the other Liliana being able to get stuff into your graveyard, if you're a deck that can capitalize on that. The +1 is so powerful. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably on his mind, too. But reasonably, if Daniel is blue-black, if you are... Ooh, Fallen Shinobi. Okay, here we go. So I think Evan, at this point, rather than doing something that happened with Teddy and... I forget who they were fighting with last time, where I think it was Val, where they just kind of butted heads and were just like, okay, we're both blue-black. I think Evan should maybe focus towards... I don't know. I'm trying to look at the red-black lands. It feels like the red-black lands haven't really gone.
Yeah, like, no one is clearly red-black. So that would be a pretty reasonable way to go with like Through the Breach and Ilharg and the Planeswalker guy whose name is not Lutri or Luris. Luca.
Yeah.
Fucking.
This Will Strider confuses me.
Yeah, that's a really early Woe Strider, especially when...
Yeah, I think Lily of the Veil is definitely what you want. Because, so if Daniel, you were saying, you're like, well, Daniel could be going Reanimator as well.
Mhm.
And Death's Majesty is more like, it's reasonable for Daniel's deck to probably have 2 black pips available at 5 mana, but less so 3 mana.
Yeah,
so
you're probably right. Although Daniel's deck could also be... It could end up looking very different than it looks right now. Like, the thing is, like, with Fallen Shinobi, one of the cards you want most is Looter Core. Once you have Looter Core, it starts to make a lot more sense to push in the reanimation direction. And once you're pushing in the reanimation direction, it makes more sense to sort of double down on that. But it's possible that Evan feels like he's just staked enough of a claim that he's not going to fight. Coalition Relic is a really nice one for Val.
I was going to say, stealing that from Charles.
Yeah, Charles would have loved that relic.
I mean, Charles can also take, what's it called? Lantern?
Yeah. James and Ketsi are both just sort of sitting pretty right now. James just starting to take the cheap, powerful cards. I think cheap, aggressive cards. I think James suffers a little bit from not having cubed a lot recently. I think his evaluations of what the best, mono-white aggro cards are stuck a couple years in the past right now. Like, he hasn't taken Adonto Vanguard, which is, I think, the best...
Selfless Spirit, Adonto
drop.
Vanguard, yeah.
I think it's clearly better than, Ally
I'm a little bit worried that Evan might have just forgotten about Lily of the Veil, but, you got time.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, I don't think anybody else really wants it.
Yeah,
so
I mean, Daniel probably would have taken it if he did want it at this point.
So
ECD from Rob is really good. That's one of the big payoffs for Big Boros.
Yeah, I really like that.
Charles is going to have to take a card that does something at some point.
Okay, so Bloodstained Mire and Tomb going. So Evan is getting really limited, and it's to the point where he might just have to be mono black or whatever. And I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, but certainly not the best. Because I think, especially getting a few is, Cold Steel Heart is gone, Coalition Relic is gone.
Yeah, this is why I like Cold Steel Heart, because, I mean, certainly, Mind Stone's better in mono black, but I don't like mono black in Roto. I don't think it has the tools to win a draft.
I think most monocolored decks, other than red and white, are not very good.
Yeah, I think you could assemble a really good mono blue deck, but it would have to have blue be unrealistically open in order for that to work.
And I think the advantages you gain from getting the gold cards are really, really big.
Yeah.
So Daniel taking Mire, that could just be a red fetch. I think Evan, honestly, should take red, black, gold cards.
I agree.
Or whatever.
I strongly agree.
Take fluting the red, black, gold cards and just kind of be done. And just
I would say Through the Breach, at least, because that has a single red pip. Ketsi gets Wolf Run, which is really important for her deck.
Huge.
James takes Luminarch Aspirant, which is excellent.
I like that one.
I think that might actually be better than Adonto Vanguard now that I think about it.
I think Adonto Vanguards of having a 2-drop that is basically unkillable, 2 red removal, is really, really important when red is one of the best colors. And red removal in Roto, especially, is so highly valued.
Yeah. I think
Luminarch
it's interesting.
Aspirant is definitely good. It's no joke.
I want to call out that Charles is really strongly focusing on land-based fixing as opposed to 5-color fixing from non-land cards. I'm not sure why that is, if he's trying to do a super gold, super 5-color deck. I mean, I get that...
look at all these fetches.
I get that fetches plus duels does make that really powerful, and maybe he's just trying to avoid weighing down his spell slots with a bunch of fixing cards when he could just take lands. But he is giving up some really powerful ones, like Coalition Relic, like Cold Steel Heart, like Birds of Paradise. Daniel taking Damnation away from Evan, that's a pretty brutal one.
I was surprised at the Noble Hierarch pick over Bop if you knew you were doing 5 colors.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
agree.
that Hierarch is a more aggressive. Okay, Inferno Titan.
I like Inferno Titan from Dan a
So
lot.
Evan, I think he's fallen back on his like this is the first idea I had, which is the green black. But also, if you really want to be green black, you have to move in now.
Yeah.
Well, you should
Also,
have moved in maybe a bit earlier, like on
there
your
are
low
3
strike.
other green decks in the draft.
Yeah. So this is what I said to Evan that I was like, you need to be careful of. Is just like seeing certain things. But Marin is really good.
Marin is good, but so is Duretti and Kolagon's command, you know? Val takes Golos away from Charles. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think we have 2 5-color decks almost. Or like Val is more what's it called? 3-color, but then can have 5.
Because he is
with
taking
Coalition
those
Relic.
5-color fixers like Sylvan Caryatid, Prismatic Vista, Coalition Relic, Sakura Tribe.
Tireless Tracker is really nice from Ketsu.
Yeah, Tireless Tracker seems great in her deck. Although, one thing to be aware of in Ketsu's deck is she's going to have a lot of really strong 3-drops. There's just a lot of aggressive power clustered there in red and green. And she has to be aware of her curve. I know she has a whole curved out deck plan, so she is thinking about it, but it's something to watch for. James taking Imposing Sovereign over Adonto Vanguard is clearly wrong.
So now, Evan, it's like if you're taking green cards, do you focus on lands or do you try to grab the green-black cards from like Charles, who took the green-black elf or whatever? Knight's Whisper. Is that the draw to?
Yeah, Evan is getting lost in the sauce, I'm afraid.
I mean, I get it because I feel like I was in a similar situation to Evan. The last one I did when I went 5 colors. I know 2 ones ago. I went mono white last time. Where it's like you try to stay open and then everybody at the table is in like 3 colors or 1 and you kind of don't know what to do. Mm-hmm. So you're kind of like, you take a step forward where you're like, okay, I'm taking Marin. And then it's like, well, now I don't know. And then you just take a card that you will probably play or whatever.
Yeah, but you gotta...
Like Evan losing like Blood Chief's Thirst, Damnation, Downfall. I mean, Downfall's not the biggest deal, especially when there's still a Murderous Rider out there, but...
Daniel taking Downfall over Murderous Rider is pretty wild. Lotus Cobra is sick for Charles. That is a really nice one. Knight's Whisper is not a powerful card. Like, I routinely cut that from my decks in table draft. And I, like, taking it 15th when there are many, many really good mono-black cards or black-green cards still on the table. I think it's just indefensible.
Charles finally taking Triome.
Is that the first Triome that's gone?
Yeah, I think so. I
Holy
think people
shit.
forgot. I was like, yo, do people remember that these exist? Compulsive Research, okay. So Evan definitely can't be blue, because like Compulsive Research, is Looter still on the table? Yeah,
Looter is. But I mean, Evan, yeah, I don't think
he's gonna go mono black, which on like at this point, but the Marin pick is weird because it's like
really strange.
I think you need Lily of the Veil, and you need Kalidas, and you need what else do you? I mean, like, because you get stuff like Revoker and Geralf's Messenger for free. Like, yeah. I'm wondering if Val is going to take Fires. He's not really red at all, but the Ancestral Vision makes me... Okay, Rexage from Ketsi, very good. It feels a little bit late. Resto...
Rexage is really important for that deck, although it's another 3-drop.
Yes, that is one that I think should be going higher. I love that card.
Yeah, Skyclave is great. Garruk Relentless. Powerful, although a little bit rough in a pod strategy. Also interesting to note, neither Ketsi nor Charles has taken pod still. I'm really surprised Charles hasn't taken it from her, honestly.
I mean, because I don't think Charles sees that she would be doing pod. I was saying this to Evan, because you remember when I was talking with you of like, what I want to do is I want to do like a green-white with a tiny bit of black, maybe, splash, and then like pick pod late, because if you pick pod, I was talking about this with Evan, where if you pick pod, instantly, everyone at the tables pick orders for cards like Rexage, kitchen finks just skyrocket, like 10 spots up. Like, okay, the Pods player is going to want this. I need to take it. Okay,
Yeah,
so Evan's
you're not
taking green. Evan's
wrong.
taking a green-black land, which is, if you really do want to be green-black, then I agree that you need to get all of the fixing that you can get.
Mm-hmm.
As well, I think Evan, even if he is doing green-black, should take, what's it called? Nykthos. And also, a card to think about is, what's the 2-drop green-black hybrid? I am completely
Fiend
blanking
Artisan.
on the name. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Fiend Artisan would be really good for Evan.
3
Plausibly playable for
triumphs
Ketsu too.
from Charles. I love it. I really do love it.
His deck would be so good with Golos. I'm really upset. That was a smart pick from Val, though.
I mean, Golos is colorless, and you cannot get it off of... Ooh, okay, Kalidas, which is a card that I think Daniel would kind of want, because that is more of the blue-black, like, it gains you life, it's a big body,
Yeah.
and it has, like, really high upside when you have removal spells.
Yeah.
I am actually really, really high on Kalidas, and I think 18th pick is pretty low for it.
I mean, you have to factor in how badly Black has done in Rotos to, I think, talk about what pick it should go.
That is that thing of Val did 4-1 with it that one time.
That's true.
And it's like,
That's true.
And that was with Kalidas, Damnation cards. Like I said to Evan, why I really like Lily Death's Majesty. He should take both of the other Lilianas, by the way. Why Lily Death's Majesty is so good is it's a 5-drop planeswalker that protects itself, fuels graveyard interaction, and if it's like late in the game and you already have something you really want in your graveyard, it just like gets it back.
Yeah, no, I think Death Majesty is very strong, but Val loves besting the Sea God.
That's a good card. Honestly, like the really expensive blue spell slots, like I hate, what is it? Okay, thank God. Whew. All right, Lily of the Veil. There we go, baby. I'm happy.
Well, scoreboard, I guess.
What was I gonna say?
You hate Kiora Best the Sea God.
Nexus of Fate, like I hate that card. I really feel like the expensive blue spells, like Agent of Treachery is still on the table, I believe, which is surprising.
Agent of Treachery is really strong, yeah.
Yeah, like Kiora Best, I would take Agent of Treachery before Kiora Best the Sea God.
I agree. Especially if you can get a clone or two.
Ooh, Coercive Portal is an interesting pick. It's not bad.
I love that for Rob's deck, actually. I think one of the ways Red-White struggles is card advantage, and things like Coercive Portal and the red draw every turn cards, the exile a card from the top of your library cards are really good.
I mean, like Chandra Torture Defiance, and then some of the other ones. I know
Outpost Siege, that sort of thing.
Have any of the spell lands been taken? Because those are really good, and I don't think a single one, like the Shatter Skull Smashing.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. That's
the black one for Evan's deck is so good.
Yeah,
that card
and
is
Rob
incredible.
should easily have taken Shatter Skull Smashing ages ago.
Wickerburl Elder is a bootleg Rex Sage that I think is so bad that you don't want it.
I think it's a little bit better than you're giving it credit for, but not in an almost mono black deck.
It's like you have to have you have to have 5 mana and 2 green pips to destroy something. Isn't that what it is? Or whatever? Okay, finally James takes Batterskull. I was worried about that. Because we have some people here, like Val, who like to just take Batterskull.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Rekindling Phoenix, very good with Pod.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little risky, but okay, Uro from Val. Uro in a deck that doesn't really have the cantrips or fetches.
Yeah, I don't like Uro.
Really strange.
Yes, Charles is going to take that from Val at some point, but I don't think it's even good in this in Val's deck. Really.
Also, Charles fully signaling taking Niv Mizzet Reborn, not wanting it to be stolen or fleet drafted or anything like that. I think
Charles might just be giving up on his plan of potting into Niv Mizzet.
I think that's smart. Like, I think that's a little too cute.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
I think what Charles should start doing is taking like the good green-white cards, like Voice. Like, take Voice.
At some point, Charles needs to take gold cards to make Niv Mizzet good. And green-white is very open. Although that sort of means he could save them for later. I think he should be taking blue-black cards, green-black cards, blue-white, blue-green. Like, I think he should be fighting other people. Yeah, see, there's a hostage taker.
So
and, like,
really quick.
Go ahead.
Daniel's twin deck looks pretty good. There's only a few takes that I'm kind of like Inferno Titan's a little bit strange, but other than that, like, this is kind of the twin deck you want, and it's really nice. But yeah, and also red blue, like, those gold cards aren't really being fought over. So
holy shit, Daniel going into red out of nowhere.
Wow. Okay, well, now I'm glad Evan is actually in green, because Charles, I think.
Yeah, but Evan could have taken Blood Crypt and Kolaghan's Command a million years ago and been fine.
Yeah, that's true. But, like, at this point, it's like, wow, this is so interesting. So Charles needs, like, to take a green-red card from Ketsi when it's going this direction, and then on the way back take, like, Duretti, probably.
I want to point out, Charles has a million pieces of fixing, took Niv Mizzet Reborn, and Daniel took 2 monocolor cards and left Hostage Taker on the field, which I think is absolutely insane.
Yeah. I would also kind of like to see, depending on how much ramp Charles has, I would like to see, like, Urza or something. Just something to do with your mana that also lets you just, like, take advantage of it.
Did Evan just take Duress over Inquisition of Kozilek?
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, I can understand that, because it's like, they're both good, and Duress is, especially with, like, I don't know. Usually there is a non-creature card to take in hands, but I think IOK is just so powerful.
It's so good. And you can get Duress later. I can't stand by that.
Is there Despise in this?
Yes, there's also Despise.
I think Despise also is good.
Yeah.
But wait, unless IOK was taken? No, it wasn't. Especially because Evan missed out on Blood Chief's Thirst.
Yeah. He needs cheap ways of dealing with early stuff, especially early pressure. And Inquisition is perfect for that.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. This card, like, this is a late Brood Moth.
Yeah, it's a really late Brood Moth.
But then again, like, mono white just doesn't get.
No one's in white. Like, look at Val's deck. What white cards has he taken? Literally just Fractured Identity to Fairy.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, Val is not white. He is blue, green,
and then
splash
Charles took Rev.
Right. So, like, no one's fighting James. He was just sitting pretty, which, that's one of the benefits of being mono white, is people... I guess Rob is white. Rob is genuinely white. But he's white in a totally different way than James is.
I think Ketsi might be abandoning the pod. Like,
all of these cards are cards that she... maybe not Bloodbraid. Bloodbraid's pretty... Although, Bloodbraid's good because it produces pod fodder. You don't want to pod into it, but you do want to pod out of it.
Yeah. Okay, so Evans, he can't stay away from the sauce. Because I said to him, Mimic Vat is a little cute. I don't know about it. Okay, so Duretti on the way back.
Yeah, you called it.
Duretti is huge. Duretti is exactly what you want to be doing in this type of deck.
It buys you so much time. It's so good against James, who I think is, like... All of the control decks need to be sure they have a plan against James, because his deck will roll over them if it gets a chance.
Yeah, so I think Evan really wants cards that I think some people probably won't take, like a Knight of the Ebon Legion. You want like cheap early black
Knight
spells.
of the Ebon Legion, excuse me.
Sorry, oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of looking around to see what's happening. Seeing if there's anything I really
Daniel
missed.
finally takes Deceiver Hexarch.
That's fair. I mean, you have to take it sometime, and it's like you don't want to have it stolen.
Yeah, we're in the back
finally
half of the
Murderous
draft.
Rider goes. Jesus.
It is unreal how long that took.
Yeah, so I was gonna say there's a lot of people here who don't roto a ton. Like they do roto, but it's not like every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Ever-flowing chalice. Okay, Dark Commandant I
Although
like.
Daniel has rotoed really consistently, and I would expect him to know about Murderous Rider.
Yeah. E-Witness, Mon Men from Val with like how many non-creature spells? 2? 3?
Val is... I feel like Val gets into these situations where he really wants to play forests and islands in his deck. And he just wants to play good value cards. But
Let me just say, basic forest, basic island, one of the top 5 cards of all time.
But he really struggles to put them together into a coherent and like resilient plan. He can sort of have he can definitely assemble a really good plan A, right? Like his deck is absolutely capable of going like, turn 3 Oko into turn 5 to Fairy or whatever and running away with the game. But
Yeah.
where does it go from there?
I like this Luris from James, because also in mono black, I like Luris as well, but it's better in mono white aggro because you can rebuy. You have more targets to rebuy typically.
Yeah, I lost hard to Aluris in table
Luris
draft
is very
recently
good.
in mono white.
I've been very impressed with it in mono white, even not doing the companion, just like playing it straight up.
I think it's usually a mistake to companion it, but
I agree.
I think it's very strong on its own. Target Intimidator, really good one.
Journey to
Cowards,
Nowhere.
Kidwalk Warriors.
Because Path is gone, Winds is gone. Ooh, I love Dismember.
Yeah, I'm
That is
surprised
very-
any of these decks could take it.
I was gonna say Dismember is a colorless card.
Yeah, it is in the colorless section of the cube.
Yeah, I think Evan. So we're
Daniel
getting to the
really
point where
getting
there's
his pick of
15 picks left, and you kind of want to be thinking like Ketsi. So this is what I was gonna say. That is absolutely mind blowing to me. But Ketsi can do this because Rob has positioned himself with like Karn Liberated and stuff as being later game. Ketsi gets like 30th pick Goblin Guide.
Yeah.
31st pick. What's the
Jinx
Stromkirk
Joker.
Noble?
Yeah.
You just get all the ridiculously really good cards late, and it's like with Evan, you have to be thinking like, what are the cards I can get for free and don't need to be prioritizing, and what do I need to prioritize? Because it's like you want Phyrexian Revoker, you want, especially if you have Mimic Vet, you
Revoker's
want
already
like
gone.
what's that?
James has Revoker.
Or sorry, not Phyrexian Revoker. What's it called? Phyrexian Obliterator.
Oh yeah.
Phyrexian Obliterator, like Geralf's Messenger, a lot of cards you can get for free. Like you're just like, what do I want or whatever. And if Evan is green for Wickerburrow Elder and only Marin, like I guess that's fine with like 2 green black lands. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm really skeptical of the splash in Evan's deck.
Obnix Reignited, a good black planeswalker.
Just
It is
good,
better in
solid
Daniel.
5-drop.
What's up?
Just a good solid 5-drop.
It is. And this is kind of the thing where Evan's deck does want Lily more, and Daniel's deck wants Obnix more.
Yeah. Yeah, that is for sure.
I'd like to see. I'm trying to think of what I'd like to see Evan take.
One thing to note about Ketsi's deck is we're going to see her sort of make a decision between whether she wants to go for win percentage or style points. I think, just the straight...
Shrine from Rob.
I like Shrine.
sick.
I mean, I don't think
I like
Ketsi
it.
wanted it
Feeling
really, but...
Yeah. like stealing it from Ketsi feels like, because Ketsi's deck is the one that should really want it. So Ketsi and I have, because I saw she played red green in table draft this past week, and she took out one of my top 10 most powerful cards in the cube. Really quick, like this pick from Evan, which is Searing Blaze. I think Searing Blaze is incredibly powerful, and if you are really red, you should want it or whatever, because it's just like, it is so aggressive. And Shrine of Burning Rage like is up there, like it's so powerful if you are red. And like in Rob's deck, it's a win con. Like you can just play it on turn 2 and you can use it as a removal spell if you really need it to. But also it's just like, it just sits there as you like grind out advantage and keeps ticking up.
Yeah, I like the Control Shrine a lot.
It's really cool, the Control Shrine. I wonder if Rob's going to take the other shrine as well, which I wouldn't hate.
Yeah, it's possible. One thing I was going to say about Ketsi is, like, she's positioned to do a really good, really straightforward mono red or red with a light splash of green aggro deck. But I think she will be taking the pod and going stylish with it, because one thing about Ketsi is she never wants to draft the same deck twice, and she never wants to draft a thing that feels obvious.
Because...
And she does lose win percentage off of it. Like, she's a very good player, so her win percentage is still quite high, but...
I respect the flex. Sometimes you just have to flex. Because I'm like, she took, Thundermaw, and I'm like, man, Koth is still there. There's so many cards that are just, like, better that you could have. Also, insane that Young Pyromancer is still here. But, let's see.
Young Pyromancer seems really great in Daniel's deck.
So turn Timber Symbiosis. I guess none of the green decks really want it as much because it's
Val
7
should be
mana.
Playing that. It's like
it's just free.
Yeah, it's just free. It's so good.
Evan
and Rob should have been. Oh, Rob did take Shatter Skull Smashing finally. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a really good one. I think Shatter Skull of the cycle is probably the best.
Oh, for sure.
But honestly, the black one in Evan's deck, like what I was saying, where it's like you want to have like some 1-drops available and then like 2-drops, 3-drops, 4-drops or whatever. Because like in limited, I have just gotten up to like 7 mana, and then you draw this land, and then it's like I'm gonna get 3 to 4 creatures back, and like that's really powerful. I like the Rotting Regisaur. So how many reanimation ways does he have? He has Blood for Bones. He has the Lily. And Null Priest. I think you probably want a couple more.
I mean,
like 1 or 2.
More targets. He only has Grizzlebrand and Hornet Queen right now. I mean, you can pick them up. There are plenty. But... And
Grave Titan. I mean, but there's also just like... There's like random stuff where it's like Ravi Choops, like with Lily, like
it's
getting
good,
it.
But like it's not the sort of thing that you build a deck on, you know?
Yeah.
I don't like Wretched Confluence there. I think that card is fine, but like, you know, Evan has a lot of cards that are just quality cards. He needs to be thinking about what his 23 is going to be, and like Wretched Confluence is the sort of card that's like, maybe, like, if it is better than another card that is already in his deck, he has 27 cards, right? Very few of them are lands. So, like, this should be about a deck right now with maybe some sideboard cards that are good enough to pick early. And everything else he should be picking is sideboard cards, lands.
Yeah, which is kind of why I like the other sword or whatever, where it's like with James, I like picking the white Horizon lands really early.
Yeah, you're right. I should not have criticized that.
Yeah, and also not taking Mutavault. Like, Ketsi took Mutavault, which was kind of surprising to me. It's just because it's like, no one fights you over cards later or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it's like, honestly, I like picking up both of the swords because it just makes your sideboard, which is typically full of just like, okay, well, this card is good, but I'm not playing it because there's a better card. Like, you just don't main deck the swords, and then all of a sudden, like, if you're playing Daniel, then you have Sword and Fire of Ice, and it's like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Like,
That makes
and
sense.
suddenly, with like Stoneforge Mystic, it's one of your best cards. I mean, they're still a Brave, but like, you know.
Rob just taking more fixing to play this one-off Kolaghan's command.
Yeah, I might even just not play red. I get that K command is really good, but it's like, how much are these
There
cards
is a
gonna...
consistency cost for sure.
Yeah, it's like, how much? Because especially in Roto for me, the last time I drafted mono white, it was a measure in testing my resolve of how is this card still here, which is K command is a card that regularly does that for me, where it's just like, I did it 37th pick that one time where I was just like, I'm just gonna take it. Who cares? I'll play it. Why not? I'll play 5 colors because it's just like, ooh, this Kefnet is really nice
like
from Daniel.
Kefnet.
That's a card that the other Daniel kind of wants. Ugh, Fauna Shaman.
Although a lot of Daniel M's spells are pretty reactive, which makes Kefnet a little bit worse, if you're revealing Dissolve or Censor. But, if you're revealing Boon of the Wishgiver or whatever, it's pretty good.
Yeah. It's also
it's a 4/5 flyer that's super resilient, so how much can you really complain?
So I don't like the Fauna Shaman.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I think the what's it called? What's the Fiend Artisan's still on the table, which I really like.
Yeah, I mean, I get that it's a cute way to discard something and search up a better card that you want in your hand or whatever, but you need so much, you want to get it down early, which means you need to put a lot of green lands in your deck, and you don't want to do that, and it's not that powerful on its own. I don't like it.
Can I just say, Renin 6 in Charles's deck is going to be real good.
Oh god, it's going to be
With
disgusting.
a million cycling lands and fetches.
Although I will say, still, Charles does need ways to, overpower the opponent. His deck is very low on gas right now. I mean, I trust Charles. He's, a cube drafter from before, I knew what cube was. So I'm sure he has a plan. But
Okay. So Evan sent me an image. This is some insider information. I'm not replying, obviously. Of his picks that he's thinking left, of which there is Liliana 6 mana, Hedron Archive. If you're going to go bigger, like taking Lily 6 mana or whatever,
did Evan take Hedron Archive over the black mana doubler? Yeah, I think he did.
Oh yeah. Look, whatever. That's besides the point. Evan has, with Fauna Shaman, he has on his board Crypt Breaker, and I'm like, yeah, that's a way to discard creature spells. Why not just take that?
Yeah, Crypt Breaker I've been pretty impressed with.
Yeah, Lily 6,
and it's a
Dread
1-drop,
Return.
so you can take the Crypt of Agadim or whatever.
Yeah. Lily 6, Dread Return, Shieldred, Whip, Gary. Interestingly written here, Immortal Sun. He has 2 Planeswalkers, but Immortal Sun is certainly a card.
It's pretty powerful.
Also, Fiend Artisan from Charles. How many good targets does he have?
I don't know. I mean, it is a way to cheat on Niv Mizzet's mana, I guess, but he has so few creatures overall.
Yeah, that's not my favorite. Angel of Sanctions from Rob. Very nice.
Angel of Sanctions, very good.
So if you look at Rob and Val, they each have a Wrath, and Daniel has a Wrath as well. So there's a lot of stuff.
Has James taken Selfless Spirit yet?
No.
That's going to be an important one with 3 Wraths already gone, lots of control decks. Evan should also really, really be looking for Black Sun Zenith.
Yeah, that too. I'm looking at the white cards that are left, and
from Daniel.
Giver of Runes, Mana Tithe is whatever you. But that's
James
a card
loves Mana Tithe. James is an old school cube drafter who really respects that card.
Vanguard's still on the table. Selfless Spirit. What else is out there? Benelish Marshall, Brimaz, History of Benalia. Lots of really, really good cards.
Yeah, James has some work left to do for sure.
He did take Honor of the Pure, which I do love.
Yeah, Honor of the Pure is great. His pick order is very different from mine from what mine would be in his seat. But white is open enough that it may not matter if he gets all the cards in the end.
Very interesting, Immortal Sun. I do love that card, and I respect the sauce.
I worry about Evan here. I
am too.
I think he's
here's the thing. You want to know something funny? Other than, I mean, I guess it's not just like straight up, but like Ketsi, like you were saying, if Ketsi takes like the aggressive red cards, I think she just like runs the table, depending on the matchups she gets or whatever. Because it's just everyone doing these like cute kind of do nothing decks.
Yeah,
like these like dirtily do whatever. So she took Voltaic Brawler, which is very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
see,
I could see Pod as a sideboard strategy for her, but I honestly don't think her deck needs it.
Black Sun's
Val takes
really
Vivid
good.
Grove super late. I would have expected Charles to take that ages ago.
Or Evan.
Yeah.
Like anybody who, yeah.
Glad Evan got the Black Sun. I think that's going to be really important. And that's a way to deal with the Wrath protection that James theoretically has access to.
Okay.
Although it doesn't really get around the Broodmoth.
I was wondering when Charles was going to take one of the best lands for his deck.
I mean, how many double C spells does he have? I guess it doesn't really matter if he has a bunch of dual lands anyway.
Ooh, Nickolboros God Pharaoh.
Oh, I love that card so much.
Well, if
Just
you
one of
are
my
doing a
personal
very
favorites.
light red splash for like those two cards,
Yeah,
I guess
Nicol
that makes,
Bolas.
oh, and Dreadbore. Sorry, Dreadbore too.
Nicol Bolas makes me like Daniel's Red Splash more, although I'm still not convinced about it.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. So
Nicol
we're
Bolas
getting
also
down.
could have been a. I guess Charles really wants 2 color cards in particular.
Also, this has been a very fast roto. It's only been an hour.
Yeah,
And we're almost done.
you know, you said most people haven't rotoed very regularly, but I don't know if that's true. Like, Ketsi, Val, Daniel S., and Evan are all, like, solid regulars. Rob is fairly regular these days. Charles, not super regular, but, like,
Ooh.
as I said, extremely experienced Magic player.
Yeah.
So it's really James and Daniel who don't do it that much. And James also has played Magic forever, just not as much Roto specifically.
Who stole the Force? Who has... Because Force of Negation was picked up, but I think...
You mean Pact of Negation? Val has Pact of Negation.
Yeah, okay, Val has it. That's right. Palladium
Yeah,
Mirror.
Pact of
Okay, so
Negation would have
Evan
been
is trying
really
to be
good for
like
Daniel's deck.
rampy.
Force
This
of
is
Negation, not great for Daniel because he specifically wants to protect his own combo rather than stopping what other people are doing. Although, it does give him a little bit more flexibility to Pestermite down their lands at end of turn and keep them off of answers that way.
Yeah, I still think it's good. It's like Negate's gone.
I think Daniel got Negate ages ago.
Spell Pierce is also probably gone, I'm assuming.
Let me bring up the remaining cards to have in another window.
Yeah, Spell Pierce is gone. Trying to think of what cards...
Yeah, Negate's also gone. No one's
I could see
taking
Daniel...
Cloudscape, which I think is just disrespectful.
That, and also, like, for... I think Daniel... Either of the Daniels... could... Brawl is pretty nice. Like, especially if you have a lot of the, like, Censor... Mana Leak, like those type of cards, because then you get to hold it up for 1. Wow, Ketsi taking Porcelain, so I feel like she might be going more aggro. She's running out of picks, because she needs to grab like Koth and the 1-drops, basically. And I also, like, the way her deck has been built, she doesn't have a ton of lands, so she could take like Primeval Titan and potentially like have like a later game more controlling deck package as well as having aggro
As something to side into. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, especially because she has Wolf Run. Like, Prime Time...
Lawkeeper, there's the Knowledge Marshal from James. He still hasn't taken fucking Adonto.
Or Selfless. Yeah.
Student of Warfare is also still there.
I like that one.
A lot of the 1-drop, a lot of the good white 1-drops are there. Like, Lawkeeper, I appreciate the role it plays. I don't think it's better than like, just like an Isamaru or something, or a Student of Warfare.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things, there's also like Macias is still there, Brimaz is still there. One of the things I think is really powerful about Gideon Blackblade is still on the table.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, a lot of the powerful cards.
Well, one of the things I think is really powerful about Mono White is the ability to go wide and have anthems, and I think a lot of the decks that, a lot of the Mono White decks that end up doing surprisingly poorly for how open White is, like Ketsy's deck from a few rotos ago, are the ones that don't respect the power of anthems and tokens.
Wow, the 4-mana Elspeth's still there. Rob has the 6-mana one, but not the 4-mana one. That's a card that I think he would really want.
It's just...
The 4-mana Elspeth is just good in mid-range, control, or aggro.
Yeah, it's just a great card. I think people sometimes don't respect how good the flying ability, the +3/+3 and flying ability is at killing other planeswalkers.
Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. One thing to note, Daniel got Electrolyze sniped by Charles.
Yeah.
Balaged Recovery, I do like. I really want Evan to take the black land.
Yeah, he's not going to, but I want him to as well.
What it's called. Well, because it is a new one.
There's
so it's like
4-mana Elspeth from Rob.
Thank God. Because that is one card that I was like, that feels egregious. So
Daniel takes Inquisition finally. Christ, that should have gone 30 picks ago.
And Thief of Sanity.
Yeah.
Yet another card that's been chilling.
Thief of Sanity, also one that I really kind of would have expected Charles to just snap up.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure Charles's plan. I'm trying to see.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Charles has Nahiri, and it's like, are you going to take, like, what's your win con? Are you taking like Emrakul?
So I think we definitely need to interview Charles.
Yeah, I think interviewing Charles is good. I would like to interview Val, depending on. I think Charles and Val definitely. And then, okay, Whip of Erebos from Evan.
Sure.
I don't think we need to interview Twin or Mono White.
Yeah, I don't think we need to interview Evan. I feel like it would just be roasting him. So maybe Rob?
I think Evan actually had Master of the Wild Hunt. Oh, that's the 4-mana one. I was confused. I got confused. So Charles,
Ketsy really does need to take those one drops
Spirit.
At some point. Finally, Selfless Spirit from James. Please take it.
Yeah, I don't think
Vanguard.
Ketsy is aggro.
Buddy, please take it onto a Vanguard.
I'm actually kind of interested in Daniel's, like, decision to go red and kind of.
Yeah, we can do Daniel.
Process.
So that's Charles, Val, Daniel, Rob, in maybe that order.
Yeah.
Stance. I don't know about that, James. There's the Agent of Treachery.
Heck yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna be interested to see. God, I wonder if Ketsy's still taking
teams.
Oh yeah, if you wanna.
All right, we have Rob, Evan, Daniel, and Charles against Rob, Evan, Daniel, M, and Charles against Daniel S, James, Val, and Ketsy. I really want to catch the Charles versus Ketsy match. I think that would be. Well,
yeah, I was gonna say.
I think Ketsy's probably gonna roll him. Now that I think about it, but.
Yeah, maybe.
His deck just doesn't really do anything.
But Ketsy's not super fast. Like she's like mid-rangey, and
yeah,
so Charles.
That's true.
If Charles goes like Ren and 6 Duretti, like Ketsy just kind of like, okay, well here's like a 4-power creature, and then like Duretti just kills it. Like Oath of Nissa, good pickup, I would say. That's a card I actually don't like very much, except if you are doing stuff like this.
Yeah, Charles has one Planeswalker, which makes it a little bit... 2 Planeswalkers, sorry.
Yeah.
But makes it a little bit less powerful. Like, still, finding a land is pretty decent, but I think Charles has plenty of fixing and should really be focusing on power right now, and he's not, and I don't know what he is planning on doing.
Yeah. So Evan, in these last few picks, has grabbed 3 reanimation things. So I think he needs to pick up like Gray Merchant, and then the mono black cards.
Yeah, Grey Merchant
Like the
is
2.
so good with reanimation too.
Yeah, it is. It is surprisingly good. Ooh, Gray
Phyrexian
Merchant-
Arena,
okay.
I think, is a card he also doesn't have yet.
So Kitesail Freebooter is a card that I really, really like. I like it more than Brain Maggot. Ooh,
I don't
Emrakul.
agree with that, but
That's crazy.
that how what
Thragtusk. Okay.
does he
Liliana
have through the
Dreadhorde
breach?
General.
No, he doesn't.
I
Have...
mean, no one else is picking it.
yeah,
Like, he
that's
could.
true.
You could pick Luca. I don't know. Luca isn't really. He has like Ugin though. Like, why not just play Ugin? Like picking up a 2-card combo that doesn't. It's not like Luca where Luca finds Emrakul or whatever.
He could still take Luca.
Luca's plus in your deck like doesn't seem very good. It's just a lot of non-creatures.
I mean, the thing is, Luca upgrading a card is often very good, even if you aren't necessarily upgrading to Emrakul. I would respect Luca in Rob's deck if that's the way he goes. I really
There it is, baby.
Mana Tithe, but still no Adonto.
Here's the real question: who takes Jinx Choker?
Cinderglade from Ketsy. All right, fair enough.
Crystal Shard.
Ketsy has like 3 picks left, and
Can I just say
3
sorry.
2-power 1-mana creatures? I guess counting strong.
Actually, from Evan, this Solemn is actually sick. If you want to play green.
Yeah, that's true.
Can I just say, if this draft ends and no one has drafted fucking Goblin Guide or Stromkirk Noble or Searing Blaze I can understand. I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, through the breach. I'm going to scream.
Oh, fucking go die, Magic Online.
Pyroclasm from Daniel. If you want to be more red, that is a nice like early.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of. You have to be able to get red really consistently for that.
That's
to work,
why.
though.
Okay, I was wondering if Charles was going to take this. He takes
Yeah,
Siege
Siege Rhino I
which
like a
really
lot.
God, such a late Royal Scion.
Also, a card Charles could have done well with. I mean, he doesn't have the creatures to make it great, but it's still very good. Crypt Breaker, finally.
Okay, so this is really interesting from Evan because it's like you have 2 picks left.
You,
so
Val.
Gray Merchant is probably one of them.
It better be.
And then
Burning
it's like,
Tree Emissary. Over. So, what I would have taken as Ketsy's last 3 picks are Goblin Guide, Stromkirk Noble, Jinx Choker. And everything she doesn't take out of that will make me angry.
Well, she's probably going to take Pod. If she's...
Yeah.
Okay, finally Silent Clearing goes. I was like, I know there's still one of these fucking lands out here. I just couldn't remember. I think Waterlogged Grove
And if
is the
James
other
doesn't
one.
take a Danto Vanguard, I'm going to lose my mind.
I mean, like you said, James hasn't played in the cube.
Yeah, he
as
understands
much.
Luminarch, whatever. Oh my god. Yeah, he's not going to do it, is he? There's the pod. There's the skipper.
All right.
I just don't...
Style. Are we interviewing
Yeah,
Kathy?
there's style points here, but you could also... You could still play pod in a more aggressive deck, and it would still be good. I really don't like passing up all these 1-drops.
Yeah. So, I think Evan really wants Grey Merchant, and don't really know what exactly the last pick would be. I would like
if
a
he's
lower...
really doubling down on this reanimation stuff, I'd like to see another reanimation target. Like, I know he got Shieldred, but I think Shieldred's okay for, like, the value reanimation stuff, but I think she's much, much worse as a target in general than, like, Apex Altasaur or whatever.
Yeah, especially if you're green. I think Apex is probably pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ketsy's 1-drop slot in the draft she sent me, and it has no aggressive cards. It has Hex Drinker and then a bunch of elves.
Can I get an F in the chat?
Insane.
It makes me so angry. And someone... See, this is what happens when I don't play for a month. People just sleep on red.
Yeah.
And they just Like, James very easily could have been like, all right, I'll also be red-white, but take these specific cards. Ooh, I am so excited
that
for Queen
rules.
Marquesa. I'm so stoked.
I think it was correct for James not to take the bait and go into red. I think that Wildfire... Oh, he did take through the breach. Okay. I think the... super aggro red, Liz. I think it was correct... Oh, and we're talking about James. I think it was correct for James to to not take the bait, not go red, and stay the course. I don't think he built his deck properly, but it's possible that white is open enough to get there anyway.
Also, I really like the Spellskite pickup from Daniel when there is a twin.
Yeah.
I'm
kind of surprised that Daniel M didn't take it. Spellskite is also really good defense for the twin deck, both in terms of
I was gonna say
blocking and in terms of redirecting.
I've seen in Modern a lot of Spellskite mirrors where it's just nobody can do anything other than attack in the air. This through the breach Emrakul when Charles took Nahiri, I think feels bad. Because, like, Nahiri is a pretty good planeswalker. Like, not amazing, but, like, pretty good on her own. But if you're, like, a red-white control deck and that's your win con, like, I mean, you have Elspeth Sun's Champion and Ugin. You do not need Emrakul through the breach to win you the game. Like,
how hard is it for Rob to just not play anything above 3, though?
I mean, he has stuff that he wants to, like Belborka, Angel of Sanctions. It's possible.
It's totally possible.
Zealous.
Yeah. I don't think those are an unreasonable 3 cards to give up in order to have the reward of Luca Emrakul. Especially with Through the Breach as a backup plan.
And especially if you have Wildfire, it feels like being less creature-focused is probably pretty good.
Although Belborka does survive Wildfire. The other 2 do not. But Wildfire is kind of a nombo with Angel of Sanctions in particular, huh?
Yeah, it's not good. That's why it's like, it's kind of weird. Wonder what this last pick's
Maelstrom Pulse.
I like it.
Yeah, I again wanted to see cards that end the game from Charles, but Mu Yanling, I like Mu Yanling a lot. I think Daniel's deck is really looking nice. We haven't talked about it much because it's sort of kind of by the books twin, but I'm. It's gonna be hard to play because twin is always hard to play, but I think the deck list is a really strong starting point.
There's some weird picks like Nexus of Fate. Like, I just don't think you're ever playing that card. Like,
Nexus of Fate? Still
it's like
cube?
Nexus of Fate. Also, like Devil's Play from Daniel is a little bit weird.
Yeah,
but like, I don't know. At a certain point, you're just like picking up.
Okay. Vraska from Evan. I like Vraska a lot.
Yeah, I don't hate it. So notably from Evan, yeah, he's got like the kind of value reanimation targets. I'll be interested to see how Evan does, especially in this field. We'll see how it turns out. Thieving Skydiver went really late. That's a card I really like. Also, has anyone taken Phyrexian, the one that copies? The
Metamorph?
one that copies?
No.
Wow. Lol. Also, Val, Approach to the Second Sun, just to style. I will say Val took a 30th pick Spell Pierce, which is insane to me. After taking Mon Men, Val did pick up...
Oh, and Dan didn't get the Spell Pierce either. That's brutal.
Yeah. So, will either of these players take Jinx Choker? I don't... I will bet 10 fun bucks, no. You want to take those odds?
No. Really? One of my things as like a cube designer is like I try really hard to make aggro good, and then the fact that people sort of think it is too simple. Duskwatch Recruiter. The fact that people think it's
if
too
you
simple or
gave me-
straightforward, and so like don't really bother learning how to draft it well, the same way they learn how to draft like control or combo decks well.
Yeah.
It's like genuinely distressing to me as a designer. And then they're like, the aggro's just not good in cube. It's like,
Yeah. Can I just say, if you put a gun to my head, life on the line, what is Ketsy's last pick? I am 100% dying. I would never say Duskwatch Recruiter in my life.
Liz, we were betting on whether James or Ketsy would take Jinx Choker. And
Okay, Shrine I do like. I can't fault this.
I'm going
also,
off of definite. I mean, yeah, Danto Vanguard would be better.
Cards.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah,
now,
39.
teams
39.
are in the chat. You can go to the export tab and copy paste into Notepad to send your deck to Liz and load it into Mitgo. Charles, could you please, as soon as you've loaded your deck into Mitgo, before you have the cards, could you please screenshot it, send the screenshot to us, and hop in Shoulda Called Table, or I guess another one for an interview?
Sure. I'm ready right now. Let
Great.
me send you the.
Perfect.
Hey Nat, I have a fun game to play with you while we wait.
Yeah.
Click on that remaining cards tab, and
Oh,
let's just
man.
give a quick scroll through. Nixthos Shrine to Nyx, still there. Okay.
Jiraga
that's-
Tree Speaker has been first picked multiple times, still there. Goblin Guide, still there.
Honestly, with Evan, I wouldn't have hated to see a Quicksilver amulet pick up.
Yep.
It's colorless. Karn, Scion of Urza,
Celestial
Wormcoil
Colonnade,
Engine,
one of the best
another great
creature
card for
lands.
Evan. Wormcoil for Evan would have
Yeah.
been sick nasty. Let's see. I'm looking at the lands. A lot of them were picked. There's like nothing. Botanical Sanctum, so the green-blue Horizon land.
Somehow still made it.
didn't
Even though it would have
go.
been incredible in Charles's deck. Like, I know he doesn't want the
like,
damage.
Even
but...
with Evan, like Golgari Rot Farm's still on the table. Yeah, I'm surprised by some of these things.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let me mark up the cube list real quick to.
White Black remains not drafted except for Charles, who needed a White Black card and took one of the better ones. I actually wouldn't have. I actually really like Sorin Grim Nemesis or whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, I like Sorin as well.
Where should I post my deck?
Just post it in your let's see. You have
I think
table, so post it in table decks. And we will.
All right.
I'll bring it up for a stream.
In table decks. All right. Yeah.
So how do you feel like the draft went?
Probably went fine. I don't know how my deck is, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I like this. See, this is the thing I was talking about with Nat. When you have so many lands, you get to play, like, you don't really have wasted picks. Like, you have 2 sideboard cards just because, like,
Sure, for sure.
yeah.
I wish I had more sideboard cards, though. I feel like there were so many cards I could have taken that I just wanted from because you have the entire pool as a option, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I was surprised about is like it felt like it took you a long time to prioritize cards that could actually like end the game as opposed to mana fixing or ramp.
Well, I think that winning the game is pretty trivial. Like, it doesn't matter what you kill them with. If you have the entire pool, then win conditions aren't what that's not what limits you, right? If you're trying to draft Niv Mizzet and you don't have your mana, it's really hard to play that deck with 3 islands, 3 swamps.
Yeah,
3
yeah, for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
I just took what I thought everyone would fight over, and then I was like, like, I wanted Kolagon's command, but that got sniped, so I was like, okay, Duretti's good enough. Like, sometimes it's better. I wanted Uro, but, no big deal. I just took something else, so I was not as concerned about the multicolored cards, the ways to kill people.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Getting Golos sniped though does seem like a pretty big dagger in a deck where he would be so good.
Yeah, he would have been solid for sure, but again, there's just so many off. Like, anything past, I want to say pick after Niv Mizzet. I was just the only card that I hope wasn't sniped was Niv Mizzet because
Yeah.
then I would have had a really bad Niv Mizzet deck. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was surprised. It feels like a lot of people's decks leaned controlling more so.
Yeah.
So it feels like
I
a lot of the
agree.
cards, it sucks, like, that you would have wanted potentially got sniped or whatever.
For sure. But then
Yeah.
that, I mean, for sure. But that means that I can kind of just configure my deck to beat those decks, which is really nice because my deck, like you said, if everyone's leaning control, then I can take certain cards. Like Nahiri generally is probably quite bad against the aggro decks, but against control, you can find your Niv Mizzet with her ultimate, or I guess
Yeah.
Dreddy's good against everyone. But
Yeah.
So you are positioned on the opposite side of the table from the two more aggressive decks of the draft. Are you a little worried about your matchup against them?
I think against the mono white go wide deck, I am quite worried against that matchup, which is why I started taking Siege Rhino and Thragtusk at the end, just
Yeah.
hoping that that can be a thing. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what the other aggro deck was.
Ketsy's, I
Oh, with
believe.
the red green. That one, I think will be a little bit slower. So I think I might have more game against that deck.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid of the mono white deck that could go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop very aggressively. And I was looking for sweepers, but they're like, if Toxic Deluge was in the cube, that would have been perfect. That would have my kingdom for Toxic Deluge. But
Yeah.
I'm definitely worried about. Like, I'm definitely a little bit more worried. Just crossing my fingers that I didn't have to play against those decks. My plan was honestly that hoping to play against like the decks that, well, Val's deck, because Valve needed the Bantlands and I was able to aggressively take them from him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
like,
fortunately, you
that's
are
how-
on the opposite side of the table from Val.
Yeah, any deck that's going to stumble and give me a lot of time. So I think
Yeah.
my matchup against Val should be decent. But like someone again, like I think the difference between James's deck and Ketsy's deck is James's mono white. So like him stumbling, he's going to stumble by drawing too many land or too few land. He's not going to stumble by drawing the wrong color land, which is really scary.
Yeah.
His deck is just so consistent, and also no one was fighting him at all. So
Yeah. That's the mono white privilege of you just kind of
for sure. But
Get-
like no one, I don't think was a single white card drafted, like just mono white besides from James's deck.
Yeah, Rob took like Elspeth Conquers Death, and Val took
Oh yeah,
like Monastery Mentor, Journey to Nowhere, random stuff. Like
So the cards that weren't even gonna go in James, but sure, for sure.
Yeah.
for sure.
it's like that aggressive white cards. They're just like free. You can pick them whenever. Basically, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, pretty.
I will be interested to see how many cards this Niv Mizzet picks up when it enters the battlefield.
I'm
I think
hoping
this is-
a lot.
Yeah, I think this is the first. Is this the first roto with Niv Mizzet in Nat?
Yes.
I thought
Alright.
it was in last one too, right? Because Ketsy mentioned.
No, I think you
That's-
asked me to put it in after last one,
Oh, okay.
or like when the time was up. So you successfully just asked for a card and then immediately drafted around it. So good job sequencing that.
Very good. Well, I was hoping for Oko. Like I told him that before the draft. I think Oko is the card you want to first pick in
Yeah.
this with Niv. Like Oko Fractured Identity is the dream, and then you go straight into lands. But I mean, Once Upon a Time is also very good, and is more flexible as a first pick than Fractured Identity is. So
Yeah, definitely. All right.
all right.
Yeah, feel free to go back to your team and could you ask... I guess we wanted to interview Val next, so I'll go ask the other team.
All right.
All right.
Valorous Stance, can you post... yes, you have posted a photo of your list. Can you come join us in another one?
Cool. Hello.
Greetings. How do you feel like your draft went?
Not great. Um, I was not expecting Oko or Factory Identity to be available, sitting next to Ketsi. So, but when I saw the direction she was going in, and also Oko's still on the table, I just grabbed that. And then when it came back to me and Fractured Identity was still on the table, um, just knowing the power level of both those cards, it's worth the um, taking 2 gold cards to start out with.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it was really rough fighting Charles for lands.
Yeah.
It like that was real rough, but I feel like I grabbed what power I wanted and then was able to grab, you know, B level fixing, um, B
Mm-hmm.
to be able to make things work. And then I also got back at him by taking Golos.
Yeah.
That was like mostly a hate draft, but also like I could probably actually play Golos. Like um, I have Collision Relic, I have Sylvan Caryatid. Like I can. There's a world where I could make the 5 color mana, but I'm not planning on playing Golos.
That's fair.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, it's funny because originally I was looking at it and I was like, this deck, I'm not sure, it feels like a little all over the place, but like
Yeah.
looking at it now, I'm like, it actually looks pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
there's some really powerful cards like that were left on the table super late, like Agent of Treachery or whatever. And obviously you have Oko Fractured Identities, which are 2 cards that are incredibly powerful. But just like that early Hex Drinker pick, like it can be an aggressive creature, but also like as a late game draw, like when you're top decking, it's just a Progenitus, like out of nowhere.
That was my goal. Is like, yeah, if I had, honestly, I didn't put as much time into preparation as I typically do. If I had, I probably would have like had a better plan for like the Crystal Shard and the bouncing. I still think like Crystal Shard and Agent of Treachery, like that could just win games. Agent of Treachery and Sublime Epiphany. Like if I had thought about some things better, I probably could have grabbed Fencer earlier or Baron, some other bounce effects,
Yeah.
some other clone effects. But I'm pretty happy with where things were. I know, in being in 3 colors, like I'm gonna miss a lot of power. But I think I got some really powerful stuff that um, just give me like huge advantages. That
One thing I'm a little surprised about is that you didn't prioritize 1 mana accelerants higher,
Yeah.
given that they cast Oko on turn 2, and that's just such
I-
a
yeah.
difficult to beat plan.
Yeah, I got into that late. Yeah, there was just a lot that kind of didn't come together. Yeah, not getting the mana elves, not getting the counter spells. Yeah, this was definitely like, this was not what I expected to do. I expected to have to pick a very open first pick and then kind of slot into what was open. Um, and so yeah, when I picked Oko, it was just power, and then when it comes back to me, Fractured, like white was pretty open, so I was like, okay, well, I can do Fractured Identity, like, and keep kind of still open. Like, even though they're gold cards, they're cards that are just worth splashing.
Yeah.
But I think some people's plans just kind of like messed with me. Like, yeah, I think mostly Charles like really just going ham in with lands.
Yeah.
Just kind of disrupted my ability to pick up what I wanted, and then who else was picking up elves?
Ketsi.
Ketsi, yeah. So and then yeah, like that's the problem with going through colors, is that you're just not going to get everything. But I think I have enough power in my top end that I can just seal the game from there.
Yeah, I actually really like your top end a lot. Like, there are a lot of cards that just like take over the game. Where it's like Fractured Identity and Agent of Treachery actually are very similar cards if you think about it or whatever.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I wanted cards that like, I just wanted to play single cards that like historically just win games. Like Cure the Best of Sea God, like I think it's undefeated. Like it is so hard to just like beat a resolved Kyorgis.
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I was going with a lot of my cards. There's not as much interaction because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't have as many counter spells. I don't have as good of removal. Like I missed out on Path. I missed out on a bunch. So had I had time to plan and put together like a better pick list, I probably could have done better. But this is also like a triad or whatever shard that I'm not as familiar with. So
You mean it's not Teamer?
it's not Teamer, right?
Yeah.
It's 2/3 of Teamer.
Did you ever consider going more of 2 colors and a splash rather than 3 colors, given that Charles was being so aggressive with land picks and
I did, but I also because of that I couldn't see which way to go. It was like
I get what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the thing of
typically you want to do that like with green as your base, another color, and then splashing a third, right? And that was just kind of hard to see like what the best configuration of that was going to be.
Yeah, especially when green was so contested. Like the mana dorks went really early again or whatever. So it's kind of hard to exactly know what you should be taking or whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
This draft was a little all over the place.
I feel like we say that every month.
other than like James, who was just like mono white straight up.
Yeah. I was sitting there just envying James, like, oh, you just get to pick whatever you want. Must be nice. So I think I salvaged. You know, I got some really powerful cards early on, and I think I think I did okay.
Yeah, you definitely have a lot of raw power here, and I hope it can see you through to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interested to see how this one
I'm
does.
really sad I missed Celestial Colonnade. That was just a pure mistake.
Yeah, we were looking over the remaining cards, and I was like, wow, I can't believe that's still there.
I just totally I think I got distracted by the whole Agent of Treachery bouncing. I was like, oh, let me get shard. And then it was like, oh wow, there's no more picks left. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That'll
happen.
Yeah, you got to keep your remaining picks in mind in Roto.
All right. Well, thank you, Val. Good luck in the battles.
Sounds good. See ya.
Rob, hello.
Hello.
How do you feel like the draft went?
I feel like I have an interesting deck that will be fun to play, and given how the team shook out, I don't love how it is positioned against the field, but it has ways to just randomly win games, and that's okay.
Yeah. So you were positioned against Ketsi and
James.
Wait, hold on.
Are you looking at the team?
I'm looking. Yeah. Yeah, I have something wrong here. So,
I feel like if I go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm just.
Like I said, I feel like if I can get through the early game against the aggressive decks, I'm pretty strong. But especially against the deck with all the equipment, the white deck with all the equipment, and Ketsi's deck, which reminds me very much of the one that wrecked me literally 3 days ago. But I mean, I have a lot of sweepers, and
yeah,
if we can just hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm trying to. I guess you don't really have artifact removal.
I have Shieldbreaker.
Oh, there we go.
Shieldbreaker's good.
Yeah, I like Shield.
You've cast out. Angel of Sanctions.
I'm not dead again. I have Shieldbreaker. I have Cast Out. I have Sanctions. I have Karn.
Yeah.
Would not be the craziest thing to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, your deck seems really powerful, and I generally love Big Boros as a strategy. I think it's underdrafted.
I like this a lot. I think this deck is really cool.
I mean, I'm excited about it. I feel like it's just kind of like, it kind of turned into an Arena Rector deck, which I'm sort of pleased with because I like that.
Arena Rector. This is absolutely the best deck for Arena Rector.
This is a sick Rector
with Wraths and removal and stuff like that.
I'm really, if at least one time today I can, rector into something good, and then if I can just randomly Emrakul somebody, I'll be happy with how the day went.
Yeah.
Are you? So I'm just looking at your full deck list here without any cuts made. Are you considering doing the like cutesy no creatures above a certain converted mana cost so you can consistently Luca into Emrakul, or are you just planning on playing those like 5-drops?
I'm just gonna play them because even if I'm also fine with Lucaing into Angel of Sanctions or Zealous Conscripts. Those both seem like reasonable plays.
Yeah.
It's possible that's not correct. It's possible we should just be all in on this, but I kind of feel like it's more like a random way I can also win games as opposed to mainly what the deck is trying to do.
Yeah, I personally sort of go back and forth on which sort of Luca build I tend to like, so I could see it either way.
And it's like, it's not what I was planning to do at all, but it was just late in the draft, and I was like, they're all still there, so I just took them.
Yeah.
I love throwing that plan in other decks. Talk us through the early part of your draft. It seemed like you had openings to go for a more aggressive red strategy, and then you ended up going control. What was your thinking there?
Well, I can tell you what my roughly in the order of things I wanted to do. The ideas I had in mind were, if I thought red aggressive was going to be uncontested, I was going to do that. If I didn't think if by some chance Oko was still there, I was going to go down like the I can't remember what that shard is, the blue, green, white shard.
Bant.
Yeah, like Bant. Try to do Bant good stuff. If Twin was still there, because I saw in the last Roto nobody took Twin.
Yeah.
If that was actually, I figured what I was likely to do. I figured it was likely I was going to be Twin, but then Twin went, and Ketsi signaled that she wanted to at least, have a piece of the red aggressive deck. And if she hadn't taken Robber of the Rich there in the third round, I probably would have tried to force aggro a little harder. But I tried to just pick early in a way where it could be aggressive or it could pivot and do the big red deck. And then with I decided I just didn't want to fight for it, and it looked like the big Boros deck was going to be completely open, and so I just went there.
Yeah. I like that as much as Goblin Guide and Stromkirk Noble still being on the table by the end.
It is heartbreaking.
It is very strange. I like your decision, because I was looking at that early on, specifically like with the Signet pick, because you had Sudden Demise, which is more controlling, but it still can be good in aggressive decks.
I've having played that a couple times now in the red aggro deck, I'm surprised at how good it is in that deck.
No, it's great. Yeah.
One of the things I've often harped on in Roto is that people should stop assuming that red aggressive cards can only go in one deck at the table, and that if one person is taking red aggro, that it's not open. That said, I do think that the Big Boros control deck is good enough that it is a reasonable place to go, even if red aggro is in theory open. So I can't fault you as much as I wish
as
that
much
people
as you clearly would like to.
Well,
yeah.
I hope people don't learn from you, but I think you made a good decision. How's that?
Well, honestly, the other thing is I drafted the red aggro deck last time, and
that's what I said. I was
different.
like, I feel like, especially in table draft, I faced you on red aggro a lot. I was like, man, Rob is just always playing red, and I was like, yeah.
No, sorry, go ahead.
It's like, and so with the aggro, Ketsi took Phoenix of Ash first, which is crazy pick. I mean, not bad, just like very unexpected. And then Robber, and then kind of just like did whatever. And then with you taking Rabblemaster, and I said this to Nat, I was like, you can play Rabblemaster in a mid-range deck, like a controlling red-white deck, because it'll just steal you games, and then you can just kind of figure it out from there.
Yeah, so I mean, that was kind of, when that came back around, Rabblemaster, the cards I love most in terms of like the big the sort of red aggro cards that can go in any of the red decks just because they're engines in and of themselves and they'll just randomly win games. You know, Rabble Master, War Boss. I not because it's but I love Hell Rider. It's one of my favorite cards in all of Magic. I think it's undervalued consistently in these drafts.
I agree.
Even by people who are playing red aggro or anything. Like, it just goes in anything. Even if you're not a heavy creature deck, like, you basically hit for 4 and it can win a game all by itself.
Yeah.
And so when Rabble Master and War Boss were still there, I figured I'm going to take one. And if Ketsi doesn't take the other one and it comes back to me, then that's my signal, and I'm just going to go hard in on that sort of build. And she did kind of what I expected, which was take War Boss, and then did what I didn't expect, which was take one of my Chandras.
Yeah.
All
on
right.
the way back around.
Rob, I'm going to say goodbye to you because the match has started. Sarah, let's hop into the Daniel versus Daniel grudge match.
Okay, interesting. Good luck, Rob.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. There was once a time where I had an account.
Would both of you please stream your screens? Remember, you have to stream the entire screen, not just the application window.
Okay, let me, so let me figure this out. Okay. How does this work if you have 2 monitors?
You choose which one to stream.
Okay. So share your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait, screen share. Oh, screens. Okay, there we go. Cool.
All right, Sarah, I'm starting with Daniel S.
Oh, man, I was hoping for the other one.
Oh, we can do the other one. Sure, whatever.
I think Twin is very interesting to watch. Has a lot of interesting decision lines.
Great, we'll start with Daniel M then.
Okay. Let me find my deck in here.
You two, good luck. Enjoy the Daniel versus Daniel grudge match.
Yeah, this is...
Okay. I'm still trying to get a team name from one of the teams. The team with Evan, Rob, Daniel S, and Charles is Team Wombo and/or Combo.
It's a good name. That's one of the better names.
Yeah.
IMO.
And the other team has yet to tell me something. And I will make up something embarrassing if they don't.
Wow, get owned.
What it will be, only time will tell. And then only if they don't give me a team name.
So Twin versus Blue-Black Control with Spellskite.
This is going to be a fucking grindy one, huh?
This is going to be interesting.
I hope this doesn't just last through a million other matches and prevent us from watching anyone else. But
I don't think it will. I think the Blue-Black, I guess there's also Red, has enough ways to win the game and turn the corner really fast. So it's not just like the Blue-Black, my only win con is Creeping Tar Pit, like that. Like, yeah. So we'll see how this goes.
Y'all need some help setting up or anything?
No, I think I'm good. Just figuring it out. And, hoping that I don't, pass all the way through, my next turn.
I can't see... Oh, you're actually playing. Daniel, your screen is not showing...
Yeah, you're right. I just realized that. Okay, there we go. Boom.
Can you maximize? Thank you.
Yeah.
Got it.
Cool.
Glad I asked.
Well, not that much has really happened. Looks like Inquisition took Ponder.
Looks like...
I'm not sure who's on the play, or if Ponder.
Presumably, I guess M is on the play, and just chose not to play Ponder, and then got it Inkweed.
Interesting. I don't know why he wouldn't Ponder.
I mean, there's an argument to be made to wait a few turns to Ponder so you have a better idea of what you need, but...
really quick, cards like this are why, or draws like this are why I hate Nexus of Fate. It's just, it's so expensive. It just, does nothing.
Yeah, I'm not high on that card either.
Halfway to the combo.
Yeah.
Okay, Remand is a good draw.
Yeah.
Fuels towards Dig Through Time, draws you a card. But this is also why Twin is so powerful. Even if your hand is a little awkward because you have an Inferno Titan, you can just sometimes just win out of nowhere.
Yeah, and the opponent has to respect that, even in the games where you can't just win out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I wonder... Yeah, we're seeing Daniel choosing not to play Riel the Otherwise and instead keep Remand and the threat of Twin up, which I think is pretty smart.
I 100% agree with that. Actually, I wonder how many... Okay,
so this is getting remanded.
I was going to say, you have to remand this. Drew land, end of turn, unfortunate.
Land is still pretty nice for M here. With the ability to, he just wants to get as many lands down as he can to get towards Inferno Titan, Nexus of Fate, that sort of thing. Given that this is kind of a control versus control matchup, I wouldn't be super surprised to see them board up additional lands if they thought to put lands in their sideboard.
That's true. You do have to remember to do that. The hot secret.
Good old Magic Online.
Interesting. Okay, no, it is still the end step. So I was gonna say. So here's Foff.
Oh, that is not what M wants to see at all.
This is a big Foff. I'm not even going to try and figure out what the correct split is. I'm just going to see the end split and be like, yeah, that seems good. So...
Yeah, I think the most valuable spells here are probably... Well, I don't know. Negate is pretty good for S, so I'm not surprised he took that pile.
So he took Cryptic and Negate.
I might have swapped Condescend and Negate there, I think, but...
I agree. I think that's probably because Condescend. S, is that who's on the other side of the table? Yeah, he doesn't know this, but like Condescend, when your opponent's playing like 3 mana spells, is not very good. But in this specific instance, where like their whole hand is like 6 and 7, 8 mana spells. Like Condescend would actually be really good. It's like a 2 mana counterspell scry 2 for him. And so interesting to see how this plays out. I like that M is being very conservative, not just trying to force like an Inferno Titan or anything like that.
He has a dig through time in hand, which he can use to bait a counterspell. Or Nexus of Fate, as he is showing us. So, like, if S ends up tapping low and holding up Cryptic specifically, that's going to be good.
This is a problem. This is a really big problem.
But this does give M a shot to resolve Inferno Titan, right? Because he can go end of turn Nexus or dig through time, both of which kind of demand a counterspell, and then resolve an Inferno Titan afterwards.
I don't know if Nexus demands a counterspell. I think you could just be like, okay, and then you counter the actual important spell.
Yeah, that's true. But it also gives, if it resolves, then it gives M a chance to just dig next turn instead.
I was gonna say it's still something for sure. And then I think we're gonna see the negate.
Yeah,
okay,
not
that makes
surprising.
Ooh, all right. This is it.
You gotta go for the Inferno Titan here, right? Like, I get that...
you have Pestamite.
Yeah, but then you're putting so much pressure on S to answer the Titan, because it'll just fuck with Ashiok.
And I agree, especially when you know that Cryptic is in S's hand.
Exactly.
Like, so now, unless you're really baiting, like, with this dig to try and resolve
what the fuck is that? There's a Cryptic in his hand. I don't understand this line at all.
I also... Interesting decision to plus the Ashiok there. I feel like having a 4/5 flyer. Yeah. I mean, I don't know the rest of S's hand. He has a Cryptic and he has an active Shelldock. So I don't know how much... Like that, where it's like he doesn't even need to Cryptic it.
Yeah,
he can just like let it go.
Although M can resolve dig here now, which is pretty nice.
He still has Cryptic in hand.
Yeah. So can't necessarily resolve, but can
try
cast
to
Cryptic, which then either forces through, or not Cryptic, dig, which either forces through dig or Inferno Titan, both of which are pretty good outcomes here.
Yeah.
Worth noting that M does not have does not have Zealous Conscripts, so he doesn't have outs to twin on his own turn. Wow, that is a nice draw.
Yeah, that's really good.
Going for Inferno Titan, nevertheless, which makes some sense. Nexus of Fate.
Because it's like Nexus, just like it is literally 7 mana draw card.
Yeah,
like
well, it's 0 mana draw card, but
sorry.
But yeah, it gives if this Inferno Titan survives, it gives M a lot of outs to just go really ham wild with this Inferno Titan.
Is Hostage Taker underneath this?
Oh, that would be no Hostage Taker's in Charles's deck.
Oh, that's right.
That's pretty good too.
Oh, you can cast either half. Interesting. Under Shelldock. I always wondered about that. I never encountered it.
Yeah, I haven't either.
So continuing to plus hit Champion of Wits, because if S hits Deceiver Exarch, then can no longer twin to win.
All right, we got the other team name. They're the Warriors. So it is the Warriors versus Team Wombo and or Combo.
Okay, so now Nexus of Fate. Okay, well there's Kiki, which lets you combo in a single turn.
If it, yeah, I guess you don't even need Kiki to stay alive.
Resolve, obviously.
But the only other other half of the combo Dan has left is Deceiver Exarch, and
which could get milled here.
Yeah,
like 14 cards left.
Rob has a lot of outs to either just mill it or to just never tap down on enough answers to let it resolve. I think the writing's on the wall here for
6 cards in hand. Like
there's 6 cards in hand, an active Ashiok, so he's just going to win the mill race.
Yeah.
I feel like
Ashiok is big trouble for the twin deck because they don't really have
Venture's a nice answer to that.
Yeah. If Venture is, it may not be their best answer. I was gonna say, I guess I can look at what M.
I find it more interesting to watch only knowing one player's hand, because then you can actually sort of critique their decisions. But
no, yeah, I want to look at their deck list.
Got it.
It's like, does M have any burn that can go to Planeswalker? Because there's a few creature removal spells, but I don't think
M has Devil's Play, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and Stagger Shock, conceivably, but not guaranteed to be there.
Yeah, I mean, Stagger Shock's not going to do a ton to this Ashiok, but at this point, neither will Devil's Play.
I would also be interested in watching the next game, because the thing about Twin is it's interesting watching from the other person's perspective, because then you're kind of in the spot of like, well, you have to assume your opponent has it. Also, the Deceiver Exarch was exiled by the Ashiok, so this game
is over.
It's basically over. I'm trying to look at the list.
Oh,
yeah,
this
not
is
really
going to be a Shinobi.
Shinobi?
Wrecked. It's funny that the two cards milled is almost as relevant at this point as being able to cast spells.
Okay. Now we get to see the main board really quick.
So Devil's Play and Stagger Shock are both in the sideboard.
No V-Click main.
No V-Click is very strange. I'm surprised by that.
Also, did put lands in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Good tech. Okay. Really quick.
I'm playing a lot of creature removal main, which makes sense given his opponents. I completely forgot about Lutri. I suspect he did too. I think it's worth noting that, like, the correct way to play Lutri on Magic Online, quote unquote, is to pop it out in a window so it's always visible on the battlefield, because you will forget otherwise, and it is a huge punishment when you do.
So boarding into more counters, taking out Inferno Titan, which I think is fair, because you're probably, like, with creature removal...
Yeah, you just don't want to be putting all your eggs in that basket.
Yeah,
I wouldn't hate Stolen by the Fae here, just because it's really hard for S to answer effectively. Like, there aren't many great targets for it, but there are enough that it can end games. I would definitely not take out the Royal Scions here. I think that card is excellent. I dislike this.
Yeah, I agree.
Sideboard decision.
I like the Royal Scions quite a lot, especially because you can, like, uncontested. Okay, I'm gonna switch over.
Yeah, it's just hard for... Yeah, let's switch over to S here. It's hard for S to pressure Royal Scions consistently. This seems like an incredible hand. You just want a bunch of lands in this matchup.
I was gonna say, this seems pretty good. Have all your colors, just a ton of lands. Being on the draw is a little brutal, but being on the draw with Condescend is a little bit gross, but what can you do? Ooh, that's a good draw. The Brain Maggot is quite nice, just because one of Twin's biggest strengths is, like, the power of your opponent not knowing your hand. And so, like, with Brain Maggot, when Looter is going to mess that up, though, because Looter can just completely warp someone's, like, hand.
Yeah. Daniel, we can see, has been playing a lot of Arena because he is dragging his lands onto the battlefield.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. And also, M took out a lot. Ooh, wow. Yeah, Leak is definitely...
Yeah, Force of Negation is kind of a non-entity here, especially with Leak gone.
Yeah, and if they tap out, so they're going to play a land, presumably, and then tap out. If they tap out for something, yet again, like, I think Ashiok can just win this game on their own. Like, also the Wild Thing. Let's see.
Yeah, it's hard to see where M goes from here. That Force of Negation is, like, you know, he really doesn't want to spend 2 cards to answer an Ashiok or whatever. He has it up now, but S can just not cast spells for a while. Like, yes, M gets the card filtering, but between Condescend, Snapcaster Mage, and Ashiok, like, M just won't have a chance to make relevant plays.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, this Pestermite is something, but
yeah, like, this is where Condescend, like, the decision to not try and Ashiok or whatever. Also, does S, does he have Pierce? Who has... No. Val has Pierce. He has Pierce.
Yeah, I think M should have taken Pierce. I think it would be really good in his deck, but
it was a really late, like, spell Pierce.
Yeah, and
it was like 30th when Val grabbed it.
Yeah.
It was kind of wild.
And there's no deck that wants that more than Twin.
Yeah, you just really need the cheapest interaction you can get.
Yeah, and the other thing is that, like, all of the cheap interaction that Twin really wants is also excellent against Twin. So Roto is more zero-sum than almost any other cube draft format because all of the good cards are probably going to be taken.
Yeah.
Like, there's never going to be a situation where someone, like, you know, takes a cheap counterspell and then pivots out of those colors and so it doesn't see play or whatever.
Yeah. So that downfall was actually really huge because if M were to cast a 3-mana spell, the Snapcaster plus Condescend can only go for 1.
Yeah.
So this downfall insulates like potential twin shenanigans, stuff like that. And M, he's really just churning through his deck with Literal Core, which is exactly why you want this card or whatever.
Yeah, he definitely has the ability to craft a really good hand. It's just a question of, like, is there a hand in that deck when he can't necessarily go up cards very easily that wins here?
Yeah.
And that sort of speaks to a weakness of M's deck in general, which is the fact that he doesn't have a lot of card advantage. He has dig through time.
So I was wondering about this. I was thinking about this play, and I do kind of like it because it lets you have snap, downfall, and that Venser was also a nice draw. Okay, well now you don't have snap, downfall.
Yeah, now
window's open.
Yeah, Emma has a window where I guess like Venser would answer the actual combo and can't be force of negation. Yeah. So that's probably what S is thinking, is that Venser is enough protection here.
Venser's actually also pretty nice because if it is what's it called? The enchantment, you can bounce the creature and kill the enchantment. Yeah. So you can actually like, let it resolve. But if they tap your land, obviously. Okay. The Champion of Wits here will block the Brain Maggot.
Yeah.
I would be really interested to see. Okay, I was gonna say that feels strange because also one thing about we're watching S, right?
Yeah, we're watching S.
You need to get this Ashiok down just as a way. So it's like you need to have your one window. And so I think being like he only has 2 cards in hand, he being M. He only has 2 cards in hand. Like what could they be? Do I think they have it?
He has only 1 right now.
Well, yeah, now he's down to 1, but it's like right here, I would like the decision to like go for an Ashiok.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can plus it and
it gets out of range of Champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just puts so much pressure, especially because like we saw last game, it just has the capacity of exiling half the combo. Pestermite's already gone again. So if Deceiver Exarch gets exiled, M just doesn't have the juice to really.
This is gonna be nice.
Yeah, this is a sick Venser.
I was gonna say Snappy Condescend.
Ooh, yeah, that's probably even better. Although, I guess there are enough cards in the graveyard that M could just recast it.
And also, M just has so much mana that like Condescend gets worse as the game goes longer.
Yeah, that's true. It's funny. I guess M couldn't quite have played around this by exiling more stuff in the end. So almost, but not quite.
Interesting way to tap mana. Just the flex. Just the pay 3. Just to flex. Well, Thief of Sanity is real good, but you already have Ashiok, so I don't know how much you need it, so you can probably bottom it. But also, I think if you top it, it's fine. In case they draw a single removal or like counter spell for your Ashiok.
Yeah. With Mill as a strategy being strong against M, I think it makes some sense keeping that.
God, I really like where Daniel S's deck ended up. It's really, really good.
Yeah, this is what we call Ketsi Grixis here.
This is
low to the ground, highly interactive.
And the red, because the thing, like, when I think of Ketsi Grixis, I think of like red being more of a priority, and honestly, not.
Wow,
I know it gives away information, but playing the Blood Crypt tapped, I think. Oh wow! All right.
Oh man, I hate that tapped Blood Crypt. Because like S could have just ventured the Ashiok out from under the dissolve.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I get that when you play a Blood Crypt. Wait. Oh, turning on? Oh, okay. They're just casting this. That's fine. I actually wouldn't hate attacking with Snappy here.
Yeah. Although
because what
I don't know.
No, they're only 1 mana off. I thought they were 2 mana off. That's right. It's 7 mana. So you don't want to do that. It's like when you play the shock before playing the spell, it is very clear, like, I have a 4-mana spell, whether it's like Cryptic or something else. That's a good draw. Especially now that Ashiok not... Ooh, okay. So I think,
probably
you just let
Thief of Sanity.
Yeah, you just let this resolve, and then you just chill. Yeah. And then in next turn, Fallen Shinobi will be available to be played from Shelldock.
Yeah, you unfortunately you can't ninjutsu it from Shelldock, but it kind of doesn't matter that much. It's not like M has anything that can realistically block it.
Interesting.
Attack with both, huh?
I mean, the Deceiver Exarch is free, and you want the other one to die.
Yeah, so I'm surprised by the Exarch attack, given that it effectively holds back stuff.
I'm mainly surprised by also they might not have noticed it.
Freebooter is so good.
Freebooter's really nice. I was surprised by not casting Fallen Shinobi. Can you cast it at instant speed or whatever, basically, with Shelldock?
Yeah, you
can. Ooh, this is... So they can't recast it if they were to Venser Vendilion click right now, because they don't have double blue again.
He can't recast what?
So if he Vensers the V click back to M's hand, he can take. Yeah, he can't recast it before Freebooter is going to come down.
Got it. Not that Freebooter can take V click, but
yeah. Oh wait, it's. Can it take it?
No, it definitely can't. It's instant or sorcery only. Sorry, non-creature, non-land. So
yeah, sorry, non-creature, non-land. Okay, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right, Lutri. Well, at some point that happened, and I just wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
But this also, like, this just gives
holding back the brain maggot seems weird.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Oh no, Lutri can block it. Never mind. That's right. You can just play Lutri straight up.
Right.
As weird as it seems, you can do that. Ooh, that's gonna be good later.
One of the nice things about Kefnet too is that you can choose not to put it back into the library. So if you steal a Kefnet and it dies, it just dies.
So the tapping was a little bit weird because also, by the way, any Kiki or Twin is a live draw of this game is over.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really good. Okay, but it's gonna get
declicked. I guess Preordained is strictly better than
find
just a
better spell than it. So we'll see. Okay, that's actually way better.
Yeah, I mean, he was gonna draw it off of click anyway, but yeah, it's really good. He keeps tapping. Keeps tapping the islands to pay for colorless, which I don't like, given that
killing this without the Exarchs just to get through flying damage seems really strange.
Yeah, that's
like
super greedy,
and especially, yeah. So now you can cast Kefnet.
I kind of want Dan to combo off here just to punish,
Honestly, but he could... Okay, well, Remand...
Remand is a great hit off of this.
Yeah, Remand kind of saves him, which I would play the second half of... Wow, this feels so bad. Because you don't have enough mana. I was going to say, if you're going to do something, you can play...
Murderous Rider?
Play Murderous Rider and then hold up both the Shelldock activation and Remand.
Yeah, I like that, and that's what S is doing here.
Yeah. Okay, so you dodged it again. So Lutri is the card. We don't know the other card.
It's Lutri and one unknown.
Okay.
This Escanta is going to be pretty good. Okay, Essence Scatter turns off Kiki Jiki.
I guess that's true. That's right. Kiki is the thing. So now I think you just attack, like... Wait, don't they have Creeping Tar Pit?
Yeah, he's really not taking
I guess
advantage
they
of
can
that.
play Kefnet, so they don't want to spend all their mana. I've been really confused at this lack of shell docking.
Yeah. Yeah, he's had multiple turns of advantage.
So Kiki's off the table, so now the Essence Scatter is basically dead.
Yeah.
Also, I would have taken Inferno Titan because you don't really want Kiki Jiki, and Kiki's going to go to the graveyard anyways.
Yeah, Kiki could... I mean, Kiki Venser is pretty sick, though. Oh, no, it's non-legendary, so it's not very sick. You can Kiki Brain Maggot
Freebooter or Brain Maggot.
Okay, well...
Oh, wow.
Daniel might not, or M might not have realized that Kiki, can't use Venser.
Oh god, Kiki Snapcaster also. Damn.
Yeah, with the Hero's Downfall, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's probably enough to go.
All right, we've got Evan versus Ketsi, Charles versus James, Rob versus Val. Who do you want to see?
Charles. Wait, Rob versus Val. Let's do that one.
Okay.
That sounds interesting.
Hello, friends. Would you please stream for us?
Sure.
Also, what game is this, etc., etc.?
Game one.
Game one.
Yep.
If we went and saw James playing it, it would be James one. It's just a dumb pun. All right, let's start with Val because he streamed first. Cera.
My screen's super wide.
And his screen is super wide, and you can't read any of the text on any of the cards, so that's fine.
It's okay. It's okay. We know the pictures. Okay.
Well, I'm more worried about the stream viewers, but
I'm more worried about the cards in hand in God, what's his name? Rob's hand. It looks like 2, if I had to guess. Pierce not looking its best here, I will say, but there is a Glenalendra. So
one sec. Rob, would you also stream your screen so we can switch to you next game?
Yeah, hold on just a second.
Thank you.
There is a next game.
Also, in case we get so sick of not being able to read any of the names or words of cards or cards in hand in Val's screen.
Yeah.
All right.
So Cera Best the Sea God is
Val's turning down his resolution. That's sweet of him.
Wow.
Thank you, Val. That's much more legible, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, Cera besting the Sea God. If it's one land away, and it could really do it.
So ECD is about to go off, getting back Chandra.
Yeah, there's 6 mana Chandra in that graveyard, which is pretty brutal. No, it's 4 mana Chandra, so slightly less brutal.
4 mana is less brutal, but still quite good.
Especially with an extra +1 count or +1 loyalty.
That's true. Probably just drawing a card.
I would imagine so, with all of that mana available.
I mean, if you really want to force down the Glenalendra, depending on what's in Rob's hand.
Yeah.
I could also see that.
But drawing a card... there's also the possibility of just -3ing to kill Arena Rector, get out Karn, and go ham wild.
You're right.
Ugin would actually be... I think I like that least of all of the possible plays.
So Rob is at 6, so yeah. So it's kind of difficult because, he could have minus to get Ugin if Ugin's still in...
Or Karn. Karn would be better because Karn can just straight up exile Glenalendra. So unless Karn is in Rob's hand, which I guess is the only thing that makes this play make sense.
I guess Ugin's -4 would be kind of weird because you get rid of Journey to Nowhere, but also your Chain to the Rocks goes away.
That would be pretty bad.
So,
well, no, this is just going to get countered.
Yeah.
So, still doesn't explain not killing Arena Rector. And in fact, unless Karn is the literal other card in Rob's hand, or Rob chose not to play Karn, then
hurts.
He could have just killed Arena Rector, Karned away Glenalendra, and then resolved Chandra Flamecaller, and just been wildly ahead. Like, that could almost certainly beat Sea God at that point.
Yeah.
Although, maybe not. Sea God is still 8 damage and hexproof.
You can just minus it. or whatever.
It's hexproof.
I guess yeah. No, well, not the creature or whatever, but yeah. Then in that case, Karn
you can kill the sea god to prevent the
Karn
tap.
minus 0 kills.
You mean Ugin minus 0?
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So, and this is unspell pierceable. This just happens.
Maybe does Chandra say opponent controls for the 4 damage?
Maybe. Elspeth. Wow.
That's strange.
So
maybe Rob just cut a bunch of his really expensive stuff.
Maybe. It's possible.
I don't really like, but you gotta cut something, I suppose.
I mean, also, this is a win con that I think might be able to beat Kiora Best of Sea God. Elspeth Emblem is no joke. Ooh,
that is true. Also, making a bunch of 1/1s does block the thing effectively.
So this is an interesting choice. Do you just jam Sea God into a deck that has no counter spells, which is good, or do you Consecrated Sphinx holding up Spell Pierce? I think Spell Pierce is less good. I don't know how much I love Sphinx. I guess Sphinx pressures can kill... No, it's a 4/6. It can't kill Elspeth, but it can pressure Elspeth. Whereas your Kraken just gets chump blocked like infinitely. So I think this is actually the correct play. All right,
like
here comes
James
some cards.
Lost to whoever James was playing.
Ketsy?
Charles.
Oh
wow, that was a pretty favorable matchup for him too, I think.
Charles versus James?
Yeah.
Or... Oh, James lost that one?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's the one that Charles was worried about the most. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
It's non-token though, so this doesn't actually do anything. Or is it exile
no,
target?
It's not non-token.
No, sorry. Non-token is a different
non-token
card I'm thinking about. You can exile it.
And that is also... Rob has so much mana, the Spell Pierce is practically dead.
Let's spin the wheel.
All right.
Hit the Journey to Nowhere, I guess? Get back Belborca?
Presumably. Belborca.
Yeah. Mama Amoeba.
Bellamy Borkison.
Great. So the Elspeth killed the, what's it called? Consecrated Sphinx, which the secret mode on Elspeth people forget about. That's quite good.
Yeah, Sublime Epiphany is a good card, and so is Kiora Best of Sea God, but I don't know if they're going to beat 3 Planeswalkers. Especially because if Val doesn't immediately answer... actually, no.
So
Angel of Sanctions into Emrakul is pretty terrible because then Emrakul just gets journeyed to nowhere immediately.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's the way it would work out. No, because you sack it, and then the trigger would go on the stack?
No, because the sacking is part of the same ability the exile is part of the same ability as Luca. But you can Luca Belborca and hit either Zealous Conscripts, which would be pretty bad, or Emrakul, which would be...
So this is lethal. So, because tap all non-land permanents or whatever, and Rob is at 6.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So I'm wondering... So this is the Belborca. So this can go to 8, deal 5, so this strike can put Val to 8, Angel of Sanctions will be 5, Chandra can be 3. But do you have another way?
Why is Angel of Sanctions 5?
It would put Val to 5, and then Chandra's plus
puts him
would
to 3.
be.
Yeah, it's just a question of so if Rob can Luca a token into a Zealous Conscript specifically, steal the other monk token, and attack, he can get in 2 extra damage, but that's still not 3.
Or you could, because the game's going to end next turn, you could minus on Belborca because it gives you basically a 1 and 2. It gives you a 50-50 where you're either getting Zealots.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess it doesn't really matter if it's Belborca or a soldier token because only soldiers are getting through. But you still, it's still one short, I think.
Elspeth not being able to minus here sucks a lot.
What would Elspeth's minus do? Oh, to kill
Kraken.
Yeah.
Okay. I like this
order. It wouldn't kill Kraken because Kraken has. Oh no, it's power, not CMC. Never mind. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What got exiled?
Mountain. Mm-hmm. So that's a blank. So minusing on Belborca if Zealous is still in his deck could do it. This is really interesting. Ugin would be actually not lethal because of Spell Pierce.
Yeah, Val is saying that he can just Sublime Epiphany anything Rob tries to do on Val's turn.
Yeah.
Oh
wow. Jesus. That's big.
Wow.
That's big.
Rob slow rolled that like crazy. Holy shit.
I mean, I think he was. Yeah. Wow, that's nuts. Okay,
right,
so let's see how Val has boarded.
Okay.
I like not having Uro. I like bringing in Thieving Skydiver against the deck that has Shrine and
2 mana rocks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually don't hate Approach of the Second Sun at all here. I think I would be very strong. Interestingly, Val seems to have sided down on his white a lot, which I like.
Yeah, I like the Council's Judgment is nice. Don't know how good Monmen is.
Yeah, I was surprised when Val took it, and I'm surprised to find it still in the deck.
It's not the worst, but it's... Okay, so he's not playing the Crystal Shard. Which I think makes sense. Yeah, I think taking out Monmen is probably the hit. I think Spell Queller can hit 4 CMC spells, so that's actually kind of nice because there's a lot of like things that Rob can ramp into. Ships with 41 cards.
Sometimes you just gotta do it.
No, it's 40. I didn't see what he took out. Oh, that sucks. This is not keepable.
But there's an Ancestral Vision, Cera. This seems pretty good.
This seems pretty good. You just pitch back. Do you want to go to Rob, by the way?
Oh, yeah, we should. Oops.
Yeah. Lol.
Well, we have visibility into Val's hand, but oh well.
Oh boy, this is a banger of a hand from Rob.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, it's gonna line up a little bit weird, because if I remember correctly, Val had Spell Pierce and what's it called? Spell Queller. So it's gonna be a little bit awkward.
Yeah. So Val can quell the Rabble Master, but then Rob can bolt the Queller and that sort of.
Yeah. It's kind of just this, like, draw-go.
We'll see if Rob just goes for it, but...
I think you do.
I would, yeah. Especially because, like, if Val isn't playing early creatures or whatever, it's not like holding up Bolt or Bone Crusher does a whole lot.
Yeah. And also, like, the more creatures that are on the battlefield, the better your Sudden Demise can potentially be.
Yep.
Depending on what color those creatures are, though.
Yeah.
But...
Also, it's worth noting, like, as Val pointed out when we interviewed him, he doesn't have a lot of interaction. So if Rob is really being studious about other people's decks, and this would be kind of next level studious, but he could be aware that it's generally pretty safe to run stuff out against Val.
If he goes for Sudden Demise and it gets hit by
Spell Pierce,
yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
That's like Val's window. I mean, then Shatterskull needs 2 more turns before it could do it, but he does have the mana to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely, if I were Rob, I would very plausibly go for Sudden Demise here, because Val would need to have literally exactly Spell Pierce, and
yeah, and you want to do it,
but
you want to do it main phase, like right now, so you get the Ravel Master token.
Yeah.
He's really
hard
tanking.
to cast Sudden Demise outside of a main phase.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm saying, like, if you wanted to potentially bolt Queller, it's like if you really want to be like especially careful, you can like just pass and then wait until like your opponent's end step to try and bolt or whatever, but that value seems not worth it. IMO.
Sometimes
really tanking.
Sometimes when the light is just right, I look at this stuffed Gengar we have, and it's like visibly, distinctly purple, and it weirds me out.
Wow. Oh, that's right, because it's like colorblind thing, right?
Yeah, normally I can't see purple very well, and normally the Gengar just looks blue to me, but right now it looks purple, and it's like, whoa, I can see purple briefly in this one instance.
Can I just say, as a red player, typically a red player in this cube, I 100%, because Rob is just like, there's one card, because who took Tithe? I think James took
Tithe, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just like, there's exactly one card that blows me out in Val's hand. What is the chance he has it? And it's just like, oh, did he disconnect?
Oh,
he might have DC.
Did Rob lose internet?
I think so.
Potentially.
Did he do anything? What was the last play he made against you? I guess we could just look at your stream.
Yeah, nothing. It was his main phase.
Yeah, that's what we saw from his stream.
Yep.
I think Cera and I will hop over to a different channel for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to do Charles versus... Or let's do Evan and Ketsi. We haven't seen a thing from either of them.
Okay.
We might hop back if Rob reconnects. Hopefully
I'll ping you if he reconnects. Bye.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Would one of you, or both of you, please stream away? We were watching Val and Rob, but Rob DC.
This is game 3.
Game 3, you came just in time.
All right, Cera, who do you want to watch?
Let's watch Ketsi.
The Shadow Cat herself.
Do we know what game this is?
Game 3.
Well, I'm just going to say Ketsi feels like a favorite to win with this hand.
Yeah.
This hand is real good.
I wonder if she is playing Pod.
I would not be... Oh, God. Just keeps getting worse for Evan.
Yeah, this is rough for our boy.
Red-green, as I did say in the Discord the other day, red-green remains undefeated. Not actually. Not literally.
Morally undefeated.
But...
Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to, like, arrange an actual draft for stakes. Just so I can see what happens when people try to play a win.
That's a nice one from Evan.
Yeah, that is not trivial for Ketsi to answer. It's
trading for the War Boss, probably.
War Boss can't attack into that safely. Oh, you mean with Wolf Run?
Yeah, I mean, because Ketsi can have... Oh, no, wait, she's 1 mana short.
Yeah, she can't pump it with Wolf Run yet. So it's gonna eat a Goblin and gain a life, or trade with Voltaic Brawler here.
I kind of like attacking with Voltaic Brawler.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, that's a good trade for Ketsi. She just wants to be able to start crashing in with War Boss.
Yeah, and Evan gains less life that way, because the more the game goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this.
At some point, that just becomes like a fucking 4/3 or whatever, and... What a good card. What a fucked up card.
What card? Voltaic?
No, Nighthawk.
Oh, yeah. It's real nice.
Ketsi was considering not pumping there, which seems crazy to me, since it might just die.
What's up?
Ketsi is considering not spending the energy there to pump.
Yeah, I was also confused by that a little bit, but, what are you going to do? Okay, makes sense. Just have it go longer, have it be a threat that the War Boss can't get through until next turn, potentially.
Ketsi is at risk of getting Black Sunned.
I was going to say that. I was going to say Black Sun would be a house here. Also, Massacre Girl next turn. Yeah. Because Massacre Girl, the way it works with Rekindling Phoenix is
Evan's
brutal.
Just slamming a 4-mana spell. Could it be?
Oh, is he attacking first?
Yeah, it looks like a Black Sun, yeah. Oh, man. Evan could be turning this around.
I mean, Ketsi has E-Witness, which lets her grind, lets her get the War Boss, and she also has Wolf Run, because Wolf Run is so huge. Yeah, this looks like a Black Sun Zenith.
Yeah, that is all true, but... And I guess she's already brought Evan pretty low on life, but
yeah,
Evan's deck does have a real considerable capacity to...
that's right, it lives.
Yeah. I mean, it'll take a while.
It's a 0/1 now because of the cards in the graveyard, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So if another type of spell goes in Ketsi's graveyard, then
it's a 1/1.
It's a 1/1 which can chump.
Right. Basically. Well, it can trade because it has Death Touch.
Well, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant, rather than chump. So I like this from Ketsi because it's like you don't know how many. Ooh, green mana. So Evan is on green.
Interesting to note, Massacre Girl, if Evan does have it somewhere, is a pretty good answer to Rekindling Phoenix.
Ooh, yes, it's very good.
Yeah, because the triggers do work in that role.
Oh god, this is brutal.
Oh boy. Awoo.
Awoo, god, this blocks Rotting Regisaur.
Wolfear Silverheart, like, it's a great card. One of the main flaws is that it doesn't have trample. With Kessig Wolf Run, it is truly brutal. That said, Evan could just have a 2-mana removal spell here and be in okay shape still. Guess not.
Yeah, if he's chumping.
Yeah, if he's chumping, there's no way he has that removal.
So he could have a discard. Hey, Grizzlebrand is a 7/7.
Yeah.
And does not eat. I mean, I know it gains you 7 life, but it's like this is like play Grizzlebrand block.
Yeah.
With like double block.
Oh, that's good.
That's really good.
It's not that good because
no, that's right.
Just gets the Phoenix back. I don't think Evan thought that through all the way. Ketsi's just doing this for the flex. No, she's doing it to block the Regisaur. But I do like the idea of a big beefy egg because it's friends with a wolf.
God, it has haste too.
All right, so Val and Rob are restarting game 2. Do we want to pop back there, or do we want to see this to the finish?
I mean, I think it's about to end, like, right now. Like, with Bloodbraid Elf going down, I feel like Ketsi, unless Evan has a 2-mana removal spell, which I will look at his stream really quick, he does not. So, we can hop back over if you want.
I mean, Evan isn't straight dead. Like, oh no, Evan is straight dead, huh? Yeah, because Ketsi just pumps for 2 and it tramples for 4. Yeah, alright, let's go back to Val and Rob. Hello.
Hello.
Wi-Fi hiccups,
Hey.
Rob?
Trying this again.
Rob, can you stream again?
Yep, I should be streaming. Yep, I'm live.
Rob.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Just fixing everything. Okay.
Looks like James emerged victorious versus Daniel. M.
Interesting.
So M is 0-2 right now.
So they have to restart. This is a really good mull to 6 for Rob, but I don't, because Val mulled to 6 as well, and so they kind of swap positions. I think you push the Fire Prophecy here.
Yeah,
probably.
it's just not great against Val's deck in general, especially with Bolt in hand.
Yeah. I don't like pushing the Shatter Skull Smashing because that is a land.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think if you're gonna push a mana source, you'd push the Signet, because there's nothing to ramp to
Yeah.
yet. Starting on Ancestral Vision is really strong for Val.
Yeah. I think you could probably here even play... This also makes sense. I was going to say, you could just play this Shatterskull Smashing tapped, but late game, Shatterskull definitely, like... Val has some cheap creatures like Oracle for 2, so you can like pick up that or whatever.
And Rob's hand is threatening to flood here, in which case you really want Shatterskull to be a spell, not a land.
Yeah.
Like, I agree that normally, if you have those early, if you have spell lands early, you just want to play them as lands, but...
Wow. This hand is so much better from Val than...
Yeah, last hand.
I mean, honestly... Rob might have dodged a bullet because he probably would have casted Sudden Demise.
Yeah.
Had it been Skull Pierced. But he would have been okay. It's not like he would have died immediately.
Yeah.
The game definitely would have gone on. Interesting to... I guess it... No, it can be because... no, Search is Suspend 2.
What are you talking about?
Search is Suspend 2. I was going to say he could potentially Thieving Skydiver, but he didn't suspend Search on turn 1. He suspended it on turn 2. Ooh, baby. This is scary from Val. Both players on their turn 4 will have access to 6 mana, which is wild.
So it's really a question of how well this Elspeth shapes up against whatever Val is doing.
Yeah.
I mean, Rob does have Bone Crusher and Bolt to answer some stuff, which is good.
Yeah.
And Val's deck, as we've discussed, is a little low on answers.
Yeah, and it's just... the way these decks lineups are so weird because it's like Rob's top end generally... Rob's screen... Oh, no. It moved. Maybe he was considering just Bone Crushing, but I don't think doing it for the value there. Like, you're just playing Elspeth next turn, so it doesn't really matter. So Rob has, like, Ugin and Karn, but then Val has Agent of Treachery and Fractured, where it's like your best cards are also kind of potentially a liability.
That is true.
It's really scary. Like, the way this lines up is really interesting.
Of note, the Warriors are up 3-1 versus Team Wombo and/or Combo. Charles is the only Wombo and/or Combo player to get a game so far.
Interesting.
Or to get a match. But if Rob pulls this out against Val, then that will change. Although Rob is down a game, it's worth noting.
Yeah, also this Ancestral is going to go off next turn, and that is huge for Val.
Yeah. I'm impressed. Val's deck is performing better than I was worried it might.
No, yeah, it looks like when I looked at the picture, when I was looking at the draft, I was like, I don't know about this. And then when I looked at the final picture, I was like, this is actually really good. Like, the Agent of Treachery going so late and also having Fractured and, like, you know, like Ketsy's mid-rangey, it's like, oh wait, they're on the same team, right? I can't remember. But it's
yes,
like
Ketsy and Val are on the same team.
It's like with not that many aggro decks, it's just like you can kind of just dirtle for a bit and do stuff like that. Like the two most aggressive decks are on your side of the table, so all right, see what it is. If this is like how much mana? 3. Oh, wait, they have 7. Okay, that's really good. Taking Boros Signet probably over Cold Steel.
That's rough. And this is not a borrow. This
it is forever.
Yeah. It's a forever take.
I mean, getting to kill it with Bone Crusher. If this Bone Crusher gets pierced though, oh boy.
Oh wow, that would be an absolute blowout.
And now, next turn, Elspeth is offline. It's going to have to...
Yeah, good old skeeving Thigh Diver, a woman after my own heart.
That's a fun way to say that card name.
Thank you. I do it at every opportunity.
Petty theft. Just really putting the squeeze on his mana. Yeah. I really like this. Unfortunately, Shatter Skull Smashing against Brazen Borrower will be kind of nice if another creature ever comes down.
Yeah, but Rob does need a fair amount of mana to make that happen. At least 4 if it's another 1 toughness creature.
Yeah. And so, okay. That's enough mana to Elspeth next turn if you play your Shatter Skull.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Rob didn't go for the... I guess he's just trying to play get board presence online.
Yeah, this Ancestral is about to go off, though, and Val's going to go up to 5 cards in hand, and that's going to be brutal. Especially when Val can just hard cast like Cura Best the Sea God and just like put a really good clock on.
I mean, I guess maybe part of what Rob is thinking is like Cura Best the Sea God beats Elspeth here. It just, I guess, I don't know. It doesn't...
No. Elspeth can minus and kill the token, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What does step 3 of Cura Best the Sea God do? Doesn't it steal something?
Yeah, it steals a tapped permanent, I think.
Oh my god, and it taps everything. It frost breaths everything. Okay, that's right. Yeah. So
what a card.
It's quite good. There's a reason it costs 7 mana, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, and
all right.
there she blows.
All right, this Bone Crusher purely on chump duty.
Can Cura tap and steal Planeswalkers? It looks like it can.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy. Now, do you play the Shatter Skull? Okay, untap and just minus Luca, and then have your...
I guess getting an Emrakul out here just doesn't do anything, huh?
It just... I mean, it gets frost breathed for a while or whatever.
Like, it's definitely better to wait and play Luca next turn. Turn the giant into a Emrakul, hopefully. Like, that is a way Rob can salvage this, is by getting an Emrakul that Val can't answer. Although it's also possible that Val just fractured Identity's Emrakul and easily wins from there.
What does Emrakul have protection from?
Instance.
Is it colored spell?
Sorry, colored spells, yeah. God. But Fractured Identity does target. You're right. It can't.
Yeah.
That won't work.
But, like, here's the thing. If Emrakul attacks, Val's... Oh, but Bolt would actually do it. I was going to say, like... Emrakul like would deal 15, put Val to 2, but Val has enough permanents to just like kill with a Kraken through it because it's attack here, which would go to 14.
God, you're right.
It's gonna be interesting.
Attack go to 12, right? Kraken's an 8/8.
Oh yeah, sorry. So here I think you play Elspeth, hope it doesn't get spell pierced, and minus, because this Kraken's just going to kill you. And Elspeth won't be tapped.
I guess so. I still like the Emrakul, I think. Although it just gets tucked with the fairy.
Because if you minus and you hit, what's it called? Like Bell Borca, it just does nothing. And you are guaranteed to...
Rob's in such a shitty position anyway.
Oh, he can't cast Elspeth. Wow. He didn't even want to gamble.
And that's match, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
That is match, correct?
No.
No? I thought Val won game 1.
No, I won game 1.
Really?
No, Rob bolted to win, remember?
Oh, right, the bolt to win. I forgot. Yeah. That was such a close game.
Yeah.
Anyways, do you want to watch Val?
Yeah. Let's take a valorous stance. So, news from the fronts. Charles beat Daniel S. To be 2-0 and still have the only wins on Team Wombo and or Combo.
Okay, we need to watch Charles' deck at some point.
Yeah, next let's switch to Charles after this game finishes one way or another.
Yeah. So Charles has Charles versus Ketsi. We need to watch that one for sure.
Are they battling now? No, they aren't. Ketsi's battling Dan. Great.
Yeah.
All right.
I think
Sarah,
with that one, we can jump to it no matter what. Like, no matter what we're doing.
Sure. Sarah, please vamp for the audience while I go refill my water.
All right. I get to talk about this match. So this hand is a little rough. Kind of do nothing. You have good cards, but the percentage chance of flooding is a little high, but Val is okay with it. I guess Waterlogged Grove technically cycles, and Prismatic Vista can thin your deck a little bit, so you have a tiny % chance of drawing less lands, but we'll see. Yeah. So playing Island rather than Prismatic Vista first to bluff a counterspell, to bluff Spell Pierce. Which Rob did not take the bait. Just playing Boros Signet out into it. And now this is kind of a reverse of the last game where, like, if this is... Okay, Belborca isn't the biggest threat right away. That's... So getting double blue, I guess that makes sense. And then you play your planes next turn so that you can cast Queller. Yeah, this is a brutal spot. This feels like an absolute role reversal of the last game where... Back. Welcome back. Yeah, this feels like the opposite of last game where Rob is just accelerating so much. Like, Belborca's not really a clock. And I think if this game goes long, Val is probably a favorite to win. But we shall see. So, avoiding the potential Spell Queller. Ooh, that search is a little awkward. Because with one more mana, Val could just hard cast it. So now you're kind of in a weird spot. Because you might want to tap out for Teferi next turn. So yeah, I think suspending it here is probably the correct decision. But next turn, Rob's going to have a lot of mana, which makes Spell Queller just really, really awkward. Or you just have to pray there's not like a 6-mana Chandra, which 6-mana Chandra would be a nightmare for Val's deck. Okay. So this is a nice spot, because Val gets to... Ooh... He gets to Teferi and can plus to hold up Condemn and have Pact of Negation as backup.
That is pretty sick, yeah. And, you know, Rob being on red-white, he really doesn't have clean answers to Teferi. Certainly no, like, counter magic.
I mean, he has... The thing about Rob is he has a lot of card advantage right now.
Yeah.
Like, because of Belborca. So... Yeah, so you untap like this. The funny thing is, if this Belborca happens to attack, it just hasn't had... Okay, there's actually a thing you can do. So, because this Belborca actually has a reason to attack, which is to try and get the Teferi.
Yeah, so it's going to get condemned, which is ultimately quite good for Val.
Yeah. And he has a pact... in case something really crazy happens.
Yeah.
And next turn, he will have 7 mana, so he can best the Sea God.
Ooh, that's good. That's going to demand a pact, I think.
I think you have to pact this, probably. It puts you off of Kiora Best the Sea God.
But only for a turn. Like,
yeah.
That's going to be good in 2 turns. It's not like Rob is pressuring Val's life enough. One
it is
thing
awkward.
I would have really liked to see from Rob in the draft portion is Mana Tithe. It went so late, and in an open deck list format, just having Mana Tithe in your list forces people to play scared, even if you don't play it.
So I think he's going to Bone Crusher, Stomp, targeting Teferi.
Yeah.
Oh, unless you can't cast Stomp from Belborca, which would be weird because we just watched.
No, you should be able to cast Stomp from Velborka.
I don't know. I think you might.
Yeah, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
I think he was just fucking
might
up
just be
signets.
signet tapping issue. Yeah.
Who among us hasn't fucked up a signet?
Signets are a little awkward. So Val's gonna have 2 mana next turn. After the search. But this Teferi's looking really nice.
Yeah.
25 life.
So Val can hold up Spell Queller mana because of Teferi's plus here.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool.
For Pact.
It's actually really nice.
And really does seem like if Val can survive to best the Sea God, then it'll be hard for him to lose. Just like part of the problem with part of the problem for people facing down Best's the Sea God is it's just like it's 3 turns where you kind of can't do anything that impactful because eventually it'll just take your whatever the best thing you do is.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's only 2 turns, but it's 2 turns. One where you're starting to like get hit for 8, and there's a creature on the board that you need really specialized things to answer, and you just really don't want to play anything really good.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to see, this is a very minor thing, Val plus the Teferi before playing the land in case there's a tap land, because the difference between 3 and 4 land is absolutely 0.
Yeah.
I don't know if Val has any tap lands. Ooh, that's brutal.
Good. It still gives Val a chance to resolve Sea God, though, without being gonked by ECD. But it also gives Rob access to Angel of Sanctions before Sea God pops, which is very strong unless Val can ever remove Angel of Sanctions. But it's very plausible that he can.
Oh, that's good. I was going to say, this Ravel Master was going to be a problem. Wait, if ECD returns Angel of Sanctions, then you can also embalm it later.
Which
will be a lot to deal with. But honestly, I think an 8/8 Kraken with Hexproof is good enough to just jam right now.
Oh, for sure.
So he unfortunately can't play Coalition Relic and
Cure Best the Sea God.
Right, yeah, Best the Sea God. He's 1 mana short, I believe.
Yeah.
No, because Coalition Relic is -2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he has 8 mana. So
he has 8 mana. Yeah. So I was right.
You were
okay. So yeah, he's just jamming. No reason not to.
Waterlogged Grove did get taken, apparently.
Yeah, Val took it.
Somehow I thought it wasn't.
Yeah, same. I think when we looked, I thought, Botanical Sanctum. That's what I thought was Waterlogged Grove. That's the fast land, I believe. Needs to be within the first 3 lands. I believe that's what that one is. And so...
Yeah, it kind of hinges on what Dan can, or what Rob can do here. Oh, that's good.
Oh, wow. That's really, really good. Yeah, that kind of just makes this Cura Best the Sea God, like...
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. If Val has a removal spell, having it have to be taken by ECD's phase 3 or whatever isn't that bad, because if you can kill the Angel of Sanctions, you just get another Kraken.
Is Angel of Sanctions mandatory?
I think ECD's step 3 is mandatory. That's Oh yeah, so they would both have to be mandatory, which I'm not sure if either of them is. I don't know the exact wording.
Because if they're both mandatory, then this is actually kind of good for Val, because obviously stealing Boros Signet or even a Rabble Master isn't
I like this decision by Val because he just has such haymakers in his deck, like that could do quite a bit of good. The way it stands right now, I kind of like
right now though, or like play permanents.
I kind of like just playing like Thieving Skydiver to take this because something is gonna. I know, because I guess the Cera Best of Sea God is going to be taken by Angel of Sanctions, rather than.
Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
If I'm Rob, I seriously.
I don't like double tapping green here, by the way.
Yeah.
Because of I guess you have a coalition relic, so it's not the worst.
If I'm Rob, I'm just sanctioning Moldiah.
Hang on, cast your coalition relic first, and you can cast your whole hand.
Yeah, I don't understand that line. It doesn't make sense to protect it from Angel of Sanctions because Oracle's just better here. Yeah, that was just very strange.
No. Sorry. Phase 2 of ECD. Coalition relic costs 2 more.
Right, you're right. Okay. Yeah, so Angel takes probably Oracle, I would guess.
No, I would guess Cera Best of Sea God because your Rabble
Monster so dangerous though. Now if Angel ever dies, like,
or gets exiled with Fractured Identity,
right? Like,
or gets stolen, yeah.
It's just truly atrocious for Rob.
Because it's like you would just be trading your Rabble Master. Oh, I mean, I guess if you want to just kill it.
I guess it's still
sucks.
Like
this sucks because now, what's it called? Like because of the way Val tapped. No, wait, you can only play lands off the top. You can't cast spells.
Yeah,
never mind. Doesn't matter.
But Rob is now super vulnerable to Fractured Identity, where he didn't have to be.
Well, he knows he has a turn because what's it called is on
right,
top.
but he's not. He doesn't have so much pressure that he can afford to just like say, "Well, I'm definitely killing Val before that turn is up."
And if you're Val, I think you just play Coalition Relic and just crack. You use Steve to chump something. You probably trade Skydiver with Rabble Master if he attacks.
Worth noting that Val has flooded out to a degree here. I mean, a lot of that is just like he has a lot of mana sources in his deck.
I mean, Fractured Identity basically wins the game because it gets him an Angel of Sanctions, gets him a Cera Best of Sea God. Like,
yeah, it would be really hard for Rob to come back from that. Although, like, Rob is going to deal a lot of damage this turn. I assume Ajani kills Skydiver so that Rabble Master can attack in, and then.
Tribolder chumps
Rabble Master, and Rob takes 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, goes to 4. So, like, I'm not 100% sure Fractured Identity wins Val the game here.
I guess that's true. Especially with an Ajani Vengeance.
Because Val could Fractured Identity Angel of Sanctions, get a Kraken, exile Rabble Master or Giant. Oh, this is just lethal.
This is just lethal.
All right. Wow, Rob pulls it out. That was impressive from both sides. I think both decks showed up really well in this match.
That's why I really wanted to watch this match. This match seemed like it would be good because it's kind of mid-rangey, control-y decks going against each other. But like, this is the power of Rabble Master. It's just one card that like early on needed to be dealt with and then won the game eventually.
Let's go watch Dan and Ketsi so that we can hop over to Ketsi and Charles once they finish.
Okay.
Because of GT.
Hello, friends. Can you stream and also tell us where you are in the game?
Okay.
Or in the match?
Green. Let's share the screen.
And pondering heavily.
So this is game 2 and Dan is up?
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Ooh, pod from Ketsi. All right, let's watch Dan's.
Yeah, I'm watching Dan's right now. So Ketsi is on pod, not super surprisingly.
It's just like a medium value pod.
Yeah, but you know, since she has a good curve and a lot of powerful ETBs, it makes a lot of sense, I think.
So she's getting a 4-drop here, so she probably gets the Phoenix. Yeah.
Honix. So with Rob picking up a win there, that brings the teams to 3-3 tied, with Charles and Rob kind of carrying Team Wombo and their combo.
Don't tie Don't do a best of 5, please. Not again.
It's amazing how often it happens. Yeah.
This is a good blocker against Phoenix.
Yeah, it is.
Phoenix can also just, what's it called? Just pot it.
Yeah, or you can, like, if you really want to, you can just chump attack with Phoenix.
What's up?
If you really want to, you can just chump attack with Phoenix. Like,
I mean, you're legally allowed.
If you want to attack with a bunch of creatures, including Phoenix, it makes it less bad if Phoenix is your best creature, because they don't really want to block it.
Also, trying to think of what 5-drops Ketsi has. So she has Wolfear Silverheart, which is really good. And that's especially good with the Phoenix because it can change the soul bond.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I kind of expect Ketsi to pod away Phoenix for Silverheart and attack with Hellrider here.
I guess that would be
a Wolf Hellrider. Wolf Rider, if you will.
That would be good. What is the text on Thunder Maw Hellkite again?
1 damage to creatures with flying and tap them. So yeah, that would be good too.
Yeah, I was gonna say that feels better to me because now
this gets in more net damage. For sure, you're right.
Yeah,
I forgot about Thundy.
Attacking with the 0 power Birds of Paradise.
Love it. Is this just no? This isn't lethal.
No,
it's pretty.
It's a little bit
close.
Short, but
Dan reveals island
just to flex.
And
1 mana
that brings
short
them to 1 and 1.
Yeah.
Right.
1 mana short of Inferno Tightening and still losing.
What that
turn would have been.
Let's switch over to Ketsi's.
Okay.
All right.
You get to see how she boarded. So she took out Arc Trail. That's
Arc Trail and Firebolt.
Her sorcery speed removal, basically, which makes a lot of sense.
Especially with Dan not having cards like Young Pyromancer in his deck. Those are pretty bad. This is a land-heavy hand for Ketsi, but it's also a turn 2 Phoenix of Ash, so I understand why she kept it.
As someone who has turn 2 Phoenix of Ash before, oh god, it just got so much better.
Arbor Elf plus Utopia Sprawl is a classic.
I think you play the Elf first.
If you play,
then,
it is.
She doesn't have another green source.
If Dan has no interaction, it's better to play the Elf first.
Yeah.
But if he does, it's better. If you're worried about interaction from Dan, Utopia Sprawl is better. So I understand.
Yeah, either is defensible. I love the high upside. I would have Arbor Elfed. Yeah, because then on a turn like this, it's like.
Yeah, I mean.
Here's the thing. I don't think Ketsi's play was bad because like turn 2 Phoenix of Ash, turn 3 Hellrider. It's just basically it's like mitigating risk for consistency, which
I would have done Ketsi's line personally.
That's right. So now you have to worry about like Remand. Does Dan have mana leak?
Wow, Daniel S is almost done with his matches. He only needs to play Rob now. He is 2-1 so far.
See, this is a little awkward because now Ketsi's dorks are kind of not doing anything. Like, you're going to play Hellrider.
I mean, Wolf Run makes them
Hellrider
pretty relevant. Wolf Run and Hellrider both make them pretty relevant in the late game, so I'm not too worried about being stuck with a bunch of dorks in hand if I'm Ketsi.
She's choked on green mana, which is actually interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter because she just wants to play Hellrider anyway, although she's worried about a mana leak or something from Daniel.
Yeah, I would say
probably
one
just go for it, but...
Daniel played Steam Vents Tapped, which is a big show of strength. It shows he doesn't have combo or whatever. Really, really...
Oh... I see. Ketsi, so Ketsi's just pumping. Ketsi is afraid of the mana leak here.
But now you just get so blown out by like like that.
Yeah.
And this just buys Twin so much time, especially with Surge to just like be churning through. And now with Ketsi, like this is the scary point against Twin. Like these turns right here where you don't have pressure and like they have enough mana to potentially. Ooh, is this a missed land drop? Cycling. Okay, there we go.
And hitting his 4th land. But that does mean that probably the rest of his hand is spells, which is really scary.
V-Click? Yeah, this looks like V-Click, which...
Yeah, it could have been Pestermate or Exarch tapping down the Utopia Sprawl land, but Ketsi has enough mana that was pretty unlikely anyway.
It would be a good draw.
If you're Dan,
Hellkite.
If you do just like leave this hand, because Hellrider isn't that much damage and it doesn't have any instant speed removal, guess not.
Yeah, I think there's a choice for either. Wolf Run is really showing its power here because now it's like Ketsi can also cycle the Sheltered Thicket, which I kind of like because she could cycle into like BBE and just like cascade into something really good and just really put on a lot of pressure. I'm gonna be interested playing land first. She's just attacking with this. Really interested by that decision.
I mean, maybe she's just planning on dumping a bunch of Wolf Run mana into it.
But your Wolf Run gets better if you have Arbor Elf on the battlefield.
Yeah, it does seem like...
That's why it's like, this is so strange to me.
Because Arbor Elf does represent 2 extra damage per Wolf Run activation if it's untapped.
Yeah. And now you play Bop.
And presumably not cycling Sheltered Thicket there.
I mean, if she was going to do it, she should have done it before combat. So now it's like she does it on end step. But it's like she's bluffing...
Yeah. But like
what, Char? Like
what does that matter? What does bluffing removal matter here when
your opponent can win?
I mean, Dan can't win this turn from at sorcery speed. So it's like she could have just played that Kargan Intimidator. That could be on the battlefield without summoning sickness right now.
Yeah, exactly. So she can return this. I think if you're Ketsi at this point in the game, you might just need to go shields down because you just need to put as much pressure as you can on the battlefield and let something like your Wolf Run or a Perforos's Intervention token, which is 1 more damage, like win you the game.
Yeah. Yeah, like without the instant speed removal, I agree. She really just has to go for maximum damage per turn.
Because especially if you don't have instant speed removal, there's no like bluffing it feels marginal.
Yeah.
It's like where it's just like, well, maybe they won't try to win the game is what you're saying. Like
yeah, especially because like
this is a big game.
Dan has enough redundancy in his combo pieces that like it's not the absolute end of the world for him if Ketsi does end up having instant speed.
All right,
so that's
end step is the big.
I want to point out Ketsi gave up at this point I think 5 damage. Not playing the Kargan Intimidator on time. I mean Dan would have stagger shocked it, so I guess just 2 damage. But she could have pumped the Phoenix if she didn't have to play Intimidator there.
Yeah. So how does this work out? So 6 mana either through... it's so weird because all of Ketsi's mana dumps basically, for the most part, add... Perforos's Intervention with 6 mana adds 5 power, Wolf Run adds 4, and Phoenix of Ash adds 4. So it's just like, she has so many mana dumps, but like... So let's see, she can deal 7, and then 8.
She could also 5 here and play Thrun, which might be better.
She has 7 mana. That seems crazy.
What? Why?
I think she's just bluffing. I think it's just like...
I guess, yeah, but she clearly didn't have it last turn, right? She tapped down.
All right, here we go.
And Dan is not respecting the bluff.
Yeah, he shouldn't. As he shouldn't.
Right, especially because he can just tap down... Like, if he has it, he can't just tap down Utopia Sprawl and only risk losing 1 creature if Ketsi has it, so...
Yep. And because, like, looking at what Ketsi has drafted, it's like Char or Bust, I think?
Oh my god, apparently Oko can't elk a Voice of Resurgence?
Lol.
Magic
LMAO.
Online.
Get owned. Ketsi also has what's it called? The shock that can be 4 damage for 5 mana.
Wow, so Dan doesn't have it. And he's leaving Ketsi an opening to sorcery
That seems
speed.
strange to run this out if you don't have it.
Yeah, I hate that. Because Ketsi now just gets to kill it with Perfro's Intervention. She does have the sorcery speed answer.
I think she can just lethal, right? I mean, well, he has what's it called? He has priority, so he can like
if I'm
counter something.
If I'm Ketsi,
so
like
if you play the land,
I just kill
lethal.
the Pestermite. I guess.
Is there a bounce you're worried about?
I mean, Dan could have a burn spell for Phoenix of Ash, or is Thrun alone lethal?
Hang on. So you only need to Perfro's Intervention for 2. Ketsi can have 8 mana, so then you have 6 mana, which Wolf runs for 4. It's 1 short.
Well.
Yeah, because Ketsi can have 8 mana, so then she would have to Perfro's Intervention for 1, which
Yeah, if I'm Ketsi,
like,
I just
that
kill
damage
this
from that
Pestermite.
Kargan Intimidator is like huge here.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. If she'd gotten in the extra 2 damage from the Phoenix of Ash that turn, then Dan would just be dead to. No, Dan wouldn't quite be dead to just Thrun plus Wolf Run here. But you could still attack Wolf Run, and then if that doesn't work out, Perfro's Intervention. Which is
so. Also, here's the thing: is that Azcanta is really shortening your clock. So I think Ketsi,
at this point, she has to kill Pestermite.
Yeah, she has to do one or the other, and
well, she can't kill Rob here.
So,
oh no, she can. Yeah, she can kill. Sorry, Dan. She can kill Dan if he has no answers to.
What?
So it's basically whether you put Dan on having removal or having counter magic.
So I think you Perfro's Intervention post combat is the thing. You go to combat to see if they play something like the 1/4.
Yeah, because if Dan plays Deceiver Exarch, then Perfro's Intervention is irrelevant anyway.
Yeah. So you're attacking for sure.
Yeah.
So he could have Torrential Gear Hulk.
What is this?
Torrential Gear Hulk.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, this makes sense to play exactly now.
To do a Braid to kill
Phoenix.
And
then block Thrun.
I guess you can Wolf Run for 2 and kill Perfro's, and then you're just then you can next turn get back your Phoenix of Ash. Incredible first pick, by the way. And just wait, you can regenerate Thrun. Duh, I'm stupid.
Yeah,
you can pump and regenerate Thrun.
This is not bad for Ketsi, although it does give Dan another draw to find Twin.
It gives him a little bit more.
But
yeah, I was gonna say
dead, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So you do this, and then you Wolf Run
just to kill. I guess you can trample over for 1 too, which is not necessarily irrelevant.
No, she can't do everything. Now that I realize it.
Oh right, because Wolf Run costs 3 virtually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no reason to Wolf Run.
So
like she has to choose between regenerating and Wolf Running.
I think you. Maybe you just say go and don't Wolf Run, because you can Wolf Run next turn.
Yeah.
When you can do the same thing next turn.
Yeah.
You can attack.
And it's not like her life total is being threatened by the Hulk.
This is a really
I like
important. I love this play, and this was like such an important turn. I mean, it might not matter because Dan could just draw nothing, but that's the power of Twin. Is it's like, well, they have. Here, he has like 2 in 22, so like 1 in the.
This is Ketsi realized that if she doesn't Wolf Run, she can also just recast Phoenix.
Okay. Yeah, this is actually the best decision then.
Yeah. Ketsi seeing a better line than we did.
Yeah. I forgot because the Perforos's intervention was going to go to the graveyard to make it 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, that turn. Because I was misthinking.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine how Dan gets out of this.
He can attack.
I guess he's not like. I guess if he hits Exarch and then.
Honestly, not gonna lie, twin.
Ooh.
Oh, that's pretty big.
Huge.
I think you just attack with Phoenix of Ash, and you can like Wolf Run it.
Do you even Wolf Run it? Like, I feel like Ketzi wants to keep up. I guess she doesn't need to keep up Burst Lightning now. She can take a turn off from holding up Burst Lightning, and just wow, that's an odd block.
I mean, it's odd because it stops if you only block the champion. Wolf Run just deals you 1,000,000 damage.
Right, and Dan wants champion dead,
you want champion to die. So she's mathing out right now that Wolf Run would add 5, which is not enough with Phoenix of Ash.
I'm actually skeptical that having champion just die is that relevant. Just because I don't know if Dan has time to do anything about it. And Ketzi
and now
Ketzi's just passing here.
I mean, because it lets her avoid Exarch. Because with Exarch, you can
right, because Exarch can just come down end of turn. Yeah, I mean, Dan only has 1 card in hand, so it's like...
Yeah, and now he gets to Azcanta, which is where Ketzi's like, well, what if I play... Oop, is this a 2-mana spell? What is this? Oh, it's Dig. Holy shit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Now this is
Dan
where...
Did Dan land drop last turn? Because if not, I might have... I guess he really, really wants to keep 2 combo pieces here if he finds them and not a land.
Yeah. And Deceiver Exarch slows this clock because if Dan doesn't have a removal spell... Also, something to note, a removal spell on Phoenix of Ash right now would be huge because Ketzi's pretty far away from escaping it again.
Yeah.
I mean, Wolf Run does help a lot or whatever, but...
Another thing that's worth noting, if Ketzi ever finds Pod, this game is broken wide open.
Because of the regenerate on Thrun
no,
or whatever?
That's not. Regenerate doesn't work with sacrifice. Just because getting like Wolfier on Phoenix is just lethal.
I guess that's true. Interesting decision.
Although that's also weak to Exarch, so...
Yeah. So, because, like, Ketzi last turn... No, he was pretty far away from dead. So, yeah, you couldn't...
So, Dan could, in theory, have Exarch untap a land Kiki-Jiki, or even just Exarch Kiki-Jiki on its own. Ketzi would have been able to punish that with Burst Lightning in practice, but if Dan had it, he probably would have gone for it. Just cause...
This is why I love board states like this, because Ketzi wants to leave up 5 mana for Burst Lightning, and Dan wants... So she can't be super aggressive. Like, she can't even cast this. She's 1 mana short of being able to do everything or whatever. Okay.
Oh, and this defensive Exarch is going to spell Doom for Dan, because now Ketzi has the ability to Burst Lightning it, and that's the last combo piece Dan has. And once Ketzi's not afraid of combo pieces anymore, then...
I mean, here you want to know the truth, is Kiki or, what's it called? Splinter Twin on Torrential Gearhole can also win the game. Like, it's not just like, oh, he can't combo. It's over. Like...
I'm just skeptical that is going to be able to outrace what Ketzi's doing.
I guess that's true. He has, like, Inferno Titan and shit. So it's like...
So Ketzi is now playing scared of counter magic, I guess?
No. I think what she wants to do is she wants him to activate Azcanta and go down to 1 mana.
Yeah.
So she just has to... But if Dan doesn't activate Azcanta, gets like a free draw and like Force of Negation, Remand, does it. Like, and this is the weird thing about the way priority works, like that, where it's just like Dan can just be like, okay, that isn't the end of the game. But like there's 15 cards and he's getting to look at 3 right now. Okay, so yeah. This is an interesting decision point.
I wonder if part of the reason Ketsy's going for this on Dan's turn is to make his Force of Negation less good. Although he still has enough mana to just hard cast it, so that's not like...
So he's looking at the top 4 right now, trying to find a counter spell.
Such as, for example, Force of Negation.
Yeah, if Ketsy gets to go to attacks next turn, and she draws 1 more land, the game
Flame Slash is not it, although it does kill Phoenix.
Well, it kills one of the Phoenixes, not the one in Ketsy. It doesn't permanently get rid of the one in Ketsy's hand.
All right. Well, Dan is in rough shape here. He doesn't even have the mana to start copying Gearhulk, even if he has the combo pieces.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So that's the card that kills you. But now Thrun.
Now Ketsy can just afford to throw Wolf Runs on Thrun until, forever. Yeah, not super relevant now.
bit late.
I mean, she could still Phoenix.
You can Phoenix, yeah.
Plus Pod to just make a wolf here.
Or not even a wolf. She can get the dragon or whatever. The 5-mana dragon.
5 Dan in the air. But Phoenix plus Pod would be nice because then she...
So I like doing this because it makes Kiki and Twin so much worse.
Because if you can't, so would getting Wolfier with Pod though, because that still forces a chump. I think this is just.
You would only go to 1.
No, oh, you're right. I thought it was +5 for some reason, but nope. No, you're right. It's +4 +4.
I mean, it feels like +8 basically.
Yeah.
Like.
I mean, this didn't. No, this did force a chump because. Yeah. Ketsy had exactly 5 mana to spend on it.
Yep. So, trying to think of big draws.
Okay.
Wow, Mizzy Mortars. Holy shit, that's so good. I mean,
Phoenix plus Pod for Dragon.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is gonna be really, really good. Obviously.
I'd probably play Phoenix first.
Yes.
Getting Pod countered isn't
that
great, but...
felt like a pass. That felt like a pass priority.
Yeah, that felt like an F6.
You should... I was going to say, if Ketsy wants to avoid taking 2 life, which I don't think will matter, yeah, and then you do this, and then you...
Yeah, I think Ketsy's got this sewn up.
Yeah, I think now it's over. Like, Dan just doesn't have enough time and resources to do anything. Just flyers.
This is a cool
it would have to be like Inferno Titan plus removal spell for Kargan, but then even then Ketsy can escape Phoenix of Ash. God, what a great pick 1. Phoenix of Ash, so good.
Yeah,
I mean, she can do that anyway.
A little skeptical of it. Like, I bought Ketsy's argument that it's the best one in Pod specifically, but good. It is really good here. All right.
Hard is not so.
Let's see if we can. I wonder if we can
watch Charles.
Ketsy to wait until Charles is done. Hey, Ketsy.
Yep.
Nice win. That was... We were on the edges of our seats.
You were. I was.
We really want to watch your full match with Charles.
Okay.
So, we're going to go pop over to the Val vs. Charles match and watch until that's done. If you wouldn't mind waiting until that's done, even if James finishes earlier, we would appreciate it.
Well, I've already played Evan. I need to play
James.
Rob and.
Oh no, James is on your team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Rob has a bunch of people lining up to play him because he's he DC'd for a bit. So yeah.
Yeah. I'll wait for Charles.
Cool.
I have to do some stuff anyway.
Charles, would you be willing to stream your screen for us, please? Charles, can you hear me?
No. I'm streaming.
Yeah, we're watching you, but we like to switch back and forth. What's the game record?
This is game 2. I won game 1.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll just message Charles on Facebook or something.
Charles is the Monarch currently.
I love it. Oh man. I'm glad there aren't too many Monarch cards in this cube, but I'm glad there are a couple because I think it's a really goofy, fun thing to happen every now and then.
Oh man, it's so good. I love it. Val looking like a favorite. No, Charles has 5 cards. I don't know what they are. But Val's hand, like, you could just Progenitus right now, or just play, what's it called? Oh, I think he's looking at his turn timber odds.
Yeah.
I guess he does have triple green. So here's the thing. I think playing Glen Alindra... Ooh, that doesn't do anything. That is literally... It gives you 1 land.
Yeah, but it means that... I mean, I guess Val was already insanely well set up against any big Boom Boom Charles played, so
yeah,
I'm not sure how Charles ever
like...
wins this game, honestly.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I kind of just like... Wait, what? You didn't have to do that. I was going to say...
No, Val had 7, I think.
Yeah.
And you need 8 to
okay.
fully level. Oh, what fun. Love clicking 2 different small parts of the screen back and forth over and over.
It's like you're playing Osu, like the rhythm game. You just have to get really good at it. Just
with a mouse.
Yeah, precise clicking. Yeah. Oh, God, I should play MTGO on a tablet with a pen.
I've played MTGO on a tablet with my finger before. It's actually not bad.
The old first pick once upon a time. Finding Thragtusk. Thragtusk, notoriously not good against Progenitus. Does Charles have anything that names?
No, I mean, there's not much. There's Council's Judgment, which is in Val's deck and also Graveyard.
Ooh, baby.
Is that even good? Like,
no, it gets fractured.
And then Val becomes the Monarch here. I might just Agent of Treachery the Rhino. I guess Fractured is better, and saving Agent for like a Planeswalker is probably better, but...
Yeah, you get to deal him more damage.
Yeah,
put him to 3. I mean, but here's the real thing.
Nothing matters because Val is crushingly winning.
Oh, no, because there's a Thragtusk. He knows about the Thragtusk, so he's going to go up to 8, and then... Yeah, this is sick. This is just nasty. God, Val's deck is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Sometimes just taking a bunch of really powerful cards works, I guess.
This is what happens when Ketsi doesn't draft blue-white.
I mean, I guess the thing about Val's deck is that it would just be better as a blue-white control deck, but it's with like a light green splash for Oko and Hexdrinker.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if the splash was only for Oko and Hexdrinker, then yeah, I think that's okay. Because both of those cards are so sick.
Yeah. Definitely you do want to play both of them. But
and also, white was so open, like, early on, where in the interview, Val was like, I didn't know where to go, and I'm like, here's the fun thing. White is always open. It's like you can always do an Italian accent, it's never racist. It's like, you can always go into white, it's always open for cube. Like,
all right,
it's never
Charles just fucking vanished from the chat, but
I've noticed he has like 2 discords. He has like one where he can actually do voice, and
All right,
whatever.
so Val crushes Charles's Exo dreams. The only person with a shot at Exo right now is Ketsi. Oh no, Rob technically, because he hasn't played any of his matches.
He's in the middle one right now.
Yeah. It's just he's behind because of networking issues.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, so Charles versus Ketsi now. Charles, can you still not hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, cool. Can you stream your screen so we can switch back and forth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll stream it once Ketsi gets here, but I'll send a.
I am
jonesing
to get a look
to take care of some stuff
at Charles's deck.
Which one? Oh,
okay. Well,
I found you.
So Ketsi is taking care of stuff for quote about 10 minutes. So I vote we go. Let's see. We could watch Dan S and Rob, or we can watch Evan and James. What do you think? I feel like we haven't seen much of James, so let's do that one.
Yeah, we haven't seen James at all, actually.
Oh, okay.
Hey, folks.
Just in case you have some other removal in response
to... What is the game record so far?
1-1 game 3.
Game 3, yeah.
Okie dokie. This is an exciting one.
I asked Ketsi to ping you and me when they start playing.
Much appreciated.
Ooh, baby, Massacre Girl with... This is so funny. This is gonna kill, like, 8 things.
Oh god, I guess it kills everything through Broodmoth, huh?
Yeah. Because it's like, it's gonna come... Or does it stop here? No, because then another trigger happens, and then nothing
it does
dies.
Stop. Oh, but Collective Brutality restarts it.
Oh yeah, because it's until end of turn.
And then that is enough to kill everything, I think.
Yeah, you just have to kill, like, one thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
It doesn't matter what Evan's, like, thinking about it, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think he's just being sure, which makes sense. Oh, it actually does matter, because that one didn't have a flying counter. Oh. So now it pings, and now they all go.
Oh my god. And
yeah,
so
including his Regisaur, but whatever.
But, I mean, that's fine. Like, Evan doesn't really want to discard anymore anyway.
That is sick as fuck.
That's incredible.
That was like 8 triggers. Uh-oh.
Oh.
5 mana. That's pretty good. Thankfully, Menace, though. Both of Evan's creatures will have Menace, but he's probably not casting this Null Priest quite yet. He needs 1 more mana. I can't quite see what Evan has in his graveyard, but presumably there's something good in there. Okay. Interesting line from Evan, but I kind of like it. Just trying to put more of a clock and lifelink, because it's like lifelink and Menace, and you're just betting on drawing a land to hit, like, I can't see the graveyard, but it seems like Regisaur is the only target, which is like, Regisaur's not nothing when you have no cards in hand.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, fuck. That sucks.
Yeah, and the Revelark is going to be pretty good for James too, because if James ever just wants to block with Revelark, then wow, then he can just get back almost anything in his graveyard other than Broodmoth.
Yeah, so now waiting a turn would have been better.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like from this point, but it's like ultimately I don't know how much it would have mattered, because James can even just equip Batterskull to Revelark, and it's over.
Yeah.
Ooh, Charles is currently live.
Charles is live, but his stream is just a bunch of cursors because he hasn't. Oh, here we go. He is waiting for Ketsi to return.
Yeah. Okay.
Ketsi still absent.
Yep. I got a couple more minutes.
All right. Sarah, I'm with Val and Dan just for the couple minutes until Ketsi shows up. I guess maybe we should really watch Dan and Rob, but because we've seen Val's deck a ton, but whatever. And Dan's, actually.
Whatever.
It's only a few minutes.
watch Val's side. Because Val doesn't have the most instant speed removal.
No, he definitely doesn't. The Sublime Epiphany is good if he can start holding it up, but Kefnet's a lot of pressure to Epiphany through. Also, Cera Best the Sea God not so good against Twin Combo.
Yeah.
Flash is a way around the tapping everything.
Yeah, it's kind of like... Ooh. Okay, so interesting of what to do from here. I might even agent just to, like, hit... I don't know. Like, search or...
Oh, poor Evan is 0-3.
So, this is interesting here. Doing agent to take God Eternal, Kefnet, or search, I could understand. Actually, Agent of Treachery and God Eternal Kefnet is really good because Council's Judgment, like, you can just put it on top of his library again.
Yeah.
But so I like this. Dan's gonna get to see a lot of cards, but yeah.
But he doesn't have a shot to win right here, and
Yeah,
Sublime
not this
Epiphany is very, very good with Agent of Treachery. So
actually, he only has 6 lands because 8 is where you can win on the same turn.
You only need 7 because you can untap a land with Kiki Jiki.
You're right.
Pestermate. So if Dan can slam a land here and has Kiki Jiki specifically.
Well, now it's post combat.
Oh yeah, wow. Discarding Riel to Literal Core is one of the saddest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, Riel just honestly doesn't seem. I don't like that card very much.
Yeah,
okay. This isn't bad.
In there as a like. Okay, Ketsi and Charles are ready.
Okay.
Riel is in there because blue-red cards are terrible. Hey, Charles.
Yep.
Oh, it's fixed.
You need to... Oh, you fixed it. Okay, never mind. Are you streaming your screen and not just Magic Online, the window?
I'm streaming the window.
You have to stream your screen or it will break on Discord. Because Magic Online uses...
Tuxedo Rose is the right person?
Yep.
It's very fun that way.
Gotta love Magic Online.
Who doesn't?
Ugh. It's almost a great hand.
In my experience, people who have worked on Magic Online don't love Magic Online. All right.
Now this is a pretty sick hand.
Yeah.
Can basically get any colors of mana.
I mean, that's kind of to be expected from Charles's deck. If he stumbles on mana ever, I'm going to be kind of surprised.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a question of whether Ketsi can outrace him.
Ketsi's deck definitely can. I think Ketsi needs to keep hands that are really aggressive in the way of like ramping big fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the kind of like
she doesn't
mid-range
have the tools to really go under Charles. She doesn't have the 1-drops that would be necessary to do that. So
I think Wolf Run is like the most important card in Ketsi's deck in this matchup because it just makes like every threat lethal. And as we talked about, Charles's deck maybe can struggle to close out games. I haven't watched it at all though.
He also like his one match loss so far is to Val, which does suggest that a sufficiently large and resilient threat can pose a problem for him.
Yeah. And also the thing where Val can take Charles's few win cons with Fractured and Agent. 40th pick Duskwatch Recruiter. Showing up.
The main deck.
Now this is hard because you have to mouse over the right one and click.
Yeah, the dexterity component. How Having to crack a fetch land before Lotus Cobra comes down is a little unfortunate, but
yeah, and this if Charles doesn't draw a land, could be one of those like play explore, don't play a land. Just wow. Okay, that's fair.
I respect that block. Like, there's no guarantee that Cobra does anything even, and you're playing against aggro. You gotta trade where you can.
And yeah, like he can Green Sun Zenith for 1 at worst next turn. Best case scenario is like drawing a land, exploring, hitting another land, and then okay. So
I don't know. I might just Elves Green Sun. I think that's more consistent than exploring here.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, interesting.
Fiend Artisan.
Even though it doesn't really block Finks very well.
Interesting.
Is he trying to go for a... Like, if he draws a land, he can Artisan the elf into a Siege Rhino, which is pretty good against Ketsi.
Yeah, but there's also not a rush to do that right now, because
yeah, and he can also Green Sun for Siege Rhino if he draws a land.
He can, like, Hostage Taker, and, yeah. Also, Anguished Unmaking lining up pretty good against, like, Finks and stuff.
Yeah, although dealing 3 damage is not irrelevant right now.
Yeah.
It's also worth noting that Charles is going to take a lot of damage off of his lands a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And that is pretty relevant. Yeah, like having I
was gonna say, do you just attack here? Because you're not blocking this Voltaic Brawler.
I think so.
Now, a card like Wolfear Silverheart would be brutal here.
Honestly, even just a removal spell for Hostage Taker, letting Ketsi get back Finks, get more life. Just...
Yeah, the life isn't super relevant, but...
No, but...
It's not nothing. Because if Charles gets to Finks, this is a very different game, depending on what Ketsi is.
No pre-combat plays. I mean, the thing is, there's not many cards Ketsi can have in hand other than 3 straight lands that are not bad for Charles in some degree.
Okay. It's not the scariest thing.
No.
Yeah. I kind of like the decision to pulse here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Charles can't.
And now offering
the
double block. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Ketsi, I definitely go for that double block. It really constrains Charles's mana. And yeah, that's a good point, Malamet, that if Charles blocks with Finks, Ketsi gets the persist back.
Oh, that's right.
But gaining the life is still pretty relevant. And being able to trade with something, even if it just downgrades it to a 2-1.
This pod hitting like Phoenix here is going to be really good.
Yeah. Yeah, because, like, Charles doesn't have a lot of a way to sort of run away with this game. Although, I would have attacked with Voltaic Brawler first. I guess then Ketsi trades. Yeah, no, getting Phoenix is better. You're right.
Charles not... Yeah, Charles doesn't have white. Ooh.
Yeah, I really don't like Charles's play on turn 3 of getting the Fiend Artisan, of playing Fiend Artisan instead of getting Noble Hierarch.
So now you can do this.
Oh, that's sick.
What's up?
The Ketsi's play, just very good.
Yeah, I was going to say. And now you can, like, go into Phoenix another turn. And now...
Noble. That's not bad.
We grind. Yeah, it gives white mana for Nahiri, and Nahiri exiling a potential Phoenix with her -2 would be quite good. I think Charles here... Yeah, I think you have to.
It's especially rough because it's only 1 extra life because of the tap from the elf.
Yeah, the Deep Shadow.
Yeah, Charles is in not great shape here. I wonder if Ketsi goes for 3 mana Phoenix or 4 mana Phoenix. I would probably go for 4 mana because just activating Duskwatch Recruiter seems pretty good.
Yeah, Duskwatch Recruiter, as it stands, she has a lot of mana, and kind of she doesn't have like. Okay, I don't hate this. Legion Warboss not doing a ton here.
Yeah, it's among the least impressive of Ketsy's hits. But really, any creature is just good.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what she does. So she's potting, it looks like. I wonder if she pays life. Because she has Warboss in hand. Okay, so she's not.
There's not a strong reason to pay life unless she has an actual castable spell in hand.
Yeah, I was wondering what the spell in her hand would have been if she wouldn't have. Okay, so Duskwatch Recruiter getting Phoenix of Ash, which I like this clock. Unfortunately, it's going to line up a little bad against Nahiri.
Yeah, Nahiri and Anguish Unmaking will be good for Charles. And Sphinx's Rev is very relevant.
Does not have double blue currently, but
but it does mean that Charles has a way of getting back in this game if he can drag it out long enough.
Yeah.
Ketsy is not presenting that much of a clock right now with the Phoenix Head. Without easy access to a haste creature, she could get Hellrider off of Eternal Witness, but it doesn't have good attacks.
Also, I think Charles could have maybe attacked with no, I guess you don't want to attack with Hostage Taker. This Fiend Artisan is pretty live too. It's like a card that I'm seeing because like he can next turn get Siege Rhino.
That's true.
Or Thragtusk is another big one. But I think
if he has Thragtusk main, which he probably doesn't.
Okay, so this Warboss is kind of just like
Ketsy might be trying to go for a wider board to get a Hellrider active.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, this means that each of the tokens Warboss makes deals a damage, even if
they don't get through.
Yeah, which is pretty good. Not clear if it'll race anything relevant. Wow, willing to sacrifice Arbor Elf here. Oh, she just wants to kill Nahiri.
Yeah, she can kill Nahiri. Okay. Honestly, the weird thing, I don't know how relevant that will be.
I mean, Nahiri's ability to minus means that basically either Ketsy has to win in one shot, or she has to accept that her creatures are going to get ground out by Nahiri.
So, interesting thing here.
Okay, I like this Anguish Unmaking from Charles. It's risky. It puts him down to 3, but it means that Ketsy doesn't have access to 5s.
She can't pod.
She can't get like Thundermaw Hellkite and just win that way. It's possible she has a 4-drop in hand. Yeah, so this is just going to be game. She can pod Bloodbraid into Thundermaw, but I think Charles's line there was very good, given that
Charles got stuck on mana like for a long time, literally. GSZ and Explorer just sat in his hand the whole time.
Yeah, although I will point out, he chose not to GSZ. He chose to play Fiend Artisan instead, and then did nothing with Fiend Artisan, so...
Yeah, Temple Garden did turn on Sphinx's Rev, which was something to note, but, like, the Hellkite, that was just going to be such a, like, big chunk of damage that turn. So was playing Thragtusk main, not playing Marchesa or Carnage Tyrant.
Interesting.
So I like not playing Marchesa.
Yeah, Marchesa seems real rough against Ketsy.
Yeah, Marchesa seems like a liability, because it just lets Ketsy draw way more cards. Carnage, yeah, I guess you don't really have to worry about like counter spells. So like bringing in Carnage Tyrant over something else probably doesn't matter. Really good card. It's like Charles really just wants to see like Ren and 6 in his opening hand, just kill all Ketsy's dorks. And
all right, Daniel is the first to finish. Daniel M at 1 and 3.
Is that the twin deck?
That is twin. He beat Val, and lost to everyone else. That puts Val at 1 and 2, beating Charles and losing to everyone else. And Charles is 2 and 1, but down to Ketsy, who is 2 and 0, poised to potentially go 3 and 0.
And then a potential 4 and 0.
Potentially. It's still unclear how good Rob's deck is because he has put up so few results. But
he's playing.
Yeah, I'm just ribbing him. I understand that it is technical difficulties and not his fault. We will probably end up seeing a lot of Rob's deck. I will venture
really thinking about her sideboard because Charles has submitted.
Yeah. Also, the Warriors is 7 and 4. And Team
so I'm
Wombo
not super worried
and
about a tie.
Is 4 and 7. So the only way to tie it up is for Team Wombo and or Combo to win 4 of their next games exactly, or their next matches.
This is a really good start.
But if Rob really hammers it home, then that could happen. Yeah, I like this start from.
If he hits a red source, oh my god.
Oh, you're looking at Ketsy. I forgot to switch. Haha.
Oh no! I'm looking at Charles. Sorry.
We should switch to Ketsy.
All right. I mainly just wanted to watch Charles because we haven't seen any of his, and Ketsy still has games to play, and this is Charles's last.
All right, we can stick with Charles. That's fine.
I think this game is going to be very different from the last game.
Yeah,
Ren and
6 really messes with Ketsy's early game plans. Although
just taking 5 to the dome gets Tarn back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Charles just no Anguished Unmaking. Even though this Voltaic Brawler is going to do a lot of damage, and Bollighead Recovery can just get back Anguished Unmaking. I'm kind of surprised by that, because Ketsy is able to just force a kill. Oh, Anguished Unmaking is an instant. I'm dumb. Never mind.
Yeah. Does he have access? Can he get untapped black from...
Oh my god, I don't know. I just sort of assume that he can cast anything.
He has Blood Crypt. No...
So it's taking 6... That would be taking 6 to play Anguished Unmaking, which would be a little rough, but...
LMAO. Let me see if he has untapped.
If he doesn't, it would be really strange for him to not play Zagoth Triome or Overgrown Tomb there.
Yeah, he doesn't. I think all of his blacks... Well, yeah, he doesn't.
Well, I guess Ren and 6 is down here.
I think his black sources are all... Honestly, that's okay. Ren and 6 probably isn't going to do that much for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it keeps Ketsy off of things with 1 toughness, which is not irrelevant.
I mean, he can Balagad Recovery it back and do it again.
That is true.
As such.
That's pretty funny.
That's not even, the best E-Witness.
No, it's just the funniest E-Witness.
It is quite good. Okay, so he wanted to cycle it. So now he has untapped black with Overgrown Tomb. Ooh, that Fiend Artisan is going to be helpful. So yeah, getting back Ren and 6, tapping correctly to do it.
Ren and 6 still just going to die to Voltaic Brawler, but...
Hitting birds over... Oh, because he's going to offer... I was going to say... I was wondering if he was going to take the 2 to play Overgrown Tomb.
That was a lot of mana to kill a Birds of Paradise.
Ooh, boy. Robert isn't going to get a card as it stands currently. Is this Porcelain Legionnaire. Porcelain Legionnaire pretty good.
Yup.
Against Ren and 6. That is guaranteed going to die.
Yeah.
So now the question is, do you block E-Witness? Which Yes.
Trade early, trade often. That's the thing. Ooh, Nahiri's not bad here.
So yeah, now you
Fiend
can
Artisan's also
Nahiri
gonna be really
and
big.
Fiend Artisan
Actually,
when
that's
you.
not true. It's gonna be a 2/2.
Yeah. To note,
not leaving up Anguished Unmaking. I guess he's just going for the Nahiri, probably exiling.
Robber.
Yeah.
Robber is just potential card advantage, or that no, because that can't get trample anymore.
No respect for Robber of the Rich.
Ketsi choked on red a little bit, so if she has like Phoenixes in her hand, she cannot play them as it currently stands. Phoenix Eye, yeah, Phoenixes.
Phoenicians.
And I think Fiend Artisan to cash in the Dork would be very, very, very good.
Yeah, for Siege Rhino. Or even potentially just a...
So the first strike on the Porcelain Legionnaire, because I can't imagine... Oh, God. Just every game she has it.
I mean, that's the Ketsi power, right? She builds around the card knowing that she'll draw it every game because she's
That
special.
feels weird, because Robber can't attack through...
This kills Nahiri.
But also attacking with Porcelain Legionnaire. Oh, wow. Holy shit, what a draw. All right. I wanted to see this.
All right, yeah. Let's...
White, blue, red.
Sphinx's Ram Assassin's Trophy. Not as impressive as I hoped. I'll be honest. And he doesn't have double blue again, so...
Yes, that is correct. Assassin's Trophy can kill the Birthing Pod, which I think is of note. Yeah. Assassin's Trophy can also kill... No, because Ketsi, she could just get a mountain or whatever. Because it can kill the land that has the Utopia Scroll, but it doesn't stop her from having red.
Ketsi could potentially play a card from hand, pod Hellrider into Dragon, and attack and get a hit off of Robber of the Rich. It's worth noting.
Yeah.
Not sure it's worth it, but it does put Charles down to 5 at most.
Yeah, having Niv-Mizzet not able to block is pretty big.
Although it does seem like, in general, a 6/6 flying is actually kind of a big roadblock for Ketsi. Like, she can get through it once she hits Dragon, but that's only for one turn. And she doesn't have a lot of removal by virtue of sort of being a very creature-focused deck.
Yeah.
And Charles is not at that low of a life total to be super threatened by what Ketsi can put out on the board right now.
Yeah, it would have to be... She doesn't have enough mana. It would have to be a 4-drop into pod activation, like you said, and then like 3 pings from a Hellrider and the 5 damage from the Dragon. I guess that's still short. That only puts Ketsi to 2. Or sorry, that only puts Charles to 2.
Yeah. I mean, if Ketsi can, if Ketsi had a land, she would have slammed it. So this is all academic, but if Ketsi could play a land and a 4-drop, then Hellrider would probably survive. I guess Charles would probably trade Fiend Artisan and Avacyn's Pilgrim for Hellrider.
Yeah. Can I just say, in true grinder fashion, Charles only has spent 5 minutes on clock. Ketsi is at 13. I do love it. I love the speed at which Charles clicks through.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You'll notice all of the like classic old school Pro Tour grinders.
Yeah.
At least the ones I know in Seattle do that.
Also, with the username Tuxedo Rose, that's not easy to get. That you can tell that's an early.
Oh yeah.
So she pods the Hellrider into Wolfear Silverheart potentially.
I also, you got to appreciate the nod to Sailor Moon, right?
Yeah.
Oh, War Boss. Okay. That's interesting because it disincentivizes Charles from from trading with the Robber of the Rich. So Ketzi hits a Marsh Flats, not super exciting off of Robber.
So Electrolyze is interesting because, he can hold up Assassin's Trophy and Electrolyze.
Yeah. It's going to be... Go ahead.
I'm trying to think. So the passing of priority was really interesting because now Ketzi has pod online, has like pod priority.
Does she have any 6-drops she can pod into?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering about.
I'm pretty sure she took a Chandra, but that is not potable.
Yeah, she didn't get like prime time or whatever.
Can't wait until they print birthing pod, but for planeswalkers.
God.
It would just be terrible. You just can't make a curve of planeswalkers the same way you can.
Have you played War of the Spark? Because you can certainly try.
Yeah, I don't see how Ketzi gets through a 6/6 flyer.
The question is, can she go wide enough?
With Hellrider already dead, it gets a lot harder.
Because this Anguish Unmaking is going to put Charles to 2, and he's missing double blue for Rev.
I suspect he's just not planning on casting Anguished Unmaking.
Yeah. Because he can Electrolyze and Trophy.
To get rid of, War Boss and Hellkite. At which point, Ketzi does not have much gas, and she doesn't... At 4 mana, she doesn't have much capacity to put more gas onto the battlefield.
Yeah. Also, if Ketzi doesn't play something here, Charles could get enough cards out of his hand where Robber won't do... I mean, Robber attacking would just kill it, which you don't want to do.
Yeah, and there's nothing really impactful enough in Charles's deck to make it super... to be like a one outer for Ketzi hitting with Robber.
Yeah.
She could get a Siege Rhino, and that would make Charles unable to cast Anguished Unmaking, but so what?
Yeah.
Her deck doesn't really have enough burn to seal the deal from there.
So her choosing to pod. So she's getting to the point where podding with life total may not become free. Because Niv Mizzet is already 2 attacks, but obviously because of the Thundermaw Hellkite. Okay. So she has a 3-mana spell in her hand, probably. Getting rid of War Boss.
Picking up. All right, that makes sense to be able to attack around Niv in the air, potentially.
Yeah.
But
potentially.
The Assassin's Trophy is just going to make that much harder.
So she can attack. So right here...
What's she holding up 2 mana for?
I'm not sure. She might just have... She might just not have it or something.
She did choose to pay life to the
why would she pay
though.
life?
Oh, man. Siege Rhino is a huge one for Charles here.
Yeah, naturally drawing it too. I think Ketzi might be choked on double red, and now she has access to it. And so Rev is online because of Reflecting Pools.
Yeah.
Absolute power. So I think,
So Charles can go up to 8 here, and then up to 11 with Rhino afterwards. And Ketzi, he can bring Ketzi down to 7. So if Ketzi lets Charles get much of an attack in, she's not just dead. Niv Mizzet alone doesn't kill her, but she's not that far.
Yeah. Wonder if she's gonna pod. Okay, Phoenix of Ash, which might have been sitting in her hand for a while. She podding Phoenix of Ash or Rekindled Phoenix is the question. Because she's probably podding Rekindled Phoenix to get Wolfear Silverheart. Right. And what's going to happen is she's going to go to attacks with Phoenix, and then he can Anguish on making the Wolfroll Silver Heart, and then
you're right, and just
it just gets to eat it, and
that
it's
might
going to be
prompt a
really
concession. That's a big enough swing.
No, I mean, because she can escape it a few times. I
guess this does bring him to 2. But...
Yeah, and he has to go shields down to probably get Siege Rhino, because Ketsi has, what's it called in her deck? The
Fireball.
2 mana that burst
Trail.
Burst lightning, yeah.
All of those.
Number of
Yeah,
things.
I guess she's not that low on burn when it comes right down to it.
So I like playing the land out here because it represents more life and another card with Rev rather than cycling. Because you can't cycle it anyways. Ooh, like that.
Yeah, that's
like that
really good. That does put Ketsi dead to Niv Mizzet if she ever...
Niv Mizzet. So yeah, so now this is on chump duty. And also Siege Rhino has
or Phoenix of Ashes.
So notably, she doesn't have enough red to really go crazy with Phoenix of Ash.
Yeah. And she also doesn't have that much gas left in her deck. She's potted out most of the really powerful stuff she has.
Exactly.
I don't think she has any more 5-drops left.
I don't believe so as well. And so she can like escape Phoenix, put him to 1, but that doesn't do anything because she doesn't have another piece of red to like Arc Trail or whatever.
I mean,
she could have being choked on red is really brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, each of them has had a difficult mana situation in this match once.
Yeah, and this is really hard because with the trample, Ketsi needs like an escape and like 2 chump blockers. Does she have Finks still? Yeah, I think Finks hasn't been exiled. No, Finks. So Finks is still in her deck.
Yeah, I mean, that can help her keep alive, but the real question is how does she push through the last 5 damage? And then, I mean, we know the real question is how does she even push through the next...
View sideboard 2 cards because Ketsi's taking for a while. I mean, I get it. It's a pivotal decision, but it's like with the grinder where it's just like, Judge, can I get a slow play warning?
Yeah, the sad thing is if Ketsi knew about this Sphinx's Rev, she might just concede because that's an extra, 4 life at least.
Okay. That's not something that ends the game. Because Ketsi's not in the position where she's like, I need to wait and then I can win next turn. She's in the position of, I need to not die on this turn.
I mean, she can always chump with Phoenix indefinitely, but where does that get her is the question.
Yeah.
It looks like she's rebuying Phoenix of Ash.
Okay. Makes sense.
I mean, theoretically, Phoenix of Ash is lethal next turn. Theoretically, it does force a trade with Niv Mizzet, knowing what Ketsi knows.
It would take all of her mana, yeah. Because it would take 6 mana to trade for Niv Mizzet.
But in practice, what would happen is Charles would just take it and rev.
She potting?
I guess so.
To a 2-drop from her dork?
I guess so.
Just to upgrade it, basically? Oh, okay, that's game.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's over. Because now you just hostage take her, the Phoenix of Ash. Ketsi can't recur it. You just go nuts.
Yeah, this forces the double chump, and Ketsi goes to 1. Oh no, it doesn't even force back because you.
Yeah. Because with the trample, it just doesn't matter. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right.
So,
game 3.
1-1. Exciting. I wonder how Rob's doing. All right. Daniel S beat Rob. So Ketzi is now the only hope for an undefeated drafter, which I always like to see. Theoretically, if Charles wins this, Evan wins against Val, and Rob wins against Ketzi and James, they could be tied, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, with just the way the games have shaken out.
I mean, Val's deck... Val is 1-2, so...
I don't see Val's deck losing to Evan, honestly.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Val's deck is really, really powerful. I'm actually surprised Val's record is as low as it is. I mean, he lost to Twin because Val doesn't have a lot of instant speed removal, so I guess I get that. But the matches to Rob were so close. They felt like coin flips a lot of the time.
Yeah.
It was pretty rough. Also, notably, no, I guess it wouldn't have mattered. I was going to say, that game where Rob disconnected was game 2, where it felt like Val was going to win. And then Val ended up winning game 2 anyways. Yeah. So, didn't really matter.
I thought Rob was actually doing okay game 2.
He was doing okay, but it felt like he was going to get his sudden demise spell pierced, and that would have given Val a lot of room.
Yeah. But then, Val did win that game anyway. I kind of want Rob to do well because I really like Big Boros. I'll be honest.
Dan is now in the chat. I do love Charles's deck. Honestly, after being the stupid 5-color drafter, every time I see like a dumb 5-color drafter, I'm like, yeah, you do it.
Daniel, congratulations on your nice 3-1. Positive records are hard to come by in an environment this tough.
I really liked Dan's deck, the Dan in chat right now.
Dan S.
Yeah, I know we didn't get to interview or whatever, but I was really, really impressed with it.
Ketzi Grixis, as we call it.
Yeah, it was nice.
Charles taking keeping a hand with 2 removal spells and a bunch of mana. Bunch of mana. That is a nice Explorer here.
Yeah, that Explorer is... probably Overgrown Tomb. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then you play that one. Yeah, makes sense.
I am worried about how much damage Charles has to take off his lands all the time.
I mean, this green sun is going to get either a Siege Rhino or a Thragtusk.
Yeah.
So
Ketzi not having a 2-drop is pretty good.
Okay, so I think you have to electrolyze here, yeah, and then just play a fetch land to get a what's it called? Ooh, Duretti's a huge draw.
Yeah, that is
I think you play Marsh Flats so you can get red and oh no, he already has red and black. Never mind, so it doesn't matter.
Probably still just getting Siege Rhino here just because it's such a good blocker.
I was a little skeptical about Pod in Ketzi's deck, but I have been impressed by it.
Yeah, I think she has proven that red-green aggro Pod can be a real thing, at least when drafted by Ketzi in particular. Which I feel like is always a caveat that you need to add to decks that Ketzi does.
So I think you anguished on making the Phoenix to exile it. Yeah, checking mana. So you want to do this. Get your Triumph, and then you...
Yeah, I like unmaking the Phoenix. I think he's just trying to get Ketzi to tap for extra mana.
Yeah, to pump it or whatever.
If necessary or whatever, but...
Oh, that's true! Green Sun Zenith can get Niv. Holy shit. Oh my god, I completely forgot.
Charles sort of downplayed how bad it was that he missed out on Golos here, but I still think that Golos would have been truly stupendous in this deck.
Yeah. So exiling Phoenix of Ash, as we've seen, every game with Ketsi has been incredible. Like, that's rough.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolf Run is going to make a lot of Ketsi.
Okay, this is a bit slow right now.
Yeah.
But this is just going to upgrade into a 1-drop or whatever.
The thing is that Wolf Run means Duretti
yeah,
is
I was going to say,
much
pulsing
less good.
Yeah. So you can Duretti and Pulse.
Yeah, but then Duretti basically just trades for Llanowar Elves and Ketsi's turn. But, I mean, that's not terrible.
Yeah, especially with Green Sun Zenith to, like, refuel or whatever. Red, black. God, tapping in this deck is a nightmare. and then you play Marsh Flats. Yeah. Normally I don't love Sphinx's Rev, but I do like it in this deck.
It's still a little slow, if you don't mind.
Honestly, getting rid of the pod is huge.
Yeah.
So she's tapping right now. So she's pre-combating. Oh. Is that better? Oh, just have a removal spell for this? Like Arc Trail or something?
Arc Trail would be sick here.
Arc Trail would be sick, because then Hellrider goes to face. Oh, wow. Wait, she did it wrong. She did 2 to the token? Yeah, and then 1 to Duretti?
Ketsi, no!
Yeah, so now that has to go there, and 2...
Two less damage to Charles, which is...
Okay, so Nahiri minus on Hellrider. Ketsi has 1 card in hand. How much can Wolf Run do? And then you just like Green Sun Zenith for a chump blocker or something? Also, him not cracking Marsh Flats at end of turn kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I think he just wasn't paying attention. It's just getting...
Probably
the worst.
Of them,
yeah, the worst of them. He might have actually not cracked to protect his life total.
Yeah, that's possible.
So Ketsi here going for the Nahiri rather
with
than
Wolf Run
face.
To push it through, yeah. But that does cost her
I
turn.
was going to say, I don't really like it very much. I mean, she doesn't know about the Rev in hand, but I think you just want to give Charles the least number of draws possible, basically.
I mean, you could argue that Nahiri gives Charles
I guess
a
that's
lot
true.
more draws.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened to the Green Sun Zenith?
He used it to get the 1.
He used it to get a blocker, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, getting last fetchable land, which is hilarious. That's huge. That kills Wolf Run. I was saying...
Oh my god, it does kill Wolf Run.
Assassin's Trophy is the card he needs to see. Like, that's the biggest thing. I mean, it also protects him from... Ooh, what does this get back? War Boss? Probably?
Yeah, it's too grindy to get
War Boss or
back
Pod?
Hellrider's exiled, Daniel.
So not getting back Pod is interesting, because Pod has a bit of a harder time. So I think you just take the 1 here, Rev for... What is that, 4?
Yeah.
Rev for 4, and then hope to draw something, because Assassin's Trophy is so cheap, which is...
Rev,
like,
there is a chance that Rev really bricks here and gives Ketsi the game, but I think Charles is still ahead.
I think he can hit like Niv Mizzet, and he can Niv Mizzet and Assassin's Trophy next turn.
Pretty gross.
Thragtusk also.
Gross.
I wonder how many lands he even has left to fetch, is my question. So I wonder if he main phases the Assassin's Trophy. Also, the Balaged recovery is of note, getting back basically any Planeswalker. Yeah, he's very aware of that.
Balaged recovery also can, if necessary, get back Green Sun Zenith to grab Niv.
Oh, that's true.
And just draw a million cards.
That's true. I think that actually is probably better.
I mean, it's 9 mana all said and done, but
I mean, what else is Ketsi doing?
I guess we'll find out.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Not the best one. Actually, it probably is the best one. I don't know a single better card for Ketsi.
Wolf.
I think if you're attacking with the goblins,
Legion War Boss would be pretty good.
I think if you're attacking, you attack with everything. Like,
I certainly think you attack with. I mean, so she has to attack with one goblin, and when she has to attack with one goblin, she might as well attack with the other goblin.
Yeah, I think you just need to attack with everything.
Yeah, I like attacking at least with Witness here. I don't know if I attack with War Boss though.
So he can Balaged, get back Nahiri, exile Thundermaw.
Yeah.
I think if Ketsi attacks here, her chances of winning the game are pretty high, and if she doesn't attack with everything here, I think she almost guaranteed loses.
You think the extra, what would that be? 3 damage? 4 damage?
So a lot of damage, because you mentor something, because he eats War Boss.
This is going to be 6 damage, and it would have been 9 damage otherwise, I think.
Yeah. So 9 damage, he goes to 5, you go wide.
It would have been more. So Thragtusk blocks War Boss.
Okay. I like this play. Because you put Charles on having an answer to Thundermaw.
Yeah, this is 4 more damage.
Yeah, this is huge. And then she also has her 4 damage burn spell. She has Char in... I don't know if she's playing Char. Okay, well... Is he... Really interested to see what he does here. Because he needs to gain life.
Fiend Artisan is really interesting. I'm not sure I understand that. Balaged recovery on Assassin's Trophy to deal with Thundermaw. And then just gumming up the ground. Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense.
Yeah.
Hellrider is already out of consideration here. But if Ketsi has a burn spell, then that's
I don't know if he'll ever be able to crack this fetch.
Yeah.
Both of his fetches.
Yeah, if this is just...
oh, God.
Oh, damn.
This sucks. This is awful. This might just be game. No, because he can chump whatever she puts it on. Yeah. Or he can actually trade. Okay. So yeah, now you block the Gobbo token. Whoa. No, you can't block flying. Okay.
Oh, boy.
That would have been a sad way to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you trade with the thing.
Gobbo, yeah.
And now go like this. Go to 2. Get this. You need Hydroid Crisis.
Ketsi doesn't just have the burn spell right off the bat.
Yeah. So Oath of Nissa can find... So counting land... I don't know if he has any more fetchable lands in his deck, like, at all.
Yeah. I mean,
Oath of Nissa is kind of...
And he can't fetch untapped no matter what. I don't think he took any non-shock fetches. I might Oath first just to try to hit Krasis, but...
Yeah. I mean, I guess you technically can hit Krasis off of
Niv-Mizzet. Yeah, but you can't gain a bunch of life off of it.
Yeah. God, this is so close. Ketsi has outs to just, like, draw burn and win.
Yeah. Phoenix
it is a 1-turn window, because Krasis is going to come down and basically decide the game.
Yeah.
It's this turn or bust. She doesn't have Pod.
She doesn't have Wolf Run.
She doesn't have Wolf Run. Yeah, wow. Assassin's Trophy fucking saved this game.
Wow.
Now you just Krasis, gain a ton of life, draw some cards, and then you attack with Niv-Mizzet in the air. I guess that doesn't change because it's rounded.
Change the amount of life that's gained.
Ooh, that's also a good one.
This actually gains more life than Krasis right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like Krasis here because Ketsi now still has the out of Burst Lightning. Kicked Burst Lightning still kills Charles here.
Yeah. But this is lethal in the air, which I like. It's lethal in the air next turn.
That's true. But I think if you played Siege Rhino, Ketsi has no outs, and now Ketsi has 1 out.
Wow, that was really well navigated from Charles.
Yeah,
I like that last turn decision. It is true. I think Charles just being like, I can't give her more draws because especially Wolfear, any creature makes Wolfear Silverheart better. Like,
but it doesn't matter. He has so much blocking. Like especially with Voice of Resurgence, like it just he can chump block on the ground for days. Ketsi has no more ways of giving it trample.
I guess that's true. There's no more trample.
Like
left.
She could theoretically get the 3/2 Voltaic Brawler that can give itself trample, but even then she can just block with Niv and or Charles can just block with Niv and it works out.
Yeah.
But yeah, very very tight game.
Let's
so this puts Charles at 3-2.
3-1, you mean?
3-1.
Yeah.
Yes.
3-1.
So let's
watch Rob.
Yeah. Well, we have to. The only matches left are Rob.
No, Evan's still playing.
Nope. Evan just Val just beat Evan. Evan over.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Rob and James? Is Rob playing James right now? I guess that must.
Yeah.
Would you choose stream, please?
What did you need, Natalie?
Would you stream on Discord?
Rob is muted.
Yeah, hold on a second. I can do it.
Okay. Oh, these games against Charles were so close.
Yeah, we were very impressed on both sides.
I mean, at one point I was like, "There's no way I can win," and
watch?
I like played the Wolfear Silverheart, but he had the answers.
Yeah. Let's watch Rob because we've seen relatively little of Rob.
Okay.
All right. No, let's watch James because we're going to see more Rob guaranteed.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
And this is James's last match. Make sure friends are doing homework.
I do like the old GT batter skull on this side of the board. Post-combat equip rather than attacking with the creature with GT on it. I wonder if that's trying not to make a removal spell super appetizing to use. I don't understand why you wouldn't equip GT before.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really big.
Woof. Hey, Rob and James, what's the game record so far?
This is game 1.
Got it. Thank you.
God, Winds of Abandon is just a top tier white card. And that last time when I was mono white, it floated so late and I just picked it up for stuff like this where it's like, I didn't want this to happen to me as the mono white player.
Yeah, it's one of the wraths that you can't Selfless Spirit around.
It gets Hex Trigger, it gets Emrakul, it gets everything. All right.
Bouncing and replaying Batterskull is pretty good. And James has the lands here looking really impressive as a way for him to recharge his hand. I'm surprised he's not equipping GT, though. Really surprised he's not equipping GT.
I think he just wants to draw 2 cards, which I don't fault him for.
He might also just be planning to return Batterskull without paying life.
That's true. If it comes down to that, he can.
So, worth noting, the Warriors has won the Roto. There's no chance of a
best of 5.
Of a best of 5.
Those are just brutal for everybody, is the thing.
They are a marathon, not a sprint. That is for sure.
This Luca? Where does the snow go? Oh, it's because it's
Cold Steel Heart, yeah.
That's a good one. Is that lethal? 6, gain 4. GT can kill one of these. No, so it's not lethal.
No, I don't think it's anywhere close to lethal, actually. I don't think...
it's too short.
I don't think James even needs to use GT counter. Because James is at virtual 13.
Oh, yeah, because he'll take 10 and go to...
13.
Yeah. God, Batterskull's so good.
Yep.
I think you block...
It's good.
What is that? Flying? What's
no,
that
it's the
from?
illusion token from...
Skyclave Apparition.
Oh, that's smart. Minusing GT. I still don't understand why GT is not equipped. Like, I get, yes, drawing cards is good, but having counters on GT is so good.
I mean, also, I think, as we said, the exiling Smuggly Copty, and then you crack this. Oh, that kills Chandra now. Wow, that's big. Gains more life and kills Chandra.
No, oh my god, my heart almost stopped.
I know. Yeah. All right. James is in a good spot.
Yeah.
Smuggler's Copter flying, looting the remaining planes in his hand. Very, very relevant.
Yes.
Also, 2 count. God, GT, Batterskull, Copter. Just got it all. Okay. I like this.
Not playing Copter seems very strange to me.
Yeah. I'm also confused by that.
Yeah, damn, that Chandra is dead.
Yeah, I'm confused by not playing Copter. Because Copter's just lethal if you attach GT to it.
Worth noting, if James wins this, which is not at all guaranteed given that there might be an Emrakul happening.
Let's see. Spin the wheel. Oh, holy shit.
This is not lethal, but...
No, but it makes things very, very, very... What do you take?
It's not that bad.
Do you take the lifelink?
Yeah, I think you definitely take the germ, but...
Yeah.
Like, it's whatever. James gets a block on the...
Smuggler's Copter would have been very good.
Attacks,
yeah.
Or just take 4 and, like... It's just not a big deal.
Yeah. Smuggler's Copter here would have allowed the germ to tap itself in response to the Zealot. Oh, it untaps.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't have done much. It would have been a better thing to block conscripts with if conscripts were attacking, but it wasn't, so...
Yeah. So now you just attack both...
Smuggler's Copter would be a great thing to attack Luca with, I'll say that.
Yeah.
And you got to attack Luca here. That's one of the other things about having Luca Emrakul in the deck, is like, even if you don't hit it, the threat is so real.
I guess attacking at face would have forced a chump, but I don't think the life total matters or whatever.
Yeah.
It's all about GT.
What? No, what? I could... What?
I'm trying to think of why you would not. Because there must be a reason why he's not playing it.
I guess.
I mean, look.
What, like, I don't think there are wraths in the cube that hit creatures and artifacts.
I don't know what game this is.
I guess there's Oblivion Stone. I don't think it was drafted, but it is in the cube.
Wait, you put in Oblivion Stone? What?
Oblivion Stone has always been in the cube, Sarah. It's never been out of the cube.
The 3 mana you can... What's it called?
It isn't in the cube.
Yeah, it's not in the cube. What are you talking about?
Did I take Oblivion Stone out at some point? When did I take Oblivion Stone out?
It has not been in the cube since drafting online.
Huh.
At least. I was gonna say, I feel like I've never seen that card.
Let me see if I wrote down when I took it out and why. I took it out in March 2019. You're right. To cut down on wrath effects.
That's why you're like, it's always been in the cube. I'm like, I have not seen it in over a year. I felt like I was losing my mind. I'm trying to look at Rob's pool to see why.
James isn't playing Luris? James?
Let me look at the list. Yeah, I think not playing Luris over Blade Splicer feels a bit...
I mean, Blade Splicer's great, but...
Blade Splicer's great, but I think Luris...
Yeah, Luris is super, super gross.
When there's a lot of grindy decks on the other side of the table, it seems pretty good.
Not playing Honor of the Pure, not playing Shrine of Loyal Legions, not playing Imposing Sovereign, she took like 10th or something.
Yeah, playing the Sword... the Sword's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I like Sword here a lot, actually. Yeah. But I am skeptical about some of these main deck choices.
Yeah, like Stonecoil Serpent, like who cares?
Yeah, just way worse than all of these cards.
An Honor of the Pure, one of the top 10 white cards, IMO. Takes out Resto, that's all right. That's fine.
Yeah, Resto's fine. But the point of having Spectral Procession in a deck like this is that it's so fucking good with Anthems. So if you aren't going to play your Anthems, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Sorry, James, if you listen to this later, but I have a lot of strong opinions about how to build mono white.
I wonder, like, Karn or Ugin. No, that's not a reason to not play Smuggler's Copter. Very confused about that.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Maybe he thought he was just going to win and he didn't want to rub it in.
Maybe he was trying to hide information. Yeah, look at this Stonecoil Serpent. That could be a good card. Not that Stonecoil's a bad card. It's a fine card. It's just like...
It's good against Belborka.
It's good against Bellamy Borkerson. You're correct.
Drawn a lot of land. Also, I didn't check how many lands James was playing, because when I played Mono White, I played 15.
Evan put in his colors as capital B, capital G, which I suspect means that Evan doesn't understand that you typically use lowercase to indicate a splash, but I find it amusing to think that Evan just thinks of his green as a full-fledged color of that mono black deck.
Marin's pretty good.
Marin is very good. I can't deny it. Not playing the planes before attacking with Kythian's a little bit weird. Like, I get that if Dan really wanted to kill it, or if Rob really wanted to kill it, he would have done it. But
yeah.
That's true, Dan. It is true that Stonecoil is especially good with Luris. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of 1-drops, but he has a lot of really good 2-drops. Like Luris plus Selfless Spirit on its own is just an insanely powerful combo. Also, like Jite, which is probably going to get destroyed fairly often. Like, I have definitely lost games to playing against Jite and having the removal for it and just getting it Luris back.
Wow, Melborka looking terrible.
Wow.
Also, it's going to get Skyclave. It's going to get Skyclave,
yeah,
so it doesn't even matter.
For sure.
Wow, just really flooding out.
Well, that helps.
Whee! Man, if Dan just has a really slow start,
this is
or Rob just has a really slow start, this could just be game. Somehow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you just attack with creatures.
I mean, a 4-mana Wrath here would be pretty good, but
yes.
like, yeah. Sometimes your opponent just doesn't have enough interaction early on.
Dan points out that if Rob can just instant speed kill the Skyclave, then he is in a pretty good position. Or sorcery speed kill, that's less relevant. Rabble Master is not a lightning.
Not great. Winds of Abandon would be pretty good here.
Yes. Ooh.
Oh, God. That's really good. Yeah, that's definitely a play. I just do this.
Yeah.
Do you even attack with your other two creatures? Yeah, I don't think you do.
Yeah, probably not. Not until you get a counter on GT. Blocking there seems weird.
It's fine.
You gain 2 life, but you put 2 extra counters on GT that would otherwise basically have to kill the Rabble Master this turn.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Like, those counters represent a lot more life loss than the blocking gains you, because the Stonecoil Serpent has trample. Equipment strong.
Stronks.
I really respect James's first pick, Ubizawa's GT. I know it's not the hottest card to first pick.
Oh, I like it too.
But
I've first picked GT. It's great.
Yeah.
It's often one of the best cards in your deck, if not the best.
I don't know if that really works out, Dan, because James just removes the counters from GT. So Rob only gets 2 counters on it, and he can kill Kythian, but nothing else at that point. Kill Kythian, gain 2 life. Like, it's not terrible, but it's not great. Or kill, Skyclave Apparition, probably. Get a 4/4.
Tankin on this one. I wonder if this is like an Elspeth. In his hand.
Tankin.
The most brutal cards here would be like 6 mana Chandra -3, which I think kills the Chandra. I think she starts at 3. I can't quite remember.
6 mana Chandra starts at 4.
Starts at 4. Okay, so that would kill the board.
No, Serpent would survive because of GT.
Oh, you're right. That's right.
GT's a fucked up magic card.
GT is so stupid. Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, probably just taking GT here.
Yeah, it's the most detrimental card.
It's also like without GT, James can't attack through the Angel. So, interesting. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I don't love that. Unless
Banalish Marshall, I think, cracks this game open for James. I mean, GT also cracks this game open for James, let's be real. But I like attacking with both here and just planning on making Kythian indestructible if necessary, because that just makes it so much easier to kill more things with GT counters.
He might want to end of turn equip GT to Kythian or something, though.
I just think that's less relevant.
All right. So now
double block.
And then GT pump twice and everything dies.
Yeah, this is terrible on Rob's part, because this isn't 8 damage. I mean, I get it. Like, GT is the first of the class of cards that you read it every time, and it has a new ability.
He might have Path or something.
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it was just a goofer.
I was gonna say now it hits Boros Signet.
Boros. Yeah.
Yeah. James, I think has the path. This might be GG's.
Yeah, if Rob goes Winds of Abandon, that could do it. But just a normal Wrath isn't enough. Whoa!
Oh, that doesn't even do it.
No, this isn't enough, but it's so sick.
Yeah. This is so sick.
I love it. That's the
just sack
most
6 lands.
stylish way to concede. Listen, you gotta hand it to Rob, making sure Emrakul enters the battlefield before all is said and done.
Yeah.
James just has to sacrifice all lands, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
One more land.
You have to, the top one.
It's so hard to tell what lands are selected. Let's give them all really blurry outlines. How's that sound?
Resolves.
Oh, what a sick way to end a game.
Also, that Emrakul would have shuffled Angel of Sanctions back into from the graveyard back into the library.
Well, that was extremely stylish. All right, I guess we will watch the last match, Rob versus the Ketzinator.
Who do you want to watch?
Let's start with Rob, because we've seen a lot of Ketzy.
Yeah.
All right. It's a very slow hand.
I think Sudden Demise makes it keepable against Ketzy because you probably expect Ketzy to have a lot of dorks.
Yeah, and a lot of Ketzy's deck's actually surprisingly heavy on green specifically. So
main phase fetching Triumph rather than bluffing Bolt. Very funny.
You got to get that F6 value, or F8 value in this case.
Okay.
Yep, that's a 2-drop. It's kind of one of the more medium ones, but
40th pick Duskwatch Recruiter.
Games are not on stream.
Yeah,
no, that's not intentional. Thank you, Liz. Stream is not yet ending. Stream will be ending at some point.
C to the R. The old Robbie Rich. Robbie Rich, author of the song The Box. That's a joke for all my hip-hop heads out there. Mountain, which cannot be played.
Which I do not understand.
Ketzy playing land before attacking, a bit of a mistake, but...
I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter because she didn't have the cards in hand anyway, but yeah, it is a habit you want to not be in when you're playing Robber of the Rich.
So, if I'm Rob, I think 1-for-1ing Demise... I'm trying to think. I wonder if 1-for-1ing Demise with Robber of the Rich when you already have Winds and Chandra, which are like board wipe effects, might be worth it.
I don't hate it.
Robber of the Rich is one of those things where if Ketzy is having like a bad draw, I don't like this. This ramps Ketzy.
Yeah, I really hate this. Also, it was correct for Ketzy to play the land before attacking because you want the opponent to have more cards in hand than you.
Yeah, but Rob had 6 and she had 4 after playing the land, so she would have had 5 in hand.
Oh, I see. Because she might have hit a land off of Rob. Got it.
Yeah. And been able to play it for free. I mean, it doesn't matter that much, and conceivably you could hit like a plains or whatever. That's pretty good. See, this is where it's like now you kind of have trouble because this is going to be what?
Used your hard removal on a soft target. Yeah, I feel
and let her ramp into it. I mean, she could have played it last turn anyways. Or this turn because
she couldn't have played it and attacked, and that 4 damage is very relevant.
Yeah, and now Rob's gonna go to 1.
Why isn't he playing Cold Steel Heart?
I think he just knows he's dead. And with Wolfrun, he's
super dead.
Double dead. Let's watch Rob some more still.
Sure.
Yeah, this is a quick one.
Wow, Ketsy's showing her hand. The real flex.
What was it? Did you see?
It was Arbor Elf and Garruk Relentless.
Okay. What a flex. I wonder if she meant to do it or if it was accidental.
Plausibly accidental.
That doesn't feel like a very impressive still had all these.
No, not really.
See, if I was in Rob's seat, really big misplay here, I would have conceded as soon as I saw the wolf run. Actually, I probably would have conceded the turn before.
Mm-hmm.
I would have just,
if you're
as
not
soon
going
as
to
I
bother
saw
playing the Cold Steel Heart, you should concede. That's what I think.
Yeah. Just save everybody.
Oh, Rob is in fact not playing Karn or Ugin.
Whoa. I don't like that
Which
over the
explains
Emmy.
some plays earlier. Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean,
I don't
the
like
Emmy's
if you swap Through the Breach, Luca, and Emrakul for Karn, Ugin, and I don't know, like Elspeth. That's so much better. It feels like all of those.
Lot more consistent.
All of those are win cons on their own. I mean, Karn technically can't win the game. He can restart the game in such a way where you can win it, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
If Rob isn't going to board in Wildfire against Ketsy, he should not have drafted Wildfire.
It was a pretty late draft, so it's like, whatever.
Yeah, but the point stands. Like, those slots aren't useless. You gotta take advantage of what they're there for. This is, important roto stuff.
Really respect Rob's just slam submit, sit here, think about your life. Think about what you're doing. Check your Discord notifs live on stream. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's me, big boss for some reason.
I agree with what James said in the Quarantine Cube, where Mono White still feels like it doesn't always have enough reach or whatever, and Broodmoth does help it a lot. I agree with it, which is why I like cards like Jinx Choker for giving it reach.
I definitely think James did not draft too optimized for reach. Also, like, Anthems.
Not a lot of one drops, also.
I've been.
I don't know about this keep. This keep, when you're
really
on the
rough.
Play, is pretty rough.
Yeah. I mean, I get that it has 2 early removal spells, but early removal spells don't even really combo that well with a Wrath.
And it has a Wrath, but yeah. Also, of note, it is the end of the day.
True. Yeah, I think the like part of the way you draft around that is you just make the deck more explosive by having more early token generators and anthems to force them through. And part of the way you draft is to take advantage of the sort of colorless cards that can give you reach, like Jinx Choker. I mean,
Yeah.
James did have the equipment that definitely helps there.
You should play the Arid Mesa, please. Pog.
I've been really impressed with Dictate of Heliod as a way of closing out games in white. I thought it was like a low tier anthem for a long time, but it's been climbing up for me.
Yeah, I still think I like it in table draft a lot of the time. In Roto, I like just in mono white making your deck as cheap as possible, and then like Honor of the Pure really.
Yeah, so
shining.
Dan is saying in chat like he likes taking one mana 2/1s, and I super agree. Like I built the cube specifically so that 1 mana 2/1s are viable as like a way to attack people. There's so few ways to punish 1 mana 2/1s. In this cube on purpose.
So if I draw land here as Rob, I might just wait for ECD. No, I guess ECD can hit Skull Clamp, and that's no, because it has to be 3 or greater, right? It's not 3 or less for ECD.
Yeah, 3 or greater.
So it can't hit that. I get that you want to protect your life total, but Ketsy's really not pressuring you. Ooh, this is good. I think you can just like wait a turn and.
I would probably have killed that on her main phase.
Not having stop in the main phase.
Yeah, I mean you have to remember to add a stop in response, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I've drafted a lot of successful mono white decks too. I want to be a little bit less gung-ho with my mana than you, Dan, partly because there are so many good Horizon lands you can get, which really mitigates the cost of playing 17 lands. And I want to use that to play a couple really, really good 4 and 5 drops. Like, basically I want all of my 4 drops to be anthems somehow, or maybe Elspeth Knight Errant.
No. I was gonna say you need Luminous Broodmoth. You need Elspeth Knight Errant, Luminous Broodmoth, and like
really, really good.
Hero of Bladehold is also pretty high up there for me because
it is good with anthems. But also Gideon Ally of Zendikar, for example.
That's also an anthem. Yeah. That is a Planeswalker / anthems. It's the rare hybrid.
But yeah, I want to really cluster around 1 and 2, a few of the really good 3s, Brimaz, Blade Splicer, Luris, and a bunch of anthems. Choker, a bunch of anthems. Especially anthems that are also creatures. Like, James did get Benelish Champion, but I also want, this is starting to stretch the 4-drop slot, but Angel of Jubilation, I want Mikaeus the Lunarch.
Yeah.
I want Honor of the Pure. I probably want Spear of Heliod too.
ECD's really going to be good here.
Yeah.
And if I'm Ketsy,
getting stuff exiled is really like her absolute nemesis.
Interesting. So this is kind of awkward.
Yeah, there's no 5th mana for ECD.
So you can take a hit. The question is reading Rekindling Phoenix. Yeah. It doesn't quite work with like a Johnny Vengeant or whatever.
No, I probably just slam with Giant here and tempt Ketsy to block. She never will, but
yeah,
I'm happy to trade the 4 for the 1. And then fuck, I don't know.
You just pass.
You just pass. There's just nothing for it. I mean, you could like sudden demise to kill the goblin token just because it's,
No.
It is 2 cards with Skull Clamp, right? It's basically mind rotting Ketsy. But
I think so. But
and it's not like Rob is short on wraths. He has 3 wraths in hand right now.
Yeah. If he does sudden demise, he needs to remember to do it for only 1 so it doesn't kill his thing. I think passing is also okay. Because attacking with the giant makes the goblin more appealing or whatever.
I guess so. I mean, Ketsy can still attack and then sacrifice
end of combat, but it stops like... Because you almost want to equip it and draw 2 before combat in case you find like BBE. Interesting.
I'm not sure what the logic is there, because it's so low value for Rob
Yes,
to kill the Phoenix in the first place.
I think Ketzi might be wondering what Rob didn't play.
Yeah.
And the answer was there was a
squat.
he's choked on mana.
Got a lot of 5 and 6 drops in hand.
Yeah.
And a lot of 4 drops that are really bad against Phoenix.
Yeah. Because basically what he needs to do is just like... Okay.
I guess I can see trying to just like tap a land to get an extra damage in, but given that Ketzi doesn't know what she's drawing off Skull Clamp, unless she's sure she's paying exactly 3 mana for the rest of the
draw
turn.
Like Robber of the Rich.
Yeah.
Okay, a land here makes this a real game.
Yeah.
There
we go.
There we go.
All right. So ECD Phoenix is a really effective answer.
God, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this.
I get that it taps down Phoenix. I mean...
Please don't do this, what you're about to do, my friend. Oh, I guess you can plus the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's not terrible. And
sorry, I just, for some reason I thought I was only thinking of the, what's it called?
Rob's line of thought here might be that he wants to get a Johnny in the graveyard so that ECD's third phase is relevant as well.
Yeah, maybe.
You gotta attack.
Or are you attacking?
I like attacking. It's trading 4 for 1 damage. Like, I get that Ketzi is an aggro deck, but if you wanted to attack last turn, you were definitely supposed to attack this turn.
Yeah.
Like, there's no new information that's come to light. But, like, Ketzi does have a life total and it can be pressured. We saw Charles really taking advantage of that in their match. Yeah, I mean... I guess wanting to protect a Johnny, but like it's actually not bad for him for a Johnny to die because again it feeds ECD.
Yeah, but a Johnny also. Oh, is this Chandra? But yeah, also not attacking because like if she has Thundermaw Hellkite, then a Johnny just like dies on the spot.
Yeah, it's really specifically and like Wolf Run. Doesn't quite kill a Johnny, but it gets pretty close.
I do like the thing of having a Johnny alive so that if Ketzi plays something really good like Wolfear Silverheart, oh god, she can chump, he can chump and then minus targeting the egg.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Still do that when it's at 3, so I don't know.
This looks really bad against Thundermaw in particular.
Yeah, because now it's like...
If Rob draws 1 more land, the egg is just an 0-1, right?
Yeah.
So if Rob draws 1 more land, he could Day of Judgment into Sudden Demise, and... I mean, it's still pretty fucking terrible with the Skull Clamp on the battlefield. Rob's just pretty dead here. It's hard to imagine him coming back. Yeah, I mean, ECD would have been a lot less vulnerable. Also, what is Arena Rector doing in this deck if Karn and Ugin aren't in?
Yeah, because you only have 2 hits, which is your Chandra's, I believe.
And Luca. 3 hits, Chandra, Luca, Johnny. But, I guess 4, because there's 4 mana Chandra. But, like, you really want to go up on mana with Arena Rector. Like, that's why
So if Ketzi was at 14 from attacking last turn, would Zealous Conscripts have been lethal?
Let's see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not quite, but almost.
Short.
And Rob's not just dead here. So, like, Zealous Conscripts would...
Yeah.
It still could, potentially...
I like ECDing the Phoenix and attacking to 14.
Yeah. Would be a lot better if you were attacking to 10, but...
Yeah.
I just don't think you have the time to, or like the flexibility to play around Ketzi having specifically Hellrider.
Oh god, that's right, Hellrider. Jesus.
I meant like last turn when not attacking with Giant, but...
Oh, yeah.
Especially with Conscripts in hand. Like,
I guess guess that's a reason to hold back Giant is Hellrider. It's like there are arguments for and against it, because it's like with Hellrider, you want to hold back Giant to trade with Hellrider, and oh god, what is this?
I mean, Hellrider's also a great thing to get with Zealous conscripts.
Witness getting War Boss. I mean, everything's gonna die, but
elves. Ketsy's just trying to draw like crazy. I don't understand this at all.
Wait, I don't like this.
So Ketsy pods into probably Hellrider here. Does 10 to Rob, and then Rob wins with Zealous conscripts.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, he has to see it. He has to see it. He could just concede. Yeah, pass priority.
Rob could concede?
What's up?
Rob could concede?
Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't, if he's not thinking about Zealous, he could be like, "Oh, I lose. How do I win?"
I guess so. I hope he's thinking about Zealous, the card he put in his deck, for a reason. Yeah, here we go.
Ketsy, she gets a little caught up in the value, because like literally last turn she could have witnessed Legion Warboss, attacked with the token, and then skull clamped it, which is also value, and you have a Legion Warboss on the battlefield.
Yep.
And you still have the pod. I guess you're a little more vulnerable to wraths in that way.
What's the relevant difference between Dan being at 2 and Dan being at like 5 in this situation? I don't think there's much of one.
Especially when on killing Thundermaw or Bust.
Yeah.
I mean, Kevin does have a 4 damage burn spells, so I guess anything 4 or less
is more relevant. Yeah, I haven't done the math to figure out exactly what she could put Rob to while still having some amount of defense, but
yeah. I think playing Birthing Pod there is okay. But getting back Llanowar Elves is really weird. Because, like, Legion Warboss is a perfect, like, post-Wrath card where it's just, like... And it works really good with Skull Clamp. It's, like, better than Elves in the long term. And if she knew her hand and she knew she was going to be potting that turn anyways, getting Llanowar Elves seems strange.
Yeah, I don't understand a lot of that line.
Not hitting submit. Oh, did Rob DC?
I don't know. I mean, he's still streaming, so...
Well, this happened last time where his stream kind of froze.
Well, I assumed that was just a static image that we were seeing. There's no way to tell different. Let me...
Oh, yeah, I can see the voices
Rob,
lighting up. So...
Are you... Is Rob, like, away from keyboard or something?
I'm back.
Okay, cool.
He just hasn't submitted, so I'm like, is he looking and thinking about sideboarding? Oh, okay. So he still was. He's probably in a second monitor looking at the lists. Bringing Shieldbreaker, really good against Pod, really good against that. Taking out Rabble Master, which if you are leaning on your Wraths more, I guess makes sense. I still like having it in, but his hand's a lot better than the last one he kept.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what does Shieldbreaker hit against Ketsy? Then I remembered her linchpin card.
Yeah. The 2 cards that... Oh, is this Skull Clamp? No. It's going to be... Arby. It's going to be Arby's.
Arby's elf.
Yeah. Worst case scenario here is Ketsy cranking out a pod and then it just instantly dying.
Yeah. If she can just get a just like a 3-mana attacky creature, which she's not, but
yeah.
Ooh, only having Llanowar Elves. What?
She have like an instant or something?
What? What's relevant against Rob?
I like playing Boros Signet here and just going up to 4 for next turn. Like, what are you really worried about that much?
Wolfish Silverheart? I don't know.
I guess, but then...
But, I mean, that's happening anyway. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't hate killing elves either, though.
Yeah, that's... Yeah,
Especially
I think that's
we know
totally...
Ketzi doesn't have anything on, on 3. I have no idea what is going on Ketzi's side of the board.
Oh, because, yeah, then next turn you can... Oh, okay. That
so
one damage for cycling, so she's probably flooding out a little bit.
Which does make the...
She doesn't have double red. That's not... If she doesn't play careful, that can die to a Wrath, but also Winds of Abandon hits it.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, you play Boros Signet, and then you hold up something.
Yeah, I really don't like killing Llanowar Elves now, since Ketzi's clearly flooding to some degree. Or at least at risk of flood.
Yeah. Wolfir Silverheart here would be brutal.
Yeah, absolutely.
This Thrun is already brutal as it is. Like,
hard card to answer.
He needs like Belborca.
Belborca. Okay, so Ketzi wants to cast something, but it's not something that comes down pre-combat, which is weird because most of her 5-drops are relevant to pre-combat.
I think here you Fire Prophecy and you probably push like Strike.
Yeah, I could see that. Ketzi again just leaving up a bunch of mana for unclear reasons.
Does she have another cycle land?
I don't know what it would be. She's just straight red-green.
Strike. Oh, to Duskwatch.
Also, she's leaving up 3 mana specifically. Otherwise, she would have attacked with Elf.
Priority. I think pushing the Embereth Shieldbreaker is understandable. I would play Chandra and Plus here.
Yeah, I think I'd play Giant. Chandra's just going to die to a couple attacks from Thrun. You've no hope of answering that unless...
Oh, wait. She can attack. Yeah, she can attack with Elf. What am I talking about? I'm done. Is this just like a Lightning Helix? I think he might forget that Thrun has Hexproof.
Oh, boy. No? Just wants to pay 4 mana to kill an elf when Ketzi's flooding, I guess.
And also, what's it called? I mean, it saves him a virtual 4 life, basically.
7 if you count the life it gains, yeah,
but it makes Pod worse. It makes Skull Clamp worse.
You know what else makes Pod and Skull Clamp worse? Having an Embereth Shieldbreaker in your hand.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like the Strike just isn't really doing anything as it stands, and it's like the stuff it hits is kind of like, what does it hit? Phoenix, which would just kill it temporarily. I wonder if Ketzi is... Yeah, you kill that.
I mean, Strike can kill, like, Hellrider, but clearly Ketzi is not, like, long on action.
So now, if I'm Rob, I wonder if you just play... I think he's Chandra Torching, plussing for mana to put it to 5, and then playing Giant.
Yeah, I could see it.
Okay.
Ketzi flooding is actually really bad for Rob in the sense that it means that she's very unlikely to sort of have a shields down moment with Thrun regeneration that he can use to wrath it away.
Yeah. With
this Flame Caller. And Rob specifically got Day of Judgment and not Wrath of God, right?
I think so. Let me check. I can check.
Because Wrath of God can deal with Thrun, and Day of Judgment cannot.
Yeah, he has Day of Judgment. Val took Wrath of God.
No, Dan. Cera just checked, so.
Yeah. It's because Val took Wrath. Like, literally the pick before.
Almost the same card, but not quite the same card.
Yeah, he still has wins, so it's not like this is just over or whatever.
That is true. That is true.
This Chandra's just a little awkward, but this is where like Ugin would be huge, or whatever. Like Arena Rector, what can Ketsi do? It's just like she can't play anything because it just will get Ugined. Rather than like, oh, I guess I have a Luca now.
Does Ugin exile with its minus?
Yes,
okay,
it is exiled.
Yeah.
It is exiled, non-targeted. It is basically a Wrath. Unless the thing you're trying to kill is colorless, which I guess it doesn't get Skull Clamp, but...
Yep.
Yeah, blue-white
gets back
wasn't...
to one of the things I always talk about in when drafting is like, you wanna understand what deck you're building while you're drafting. And like if you're gonna take these big haymaker cards and then just not play them and never side them in against anyone, just why are you spending those picks there?
Yeah. This is crazy. I mean, unless you're trying to choke her mana so that you can Chandra or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ketsi's going to see through that and just not make a play here, even if she has one.
Yeah, which is what happens there. Okay, well, he only has one more hit off of Arena Rector, which is Luca, which is like shitty.
Although Ketsi does not necessarily know that.
Yeah, that's true. So plus...
You know, Luca would be a lot better if he left a giant alive.
Watch this reveal a... Okay, no, it's a Triumph. So now...
Elspeth Sun's Champion.
Oh,
Also,
that's right.
Dan
That's right.
points
Okay,
out.
Elspeth Sun Champion would be good.
Yeah, it still can't kill Thrun through a regeneration shield, but it's still this still may scare Ketsi enough that she doesn't.
So I think Rob is truly on the trying to get Chandra emblem, which would be it blocks Thrun forever, barring no what's it called? There it is, Keswick Wolf Run.
Oh boy. Yeah,
So
I mean,
now-
Ketsi still might be afraid of it. I think if Ketsi knew what was in Rob's deck, she would not be afraid of this Arena Rector particularly, but...
Yeah.
Well, also, one thing that's worth noting about Arena Rector is if your opponent does have the ability to kill it on their first main phase, they can just do that and then kill the Planeswalker that it puts into play before it has a chance to use any abilities.
I guess that's true. Elspeth starts at 4, so it would kill Elspeth. Ugin starts at 7, though.
Yeah, and you
Karn
got to
starts
assume
at-
Ketsi's playing around this, fetching an Ugin.
Karn starts at 6.
But also, like, 7 and 6 are both killable with Wolf Run if Ketsi has a 1-mana removal spell for...
Tapping Wolf Run.
What is going on?
Is it Pod? I think she's afraid of Arena Rector, which makes sense. It is a scary card, and you don't want to attack into it.
But, like, Dan's at
Green-
19, or Rob is at 19. She can't just never attack and try to get one
It's Pod.
big hit
Yeah,
in.
it's Pod. So
Man.
this Lightning Strike could have been...
An Emperor's Shieldbreaker, yeah.
And I don't think he has any more ways to deal with artifacts in his library.
I mean, Emperor's Shieldbreaker.
ECD. He has ECD.
Oh, that's true. It's a good one.
Potting into a 2, of which, like, Robber draws Ketsi a card.
Yeah, Robert doesn't suck.
Kargan Intimidator.
Oh, because it makes Arena Rector unable to block at some point. Or unable to block warriors.
So, okay, wow. This is really big. Because, like... Interesting. So weird. Okay, yeah. So now you just pass.
Although Dan can just kill the Intimidator with Chandra or with Chandra or with Lightning Strike. It looks like
he shouldn't do this first. He should plus Chandra to see what is there. Because if Winds is
there's
there,
a chance that he hits the Planeswalker when he pluses Chandra that he's going to find off Arena Rector. So I think his plan here is to -4 Chandra, kill Thrun, then -4, then minus Elspeth to kill Thrun again.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
the regeneration shield just by killing it twice.
Happens, and then you get Chandra.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Elspeth, not Chandra. Please do not get Luca. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, and now he pluses Chandra, and it's a Chandra emblem or whatever. See, this is why I like plussing it beforehand.
But if he'd hit...
Oh, now that's exile. That sucks.
If he hits Elspeth Sun's Champion when he pluses Chandra 4-mana Chandra beforehand, this whole plan goes to shit.
Yeah. So basically, Ketsi needs a 2-drop that she can pod into Phoenix to not die and still be in a bad spot.
Wow. Yeah, Rob navigated this very impressively for...
Yeah. I forgot that minusing Chandra hits your side of the board as well, so he didn't even have to minus Chandra to kill his own Arena Rector.
Yeah.
I guess Robber actually helps. Robber...
Yeah, I think Ketsi's best...
Arc Trail would be the best possible draw here, because...
Yeah, Arc Trail would be sick. Robber potting it into Eternal Witness, getting back something good would be pretty good.
Robber attack. Yeah, I like Rob's deck having ways to kill his own Rector. I'm just surprised to have like the Emrakul plan as that's your win con rather than like Ugin Karn.
Yeah, it's just so good with Rector, especially like Red-White is the best Rector deck because you can kill your Rector. But killing your Rector is good because it lets you cheat on mana for Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
And like going up 2 mana to turn Rector into Elspeth is good, but it's not like backbreaking.
This Thunder Maw? Ooh, okay. So killing this Chandra.
Yeah, that's good. That is
very good, but this Elspeth is still...
Yeah, it's still ticking.
Chandra Emblem is the bigger threat. Lol.
Nice.
See, once again, like, it's like playing this thing.
I mean,
wait,
Rob does have the ability to
hang on. If you Zealous Conscript the pod, do you have a 6-drop? No, he doesn't have a 6-drop to get.
Rob does have the ability to just draw through the breach and win the game, just on the spot. It's worth it.
I guess that's true. But hey, imagine if that was like a 4-mana Elspeth or a Karn or an Ugin.
Yeah.
Where it's like he couldn't cast.
Being an Ugin would be pretty bad. Although if it were an Ugin in his deck prior to this, then that would have been a better hit than Elspeth. So.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you could make the argument that the Emperor...
You know what? Lightning Strike looking pretty good right now. I wonder if she flips it right now to get Phoenix. Yeah, that's probably what she's doing.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix is just so good here.
And then it's going to strike
It's
or
going to
whatever.
eat a Lightning Strike, but then she can just rebuy it on her next turn. Rob will have 6 1/1s, which is pretty good, but...
6 1/1s, believe it or not. Quite nice.
More like sick 1/1s because they're
owned.
They're pretty sick.
Please bolt this.
Robert of the Rich, come on.
I wonder if he's just like gonna leave it to Zealous, but then you can just Zealous it the turn after when she escapes it. Talking shit. Also, Rob, not having a bound mute unmute key, another flex.
I don't have a bound mute unmute key.
What is wrong with you people?
I don't know. I don't do it that often.
I like deafen and undeafen and mute and unmute like so often when streaming or whatever. Please bolt this.
It's because you have the capacity to be distracted.
Oh my god. Okay, thank you. Fuck. I'm just trying to think, like, what is the decision point in his head? Like, why would you save Bolt?
I think it's to go to Ketsy's face.
Because it's like with Zealous, yeah, I guess presumably, but it's like also drawing Bolt is very funny because now Elspeth can get out of Phoenix range.
If Rob had not bolted the Phoenix, he would have won this turn.
He would have been 1 mana short, I believe.
No, he doesn't even have to pump Phoenix because Bolt goes to face, Bolt goes to face. Conscript is 3, Phoenix is 2, and then the 3 damage from the soldiers. So
Utopia Sprawl in the pod deck, not looking its best.
Because it's not an elf. Yeah, I get the sense that Ketsy would have rather had that be a creature.
Yeah, I mean, Ketsy flooded a bit early on this game. It feels like she drew her really impactful spells in the back half.
She's also saying that she is misplaying all over the place.
That's a F in the chat. That's no good.
I still just bolt here.
Yeah.
But I understand Rob wanting to go for the win.
I mean, you can just Zealous to kill next turn, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, and whatever she pods into, you just steal, and the game is over.
Yeah, especially knowing that Thrun is out of Ketsy's deck, this line works better.
The face just for insurance damage, just really nice. If I was Rob, I would have just, as soon as Ketsy started tapping the mana, just be like, all right, Zealous is coming down. Good games. Attacking for way more than lethal, leaving 1 back to block, just in case Ketsy survives and has a 19 power haster.
All right. Wow. So Ketsy ends up, after a nice 2-0 start, ends up going 2-2. And
yeah.
So does Rob. A lot of 2-2s. The winning records tonight are James, Daniel S., and Charles. Everyone else is 2-2 or worse.
With James the white.
Wano,
that doesn't surprise me. Charles is sick, and also I really liked Daniel S's as well. I really, really liked. Honestly, probably by the end, Charles's was sweet, but I think Daniel's was my favorite deck of the day.
Yeah, it was very cool.
I think the decision to move into red when he did was really, really nice. Just kind of sensing that it was being underdrafted a little bit by Ketsy and Rob. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to end the stream and the recording for YouTube here. Thank you all for joining us.